I don't know.
Seriously. What's
We're
with
live,
this AI
dude.
stuff?
We're live. We're live.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Got to do the Superman pose. You know what? COVID is my kryptonite. Not saying that I have COVID, but I'm feeling COVID-ish. You know what I mean, Scott?
I should probably wear a mask on the show then to make sure that I don't get it from you.
That's true. Because you've been here before.
Mask work and all.
Yeah, you have been here before. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the RedState. Wait a minute. Hold on. RedState 2024 election live coverage. Scott, I know that you might have heard about this. We talked about it earlier. There's a national election today or something.
There is an election today.
What do you think of it?
Are you scared? I'm pretty stoked with the way that the polling numbers have been looking the last couple of days. Looks pretty good for us. But it seems to be going forward pretty good. Pretty excited about it.
You think so?
Yes, I am pretty excited, especially if I'm right. Hey, Duke, I hate to make this as quick as it is, but we have two guests. We're gonna let's first lay out, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is going to be a star-studded event here at RedState. We are going to be joined by the very royalty of RedState to go over the election results, and we are starting with two of these are the Shohei Ohtanis of RedState, the guys that are the leadoff hitters, the guys that are going to the guys that are really going to be bringing the heat this evening. Getting us started off with a good grand slam, even though they're the first hitters and there's no one on base, but we're going to just pretend that there are.
Right. Yeah.
So I want to bring in Jeff Charles and Brandon Morse right now to join us. So I'm going to bring them into the show right here.
Never heard of these
gents.
Guys.
Hey.
Oh, it's two of my favorite people.
How's it going?
Oh, it's election night. Oh, dude,
bad, huh?
I was feeling really great about this election until my colleague Brandon Morse expressed his hatred of black women earlier on X today. I was deeply disappointed in his misogynoir. Yes, that actually is a word.
Counterpoint. I'm highly disappointed in the fact that Jeff just really doesn't seem to care a whit about half Indian women in this country. Guys, I have seen a lot of horrible things from Jeff in the past.
Oh, yes. No,
that just takes the cake.
I actually think that Jeff is lining up right now. He's got his T-shirt printed. He is super excited for the first half Indian, half Jamaican president of the United States.
Can't wait.
Oh, most definitely. And I will say this, though. I mean, Kamala Harris boasted about washing collard greens in a tub. She has never boasted about making curry. So I'm just saying.
Well,
you know what? You got me there, actually. You got me there.
We're not going to get in trouble.
Stephen Curry, you mean?
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's it. Yeah.
That's got to be it.
Oh man, there's so many comments I could have made right now. I behaved myself so well. So I actually have a question because we have our tokens here with us this evening, both in Brandon Morse and with and with Jeff Charles. But Jeff, how do you believe that the African American community is accepting of Kamala Harris's presidency? What do you feel about those sorts of things? I think that I actually have spoken with a few of the members of the Black community. I kind of want to get your idea of do they really see her as Black, considering that most of the time the Caribbean descendants aren't necessarily seen as part of the African American community. Go, Jeff, go.
I'm actually impressed that you know about that, Scott. A lot of people don't know about that whole thing, between what might be called foundational Black Americans and immigrants, or as Tariq Nasheed calls them, tethers. I think what we're seeing here is that the fact that this conversation even came up, they blame Republicans for it, but no, it was Black people that brought this up. A lot of Black people don't really view her as Black or as fully Black. And it's not really her heritage that's the issue. It's how she grew up, her experience growing up. She's not viewed as somebody who understands the so-called Black experience in America. The same thing was also true of Barack Obama, but it was easier for him to overcome that because he was at least more familiar with it. Kamala spent a lot of her childhood in Canada, and it's not quite the same. I mean, she's obviously going to win most of the Black vote. She's a Democrat, and that's how it turns out. But the fact that she was polling lower than Joe Biden with Black voters says a lot. And it's not just about how they view her so-called Blackness. It's also about the fact that they're just not excited about her. I think most of the Black people who will vote for her are really just voting against Trump. They're not really enthused about Kamala Harris. So I think, honestly, this is kind of why I lean towards thinking that Trump might actually pull this off. If the numbers hold from the recent New York Times Siena College poll that came out like a week or two ago, show that Trump was at about 15% Black support. If those numbers hold, especially in key swing states, Trump's going to win this. And it's going to say a lot, especially if he gets a higher share of Hispanic votes too.
I agree. I tend to lean more towards the idea that the Black community is much more informed in this election, and I think more so in 2020 than they hadn't been previous elections. Pretty much because of the fact, and this is the stark contrast, is that Kamala Harris has put more young Black men in prison and in jail than Donald Trump has freed with the First Step Act. I mean, it is a direct contrast. Do you want someone who understands the plight of minor drug offenses, putting young Black men in prison for years and years and years, versus the woman who was actually
effectively for
versus the woman who actually was the one that put them there. And I think that is the contrast there.
Yeah, and it's not even just that she put Black people in jail for low-level drug offenses and for truancy laws. We can't forget that there are a lot of Black parents who were affected by
that. Just proud of that.
You just finished my sentence. It's not just that she did it; she was proud of it. She boasted about it. She loved it. I mean, that ad that came out, I can't remember if it was the Trump campaign that made it or somebody else, but that showed her boasting about these things, about the swipe of a pen and being able to prosecute somebody, put somebody in jail, and then free them later. You can tell that she enjoyed that power, and that's scary. That is scary to a lot of Black men, even though she's trying to pretend like, oh, I'm different. I've moderated. I think weed should be legal, blah, 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 blah. Even that plan that she put out for Black males, it was smart of her to do that because she knows she's losing support among Black males. I don't think it's going to move the needle. I don't think it's going to convince anybody.
I think that you're right. I think that it's not ultimately going to move that needle very much at all, because of the fact that I also think that like the prosecutions that Trump has faced has almost endeared him to the Black community. That they are like, you know what I'm saying? Like
someone made the argument, like, and I wish I would find the tweet if I could, but someone made the argument that he is actually the Blackest candidate to ever run.
Yeah,
because he's dodged so many, or like he's been in so much trouble with the law, and then like he's unfairly targeted by the government and all that stuff. He's like, this is the
he beat out Bill Clinton for the title now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And well,
there goes Duke tumbling.
Duke.
Yep.
Oh,
I fell. No, I fell because
hey, Brandon.
No, hold on. Wait a minute. What Brandon said was so offensive to me. I fell over.
Yeah. Good. Finally, I
Brandon.
got you. Yes.
Yeah. You are here in the wonderful state of Texas. In fact, you're probably within spitting distance from where I am currently. How do you feel about Texas? I mean, there's a lot of numbers that we're saying that Texas might be in play, and obviously, I would like you to kind of touch on the Cruz and Allred race and kind of what your gut feeling is on that.
My gut feeling actually has done a bit of a roller coaster over the past year, because there have been reports that the people coming in from out of state, from New York and California, got here and decided that they love the way that the cost of living is lower and lower taxation, no state tax, but they can't let go of their blue state mentality because it is a cultural thing that they were raised up around, and they can't just ditch it. But as time went on, I started to notice reports and various rumblings that many of the people got here and had something of an awakening. They will move into rural counties and stuff and find like, wow, I really like how cheap everything is. I like that there's no regulation pressure, at least not akin to that in California. And then I started seeing that polls were actually starting to lean in Cruz's favor. So yeah, Texas is gonna be red. It's gonna stay red for a while. I think that literally the freedom of Texas, the lower cost and higher quality of living here, shocked people into being Republicans when they got here.
I think that that's a great point. You look at people like Joe Rogan, who are as socially liberal as they come,
Mhm.
and is accepting. His show is most of the time talking about crazy conspiracy theories, but every once in a while he gets in these talk about acceptance and how he accepts people around him, and he just goes around trying to like be, I guess, kind of spreading that goodwill.
But
And
let's
you watch,
also
let's
remember
watch. Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
let's also remember this. No. This is not people coming in from New York and California isn't a new thing. It didn't just start in 2020 when people were getting so sick and tired of over regulation and government lockdowns and mask wearing and all that stuff. This has been happening since 2014, 2013 that they've been coming to Texas. So people need to understand that while I do think that the state has probably more Democrats in it than it ever has, at least not since the 1980s, I do think a lot of the people who came here were either shocked into being a Republican by how great it is here, or they moved here because they understood that living under a blue state regime is just not something that dog ain't gonna hunt. It's untenable. It is unsustainable. Like they cannot continue to live like that. And so they came here from the blue state being a Republican. So I think that, if there was a mentality that was opposite of that, we would have seen that years ago when these mass migrations, these interstate migrations started. We're not seeing it. Republicanism still holds strong here in Texas, despite all these movements.
I think it's also worth mentioning that a lot of the people that moved from California to Texas, by the way, I'm one of them. I'm in Louisiana now, just moved here in April, but I was a Texan. I moved to Texas in about 2012, but I was already on the right before I moved to Texas. I think people underestimate the fact that there are a lot of conservatives in California, all over the place. I mean, I lived in probably a purplish area, but I mean, if you look between Los Angeles and San Francisco, all that in the middle, as far as attitudes go, you might as well be in Texas because there are a lot of conservatives. Now, of course, they're vastly outnumbered in California, so I'm not making it sound like it's more than what they are, but I think a lot of them are the ones going to Texas and others, red states as well. So but I will issue a caveat here, though. I do think that Ted Cruz has a very good chance of squeaking out this election, but it should not be this close. It should not be this close. He only beat Beto O'Rourke by about 2 percentage points. That should tell Republicans that they need to start shoring up that base, because if they don't, Democrats, I mean, I don't think it'll ever be a blue state, Texas, but it could turn purple if the Texas GOP doesn't do something about it.
Yeah, no, agreed. And I do feel like we have gotten a little lazy over here. We've been a red state for forever. We have this mentality that the Texas culture is going to keep it red forever, and that's just not the case. Nothing can withstand an assault forever. Nothing. No institution, no state. Look at Colorado. Used to be a blood red state, and through a lot of planning and money and effort, they turned that place into a solidly blue state. So it could happen to Texas, and I got to tell you, if Texas falls, it's not going to look good. Yeah,
that's it.
For the rest of the nation.
If Texas falls, a Republican never steps foot in the White House again.
I actually think
the Cornyn people back in 2014 were screaming bloody murder about Texas turning purple.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think that's why Elon Musk's statement that this is the last election, and I know that it sounds very hyperbolic, but the fact that this being the last election is integral, because if suddenly there's some sort of mass amnesty that occurs under Harris or something along those lines, states like Texas will automatically become blue states. along with the other states that they have been flying literally migrants into. It'll be a change of the game. Now, are they always going to vote Democrat? No, but by and large, they will, especially if a Democrat is the one that delivers amnesty to them. And so I think that they'll always be on
At least
top
for a
of
few
that.
generations.
The good news is that Kamala Harris is a terrible candidate and probably will lose tonight. But that's the side note. Gentlemen, I really kind of want to get your overall view. I know you gentlemen are very much libertarian minded, as am I. That's part of the reason why we get along so well, the three of us. Yes, I'm sitting here like, so we're all doing it. But I guess Duke is kind of as well. Duke,
I was libertarian before you had sex for the first time with an underage minor. What's the matter with you? Yeah.
Whoa.
I just said that live. Leave me out of this damn conversation. How dare you?
Whoa.
You rotten human being. Go ahead.
So we're all the libertarian mind. How do you guys feel about Trump? Like, if we're being real, if we're having an honest conversation, how do you feel about it? What do you think the next 4 years are going to look like?
Honest to God, here's what gives me a lot of faith about Trump as a libertarian. It's the fact that he clearly has a slightly positive view of abortion, more so than I would actually like, right? But he said it doesn't matter what I think. It's what the states think. He brought it from a federal issue down to a state issue. And that, to me, gives me a lot of hope, because it is a man who is in power who says it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the people think. It's up to them. It's all about them. And I like that. That impressed me so much that anyone would defeat Roe like that. So I like it. I like it. I could stand to see a little bit more easiness on the guns. I think that his banning of bump stocks was not encouraging, but I think maybe he's probably come around a little bit more since then.
Well, especially considering that it's really not a device that does anything other than what your finger will do at the same speed. Essentially, it's just kind of stupid that it's that. Jeff, how do you feel about the prospect of another 4 years of Trump?
Yeah, see, y'all are trying to get me in trouble. That's what's going on here. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing about this election. No matter who gets elected, I'm not getting what I want. I'm just not. I don't believe that Trump is going to shrink the size of government in any significant manner. I hope I'm wrong. I think that even if he wanted to, he probably wouldn't be able to. The president can only do so much. He's not great on the Second Amendment, but I think he's much less likely to try to come after my guns than Black Hillary is. So I'm more optimistic about that. Free speech, he's kind of scared me a little bit on free speech. I mean, talking about throwing people in jail for burning the flag. The only thing I can say is that he had the chance to do it in his first term, or at least to push for it, and he didn't. We know he kind of talks out of his ass. So okay, if he doesn't try to do that, good. I don't like him saying it. The whole, increased immunity for police officers, that scares me too. At the same time, I think it's better that Kamala isn't going to be in office, because she will come after my guns. She will come after my speech. The Biden administration has actually done things against free speech that Trump hasn't. I think he'll be better for the economy. I think, I'm kind of iffy on that whole tariffs thing. I think overall, we'll be okay if Trump is in office. It'll be a lot more entertaining. I think that it'll be very interesting. He hopefully won't get us into any new wars. He didn't during his first term, and hopefully he'll even end our involvement in some of those things. I'm not too optimistic about that, but I think he's the most likely to do it. I think he would probably be better at moderating the situation in Gaza and the Middle East overall. He helped to hammer out peace deals between Israel and a lot of the countries that hated Israel and wanted to destroy Israel. That's a good thing, as long as we're not sending troops over there and getting militarily involved. So I think overall, it's kind of like, okay. I mean, I can deal with it, but I'm not really expecting to get a whole lot of what I want as far as cutting back the administrative state, rolling back the government. Maybe his Supreme Court appointments will probably be good too. I've actually been pretty satisfied with this current make of the Supreme Court. So if he appoints more judges, that'll only be good in the long run.
I think that's probably a good thing to think of, additional Supreme Court judges. I also don't mind some of the people that I know he's close to this time as far as cabinet picks. Obviously, Elon being anywhere near the government, I'm okay with.
And let's talk about Ron Paul.
Right.
And his recent endorsement, basically, of Trump and his offer of assistance to Elon Musk.
Right. Because I mean that's huge. I think Tulsi Gabbard is great to have in there somehow. Kind of understanding the whole not wanting to be in a bunch of endless wars around the globe sort of thing. And then obviously I have my concerns, but I don't think that Bobby Kennedy Jr. is the worst person to have around when you're trying to attract voters. Especially with the whole Make America Healthy Again thing that he's doing. That's kind of a really great initiative. I think that talking about the issues that we have with our food that no other country seems to have. I mean, if you compare ingredients lists of American products versus those sold in Europe or elsewhere, they are not filled with all the preservatives and garbage that we have filled here. So,
right.
And the fact that no one's willing to at least acknowledge that there may be a potential causality or at least a correlation between the consumption of those types of foods and, I don't know, our current obesity epidemic and all the rest of those things.
Heart
now,
disease,
the whole fluoride in the water thing, I don't know if I would go that necessarily to the point of that far, but at the very least, I am encouraged by that, though that's 5 people I listed and probably everyone that I could list that is on his team that I feel confident in those roles. So we'll see what ends up happening, but it should be very interesting. As far as let's just play a little doom and gloom here. You wake up tomorrow morning there, Mr. Morse, and Kamala Harris is now president of the United States, a president-elect of these United States. What do the next 4 years look like to you?
Bro, I'm going to buy so much scotch that I'm going to keep Johnny Walker black. They will have a statue of me in their office building. Okay.
They can borrow the one that I already made for you, made of you, I should say.
I don't know. That's just, I mean, I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to stop fighting. In fact, here's the thing that I think happens over the next 4 years. I think that this economy, I've said this for a while. If we want something along the lines of a Javier Milei style takeover, what we need to have is a society that has fallen so far into disrepair that we look at crazy people and go, hey, maybe he's good for this. All right. Now, Javier Milei was considered something of a psychopath by many people. He was the wild hair, the chainsaw thing. Afuera, afuera. Very strange person. Yet he has become one of the most amazing leaders that the world stage has ever seen. And he got to that point because, or he was able to be elected because Argentina had become so down in the dumps, their economy so crap that their back was against the wall and they had almost no choice but to elect this guy. All right. This guy with the radical plan to turn everything around with liberty in mind this time, not control, liberty. And he has begun turning Argentina around. So if Kamala Harris does win, rest assured, our economy is going to nosedive. You think it's bad now? Just wait. My one worry, however, is that if she is elected, we are going to see some very serious foreign consequences for this. I do 100% believe that we will be thrust into one war or another. Hopefully it's not World War III, but war is going to be on the horizon. Nothing Democrats love more than war. Nothing. But I think that it will get so bad that we will have our Javier Milei moment. So that's something to look forward to. There's always a light at the end of the tunnel. That said, I hope we don't have to get to that point. That's an extreme I don't want to have to get to.
I like to prefer to avoid the tunnel, You know what I'm saying?
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Take the bridge.
Let's fly over it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that obviously is very concerning to me as well. I mean, if you really think about the implications, I mean, if China on January 21st, 2025, under a Kamala Harris administration decided to invade Taiwan, what does the US do? What's our show of strength? What's the change that we will see? Duke, I think you and I have talked about this on the show previously a bit as to what stops China, what stops Russia. I mean, what's your view on that sort of? What do you feel is the prospect of the foreign policy under a Kamala Harris presidency?
The Russians and the Chinese roll right over us.
Mhm.
There's a lot of sobbing. That's all. I mean, it took Putin to see what Biden would exactly do with the withdrawal of Afghanistan, and the minute that he got the roadmap, boom, he was in the Kuwait. When Trump has gone and actually talked about that, he was right. There was at least a fear with Putin that he was like, Trump's a little crazy, maybe, and he might actually go through with a threat. Biden, there was no worry.
Mhm.
And with Harris, what is she going to say?
Yeah.
They would.
She's going to say a lot without saying nothing.
Bingo.
Secretary of Defense Pete Buttigieg would have really hard time trying to convince us that we have to go to war.
By
that
Putin's
would be
own
it.
confession, Trump is unpredictable, and an unpredictable world leader, especially one who controls the most powerful nation on the planet, is a scary guy. Scary guy. You don't know what he's going to do next. But I would also say Trump demonstrated what he'd do on multiple occasions. Salamini, he shoved a rocket right up his backside. All right, and then he had ice cream. That was what literally that was the story. He killed Salamini and went out for ice cream.
He did the same thing with Russian soldiers in Syria too. I mean, he is unpredictable. And I don't really agree with using our military overseas, but he hasn't done it as bad as previous presidents. I'll say that for him. And there's also a reason why Kim Jong-un wasn't saber rattling as much as he has in the past. There's a reason why he got that meeting. He was willing to use the rhetoric. He was willing to use the carrot. Let's sit down and talk. Let's figure this out. And he was willing to use the stick. You mess with us, we're going to give you fire and fury like you've never seen. He knew how to balance that. So
I actually think that meeting that he had, and I'm just kind of spitballing here, I think I read someplace that Dennis Rodman was instrumental in setting up the meeting between him and Trump.
Yep.
I mean, that's pretty crazy to think.
One of my favorite stories about Trump, it wasn't Byron Donalds who told it, or maybe it was. Trump, the meeting that he had with Taliban leaders. I think it was at Camp David or something, or it was in the White House. I can't remember where, but it doesn't matter. So he was sitting down with Taliban leaders, and he was having a translator translate for him. And he basically told the Taliban leaders, I want to withdraw from Afghanistan, and I have a timetable that I want to do it in. And, the guy's translating and stuff like that. And he said, if you harm one hair on an American head, I'll kill you. And the translator's like, and Trump goes, no, translate it. And the guy translated, and then Trump withdraws a picture from his coat, hands it to the Taliban guy, gets up and leaves the room. It was a picture of the Taliban leader's house.
I've heard that story too. Yeah.
That
honestly
sends a message.
Badass thing I have ever heard. I mean, just shows you how
you should have given him a USB drive of the video of the Moab being dropped.
Oh,
that Trump dropped early in his and just like a picture of his house and yeah. I'll drop a Moab on your head, so I'm not just going to kill you. I'm going to kill everyone you know too.
And the bugs and the rats and the animals.
Right.
The bacteria in the area. It's all
nothing will be able to be used there for a decade. Gentlemen, I know you've got some busy election night stuff coming up. Is there any final parting words? I'll start with Jeff. Parting word, good sir. What? And by the way, just as before we get there, you guys are welcome back anytime. Our lobby is open, so if I see you jump in, I might pull you into a conversation. So if you have some time later and you want to jump back in, this life's a party all night long. So come on back, Jeff.
Yeah,
What closing thoughts?
Yeah, I would say, regardless of how this election goes, well, I'll also say this, especially if Kamala Harris does win. I mean, because I agree 100% with what Brandon was talking about. And, over these past few years, people always ask me, do you think things are going to get better? Are they going to get better? And I say, yes, but they're going to get worse first. Kamala Harris will accelerate that. The economy will get worse. There is a reason why I moved out to rural Louisiana. It's not just because I love it here, but it's because there's easier ways to be self-sufficient, raise a farm. We've got chickens and all that jazz. That leads me to what I'm going to say. Regardless of who wins this election, what you should be focusing on is your own community, the people around you. Focus on your local politics. Focus on your state level politics. You should be focusing on that even more than the federal government. For some reason, we have gotten this mindset where the federal government and federal politics has become more sexy. We need to make local politics sexy again, because your mayor's going, in most cases, your mayor's going to have more of an impact on your life than the person occupying the White House. Get the right people in office, in your city council, judges, sheriff, mayor, dog catcher. I don't care. Get the right people in the office, the type of people who will push back when state and federal governments want to pass laws that are aimed at violating your rights. We saw what happened during COVID. How many sheriffs said, okay, you can pass these lockdown laws, I'm not going to enforce them? We saw in New Mexico when that authoritarian heifer decided to ban guns in Albuquerque. What did the sheriff say? Okay, great, you passed that law, I'm not enforcing that. Same thing in Illinois when they passed the assault weapons ban. The sheriff said, great, we're not enforcing that. You need people like that in every single seat in your local area. So I would say this, especially over the next 4 years, that's going to become even more crucial. You need people on the ground near you who are going to nullify the overreach that is coming. It's already here. It's been here. It's going to get worse. So I would say, and I know that sounds doom and gloom, but there is a way out of this. And it's by focusing on your local politics, on your local community, serve your community, serve your people, focus on what's around you, because that's where you have more control. That's where your voice matters the most.
No matter who wins tonight. That's
who wins
a great
tonight.
point. No matter.
Mr. Morse.
Spot on.
Yeah, I think Jeff.
Parting thoughts.
Yeah, no, what Jeff said was just perfect, actually. It's hard to improve upon it. He brought up the sheriffs who refuse to enforce unfair laws handed down by the federal government. Local politics is all the politics, really, that matters in the end. But that said, I don't think you're going to have to worry tonight. I do think Trump is going to win. I think the American people have been lied to enough. And I think thanks to the purchase of Twitter turning out into X by Elon Musk, you're seeing narratives that normally would have flown die before they can really take root. And I'm starting to notice some really interesting things. For instance, and don't take an exit poll as anything that we should really seize to, but I mean, a 20-point swing towards Trump among independents in Georgia was just reported. So I think it really goes to show you that Americans are voting not for party, but for principle. I think that they're voting for the economy. I think that they're voting for, safer streets. I think that they're voting for safer borders, closed borders. I think that they're voting right now for common sense, because we have gotten to a point where not voting that way is just stupid. And that's maybe that's just my eternal optimism. And I am too much of an optimist sometimes, but
it is tremendously stupid. Gentlemen, You're welcome back anytime this evening. Greatly appreciate you both.
One more thing, Scott.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Just real fast. The new Star Wars really sucks, Jeff.
He did it. He's wrong.
Just wait until I get caught up on all these Star Wars shows that I've been missing because I've been traveling all the time. I'm gonna get him for that.
The Acolyte got way too much hate, dude. It was visually stunning. I visually stunning. It was really a good setup for another season. That's that.
So it wasn't as bad as people are saying. Okay.
It's not as bad as people are saying. Anyone that hates it doesn't know the Star Wars lore and stuff. So that's a lot of stuff. But Jeff, you're a gentleman and a scholar, one of my favorite people. And on a personal note, big thanks to being one of the first people. I've told you this 100 times. You were the first person to reach out to me when I started at RedState about something I wrote. You read it, you shared it, you made me feel good. Appreciate it, brother. See you when we see you. All right. All righty, Juke. So how do you feel about everything right now, man?
I got to tell you, the analysis that Jeff and Brandon just gave, particularly in the abortion issue with Trump, spot on, because what was the argument about Roe v. Wade is a national mandate. It should go back to the states. And Elon Musk has said he would cut $2 trillion off the federal budget. How can you argue with that? I mean, honestly, that I'm sure you probably saw that interview yesterday with Rogan and Musk.
I watched. I listened to it on the way to work this morning. My way to work this morning took me almost 2.5 hours to get there. It was great.
That first 30 minutes, 45 minutes was mind blowing. What they were talking about and just going back and forth, and Jeff and Brandon both touched on aspects of that. So
Duke, I don't mean to cut you short, but we got our next guest. We're lined up all night long, so we'll continue this thought while we bring him in. But I'm going to bring in Bob Ogue, who's one of our editors here and good man. We're going to talk to him a little bit about what he's got going tonight. So let's bring him in here. Hey, Bob, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? Anything going
Hanging
on
in there?
tonight?
No, I just it's something about an election or something. Not exactly sure what it means, but something like
It's a
that.
sign of the times. Just as I got on live here, my internet cut out, so I'm using the phone hotspot right now. But
isn't that always the way it works? When you need it, it doesn't work.
Yes, sir.
that's the life of my story, or the story of my life.
Story of your
Yep.
life.
Actually,
Yeah.
I like the life of my story. I like that.
It's got a ring to it.
It
Yeah.
does have a ring to it, doesn't it, Bob?
So, Bob, tonight I believe that you're going to be talking a little bit about some California swing races as we move on through the evening. What do you got? What do you got for us? What do you got? Anything that you can share that you feel like? What is your prediction for California tonight?
Well, we hopefully going to get rid of George Gascon tonight, district attorney, and then hopefully numbers were looking really good for something called Prop 36, which is a little bit of a crime bill for California after they did Prop 47, which basically just let everybody free and let you steal up to $1,000 with virtually no penalty. So those are the two big ones. The races, there's so many here. Don't know which ones are going to get really interesting. It's going to be a long night.
It's going to be a long night. Obviously, I'm very familiar with California politics as I escaped the California cult about 18 months ago.
Nice.
And now reside in a free state known as Texas. But I'd like to. I mean, you're obviously a Southern California resident. What has been your personal experience been with leftist Democrat progressive policies and how it's affected your standard of living in California?
Very much so. Let me put it that way. I moved here about 30 years ago because I thought California, especially Los Angeles, seemed exotic and cool. I'm an East Coaster originally, and I wanted to try something new. And it was beautiful, and I loved it. And we've just not even that slowly. We're just watching it go. And part of it is because what I was talking about, Prop 47, which has made it a feeling of lawlessness around here. And then, I don't live in Beverly Hills, but I live in a perfectly nice neighborhood. But you go outside, and there's vans and RVs, just garbage strewing out of them, and they're all under every tunnel. Homeless are virtually at every mini mall you stop at. You get accosted. And it's been really sad, actually. I think one of the hardest things for me to understand is why do voters want this? Because they keep voting for it. And I know some liberals who go, yeah, this crime is really bad. Yeah, the homelessness is off the charts and the cost of living is off the charts. But I'm just going to go vote for Biden and Harris and Walz and these people over and over again. It's baffled me since the decline first started, however, wherever you want to mark it, even before. And our governor, who is voting for this guy?
The thing about California, and this is part of the reason why I left, is I just didn't figure that there was any common sense anymore. I mean, obviously the issues with Prop 47 were, AB 109, which was the crime realignment bill, I think of 2011, was the first step towards this, where it classified everything as non-serious, non-sexual, non-violent as a misdemeanor, essentially, and you ended up in jail, not in prison. So that the counties went with it. And well, the counties got full. They just started releasing low-level criminals back onto the street. That was the first step. Prop 47, Prop 57, the next election cycle, which did even worse, even more damage. This has been an ongoing thing, and it just seems like California has not learned any of its lessons. I am hopeful with Nathan Hochman as the potential of beating out George Gascon. That would be a statement to the left of their crime policies and why they're negative. If you were to see any result tonight that would make you the happiest in California specifically, what would be that result?
Gascon has been, since I've been working at RedState, somebody I like to bash on as much as possible, and I would really think he needs to go. And Hochman, I went to a rally with him, and I quite liked him, and he said all the things I want to hear. He going to bring back a little bit of sanity to our justice system, hopefully. So that would be my number one goal is we got to get rid of Gascon.
What's funny is because Hochman isn't even super conservative. I think he's a center leftist.
He actually endorsed Kamala Harris, which rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. I heard an interesting show on the radio the other day, Johnny Don't Like it's called, and they were talking about how he kind of almost had to in this state. He almost had to endorse Kamala. If he votes Trump, a lot of people will suddenly not vote for him, and they'll go, "Okay, crime's bad, but I won't go anywhere near somebody who endorsed Trump." That's how loony some of the people are out here.
Yeah, no, it is pretty loony, and in the rest of it, I mean, not as loony as it is in Wayne County, Michigan, but it's pretty loony nonetheless. Duke, if I were to ask you the same question, like what is a result that you wish you could see in the state of Michigan tonight? What would be the result that you would, not just Trump winning Michigan, that would obviously be a benefit. Is there another race in Michigan that you would like to have seen a result that it would be favorable to you this evening?
Mike Rogers winning the Senate race against Alyssa Slotkin. That would probably be the best outcome other than Trump winning Michigan, which, Scott, we're going to have to go over your predictions a week ago Wednesday. But that would actually kind of show that maybe the people in Michigan are at least hesitating for a moment about continuously voting blue. Correct. And if I can ask Bob really quick, because I'm just curious. You talked about when the shift started to happen in California. You said wherever the marker is. How far back does that go in your opinion? Because I'm thinking Schwarzenegger, but maybe I'm totally off.
Schwarzenegger was actually really exciting for a moment for conservatives because it was the thought of a conservative already by that point in time of winning an office would just seem like a dream. So when he first came in, we were all pretty excited, and then he did not turn out to be who we thought.
Yeah.
And just the other day, Schwarzenegger endorsed Kamala Harris, which still tells you really what he was always. I think he was sort of masquerading as a conservative and So I think it started there in 2008, I believe it was. I forget the proposition number, but it was about gay marriage, and the court here just threw
Prop
it out.
8.
Prop 8, yeah. The court just threw it out, overturned the will of the people, and it was sort of at first a slow process. It just little things started to the gas part. They kept putting on new gas taxes, but then I'd say since Trump, it's and Newsom, of course, being governor. Since then, it seems to have accelerated quite a bit. In just the last few years alone, I've seen my own neighborhood just go from perfectly nice to kind of what is going on out there. You're scared to stop at the 7-Eleven.
So, gents, I wanted to take a quick break. We have a moment right now. I wanted to bring in another guest we're having this evening to join in our little scrum we've got going on now. I'm going to bring in. I'm going to give you some hints, and I want you guys to guess who it is.
Okay. Yeah.
She's very, very, very smart.
Like
Kamala Harris.
Super smart.
Not Kamala Harris.
She's super pretty. She's pretty. Not that has any that's a reason to value her, but she's pretty.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So far, you're describing all the female RedState writers.
She is a resident of the state of Missouri. This will give it away.
Are we ready to guess, or we're gonna?
Yes, we're ready to guess.
I don't know anyway.
I'll ask for a hint. Could she be a boss at RedState?
She is. She has managing editor as a portion of her title.
Very nice. I'm gonna guess Susie Moore.
Boom! Got it right on there. There we go. So, Susie, thanks so much for joining us. Glad you were able to be here. As you know, on the Wednesday Night VIP Gold Show, it's always fun here. We're going to keep it a little bit more G, maybe dipping our toes into PG rated this evening because we are outside of the wall. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, as a shameless plug, you can actually catch Thomas LaDuke and I every Wednesday night on RedState, including tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern time behind the VIP Gold wall, VIP wall here. Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Are we just going to go straight through to 8 p.m. tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll just might as well. At this point, we're finishing after midnight. We probably might as well.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Just want to check. All right.
Susie,
that's good.
As the deputy managing editor of this establishment, and also all those very nice things that I said about you that I want to make sure that you write down and make sure that I
made note of them. You're definitely getting a Christmas card from me.
Yeah, awesome. 2 L's in Hounsell if there's a check in that. Anyways, so you've obviously had your finger on the pulse of the media cycle this election series.
I have.
What story, what issue do you believe had the greatest effect on, or will have the greatest effect on this election? What thing really kind of differentiates the two candidates in your opinion?
I think, truthfully, the biggest story, and the one that maybe, and when we're looking at this through the rearview mirror, really critical, was how they handled Joe Biden, and before the debate and after the debate. And when I say they, I mean the media. I mean, obviously the partisans were always going to be, touting his being sharp as attack and all those sorts of things. But the media really carried water for him. And anybody who said otherwise was lying, or they were engaging in cheap fakes. And then all of a sudden he turns in this terrible debate performance. And then they all like went scrambling. It was like real time. We got to see them scramble like rats jumping off a ship. And I think that more than anything really highlights and kind of sums up the problem that we have with our political realm and our media realm right now.
I think that's a great point to bring up that like people kind of ignore is obviously we talk about the sycophants that have propped him up for as long as they did, and probably not just in a figurative sense, but like Weekend and Bernie style there for a while, is they they were unapologetic about defending a man that in our own eyes, we all watched him degrading before us.
Mm-hmm.
The Joe Biden of this is a pretty big fucking, effing deal that he said into Obama's ear. Like that, Joe Biden is not the same guy that's president.
No.
And this is where I think that a lot of conservatives, there is this two sides of that argument with Joe Biden. There's those that think he's evil and satanic, and there's those that think that he's a abused, well-meaning old man. And neither one of those things is good for the Democrat Party.
No, and they're not necessarily mutually exclusive.
I know that they're not mutually exclusive, but
Maybe
you also can't
sequentially they're not.
you can't say that when the dude has his marbles together, he's thinking about how badly he's going to screw over the country. I think his handlers are. I think the people that are tweeting for him, that talk, all those people that are doing the message and all the rest of it.
Whoa.
The KJPs of the world are the problem. They're the ones that propped him up, knowing that he was not good at all. Knowing
Kamala
that
Harris's.
Yes.
Do you think
You're giving her way too much credit, by the way. You think that she even gave two shits about it, that she was engaged at all?
No, but she played along.
I think she played along to a certain extent. I think she was waiting for someone else to say anything, because if it came out of her mouth, hey, maybe we should look at the 25th Amendment, everyone would think that there was a motive behind it. Right. But let's put it this way. If anyone else brought up the subject matter, she would be like, oh, really? Tell me more. I want to hear more about this idea. I'm not convinced yet, but maybe you could convince me of the reasons we have to remove the guy that's standing between me and the presidency.
Right.
What a great conversation that would have been.
Oh, it would have been amazing.
Do you think he purposefully tried to kneecap her campaign?
I think his people tried to kneecap her campaign.
Yeah.
If you want, okay, so we're going to play a little game here. This is Scott's world that lives in his head at 2 a.m. when he can't sleep, and he thinks of all the political ramifications of every decision in the country. I believe that after the debate performance, Team Kamala and enough of the cabinet members approached Biden and said, either step aside in the race or we're going to 25th Amendment your ass right here and right now. You make the call. You can either ride out of history as he did the good thing for the country, he stepped aside, he was, he tried his best, go Joe, or we can literally say, I watched you crap your pants on the South Lawn the other day, and therefore that's why you're yanking you out of here. I think that there was that conversation that was had, and that's why it was handled. And Biden is doing her no favors, and intentionally, because he's still sour about it. I think he's still sour.
That's right.
I think he still wishes he was in there. Once Trump, in my opinion, beats Kamala tonight, all the Biden people on the inside will come out and say the only reason why he stepped aside because that woman threatened a 25th Amendment assassin.
There's going to be some wicked tell-all books.
Yeah.
Probably number one by Jill Biden.
Yes.
Well, you mean the head abuser?
Yeah.
I mean, she's what's the name of the headmaster in Matilda?
Oh, I don't. I haven't seen it enough to know.
You get what I'm saying, though. Like that's her. She's the one that, like, when the parents are around, like, oh, we love our kids, everything's great. Oh, you're pretty. And then as soon as the parents are gone and everyone's gone, it's you maggots. You're gonna do what I say. And I think that that's the way she is behind closed doors.
Well, keep in mind, she never liked Kamala.
Where she's going to be. Oh, no,
she never did.
Right. So they were forced, they were stuck with her. And then when the opportunity presented itself, Kamala was right there to put the knife in his back along with everybody else. So I guarantee you there's some heavy resentment there.
Who started it, though? Who was the first person to throw him under the bus after the debate?
The commentators immediately following the debate.
Well, no. I mean, on CNN, you're right. They were like, "Oh my God, my phone, the text I'm getting." But who waved the flag? Nancy Pelosi.
Sure. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she in that stunned. I think the Biden people, they were like, "What?" you know, and the minute that Nancy did that, then everybody started to line up and basically go.
It was a
worried about
Tuesday
Joe.
afternoon, and Nancy sent out the bat signal. I was watching it live, and I was like,
That
"That's
bat
it.
signal.
She just did it. She just did it."
Yep.
I was about to go on the air on the radio, and I'm telling them in the studio, I'm like, "You guys, Nancy just sent out the bat signal." They're like, "What are you raving and ranting about?" I'm like, "You don't understand. She just opened the door. This is totally going to happen."
That's it. That's it. She did open the door, and Joe. I think it lasted what, about 10 days, 14 days,
Yeah,
and then
less than 2
yeah,
weeks.
I
think she gave everybody else permission though, because then
Yes.
Hakeem Jeffries
Yep.
and Schumer,
Yep.
and it was, all of a
Yep.
sudden it was everybody. And but she let that initial cat out of the bag.
Absolutely.
Let them feel that they could do this.
That's
it was
right.
like,
So I guarantee that Joe Biden is sitting there stewing right now because he's thinking, look, they all teamed up on me even after I was loyal. I played their game. I did everything all these years. They teamed up on me. And now look what they've left us with, this terrible candidate who's going to lose this race. Now, he would have probably lost. Well, he would have lost too. But in his mind, he doesn't think that.
I don't think it would have been. I actually think that it would be a more Biden positive race than it would be for Kamala.
Really?
So I listened to all 2 hours and 38 minutes of Elon Musk on Joe Rogan this morning on my way into work.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that that Elon brought up, because he's obviously been in senior campaign meetings and running around with campaign officials for the last several months, he said one of their lead strategies was to force her into the public light. Their lead strategy was get her interviewed, get her the camera in her face, make her talk, make her speak, because they knew she would do exactly what she did during the CNN town hall where she shipped the bed. And, you know, and I said ship, by the way, like the Kmart commercial, just so we're clear.
I shit my pants.
I shit my pants. Yes. I ship my bed.
I love you, PS.
I just want to kind of point that out, is that there's this, I think that there's this understanding that is becoming more familiar to more Americans. The polling is leading into election day has never been this Trump heavy.
No.
And so like, I can tell you like so I did my numbers as of yesterday. So these were as of yesterday. But like, for instance, in Wisconsin, the RCP average right now is 0.4% in Harris's favor. But on this day in 2016, polling showed that Clinton was going to win by 6.5. Mm-hmm. And on this day, it showed that Biden was going to win by 6.7. Biden won by 0.6 and Trump won by 1 point. So they were off anywhere between 7.5% or 6.1% and 7.5% going in. That's how much the election day made up for it. It's 6%.
Right.
And right now it's 0.4% lead for her. 0.4%.
Yeah. Now that's assuming that they didn't all change their models and everything didn't finally correct to the Trump.
But I'm using both 2016 and 2020 polling, which is both wrong. But even here's the thing, Susie, is that either they no one is like, if I'm making polling corrections are a process. I used to do polling. And you look at the previous election, you kind of go, okay, well, this is what we're going to have to change. These are the voter attitudes that have changed. The candidates are different for these reasons, and this is why I'm going to use this type of modeling. The candidates in this race are exactly who they were in 2016 and in 2020. We have a woman running against Trump, and we have Biden running against Trump. Mm-hmm. And Kamala is just Biden turn 2. So we already know that that's the case, that we know what those attitudes are going to be. If they were to make corrections, they would either undershoot or overshoot on their corrections. So either she's going to win the state by 3, or Trump's going to by 1 or 2, or Trump's going to win it by anywhere between 4 and 6. That if the election were to help, if these models were to show through,
right?
So it's very interesting to watch the media try to explain this polling and then go look in their methodology, as I always do because I'm a polling geek. And it's the same exact thing they did in 2016. It's the same exact thing that they did in 2020. both times proved failures for them. So
Was it the New York Times who had Hillary the day before the election, gave her a 90% chance of winning?
Mhm. Remember they
Yeah.
had like a little
Oh, yeah, yeah,
dial
yeah.
that was like,
yes.
Yeah.
What's crazy even is the popular vote. Like the popular vote being as close as it is. Oh, guys, I have to stop us for a second. Do you know what time it is?
it's poll
It's
closing
8
time.
o'clock.
Yeah.
It's 8 p.m. on the East Coast. We got some
Oh,
polls
baby.
closed, ladies and gentlemen.
Go.
Here come
We
the
got polls
numbers.
closed. Only 4 more hours of us. Yay! Okay.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Governor Whitmer has called the state of Michigan for Kamala Harris for both 2024 and 2028. Well, there you go,
Really?
Scott. You're
Was
already
that
wrong.
before or after receiving Dorito communion?
You mean that one right there as a joke?
Dorito communion. As a Catholic, I enjoy that crack. That was funny. Dorito communion. Yes. It was right after Dorito communion. That's why she was able to make that call, Susie. That is 100% correct.
So I've
All
asked
right.
Bob this question. Susie, but I'm going to ask you now.
Mhm.
Is there any particular result that you would be excited about for your home state of Missouri this
Yes.
this evening?
Absolutely. Amendment 3. It's a constitutional amendment about abortion.
Yes.
It will. We were the first state that, with the trigger law immediately after Dobbs was handed down, our state went to a 6-week. It was basically a complete abortion ban, except for life of the mother, health of the mother. And this amendment would enshrine in our Constitution abortion up to the point of fetal viability, but fetal viability is defined so broadly that it could encompass like preemies, basically.
Yes.
And so I am praying and hoping that it gets voted down, but it's going to be very close because we only have a 50% threshold right now in Missouri for constitutional amendments, which is ridiculous. So that's the one that I care about. That's the one that's pulling at my heart right now.
I could understand that. That is
Yeah.
is a pretty big issue as well.
I mean, I think there's room to argue about maybe, I understand where people are different places with it, but this goes from what some people consider the extreme to the complete opposite extreme. And I can't.
Yeah, it certainly frustrates me. I am of a more, personally, obviously, I know that we work for a company that is truly anti-abortion. But
Pro-life.
one thing I do a lot, pro-life, I should say.
Yeah.
But I am very much appreciative of the fact that I'm allowed to still voice my opinion here. And that is that I don't think that abortion, much after week 8 or 10, should be allowed, unless it's health or life of the mother, or rape, incest, or a act of a violent crime.
Right.
Other
And
than
I feel
that-
like those are things that can and should be discussed maybe in the legislature and through laws, not enshrined in your Constitution, which already has 119 amendments.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, we suck.
Well,
Wow.
it's the reason why they call it an amendment. You can change it, and that's the other thing that obviously, it's not the necessary type of legislation. So even if it does pass it, it's still a 50% threshold, and come up with something in 2 years and change it.
Yeah, here's the problem, Scott. We've been trying for years to change the threshold. That has been the number one goal, is to change how we do IP reform, and the goal is to get it to a 60% threshold. So if they succeed on that, then they shoot themselves in the foot on the issue. So I would just rather it not pass.
If there's anyone that I would trust with that information, it would be an attorney from Missouri.
That's me.
Bob, leading up, give us your thoughts. Who's going to win tonight? What do you think is going to be the shocker of the evening? Give me the thing that's going to be like the, oh my gosh, Trump did this, or oh my gosh, Kamala did this. What's the win? What's the
that's a good one.
and what's your prediction?
First of all, they're cautiously optimistic, but I think Trump's going to win. So many signs are pointing to it. And what you were just saying earlier, Scott, is if he's close in a way with the last polling in the last cycle, that means he's ahead. So if he's this tight in so many races, I think that spells victory. But I went to bed 4 years ago feeling pretty good and didn't work out so well. So I'm definitely cautiously optimistic. I really think, there's a lot of talk of the most important election in our lifetimes. I really think it is. I mean, we were talking about California and the decline that I've witnessed here in the time I've lived here. We're going to see it across the country if these people retain power, and if Biden Part 2 wins. I would think that would, at this point, I would be shocked if she pulls this out, but it's always possible.
Excellent. Susie, I'm going to do something because you're the first person that actually submitted a map. We're going to try something here. So let's see if this works.
Okay.
Susie, there's your guess.
Mm-hmm.
So explain to us your map here. Let's go. I see kind of everything going red in the swing states except for Michigan. Why do you think Trump is going to lose Michigan?
Because I've been told over and over again by my good friend Thomas LaDuke that Michigan is not a red state and it's not even a purple state.
That is correct.
So I'm taking him at his word, and it's going to be a near miss. Now, the one thing that's weird about my map is I do have Virginia going to him. That would be a wild pickup on his part.
Wow.
But it's a possibility. He could still lose Virginia by my math and still win the presidency. But that's where I kind of went out on a limb there, was with Virginia. But I figured, between Wisconsin and Michigan, my instinct was that they weren't going to both go his way. But I felt like Wisconsin was more of a sure bet than Michigan was.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that.
Sure.
I'm always interested to see what my fellow writers and colleagues here at RedState think about the election. And I'm very interested to see. I think that's your shocker of the night. Trump winning Virginia.
Yeah.
If Trump wins Virginia, he'll win Michigan before he wins Virginia. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
Yeah, that's probably fair. That's just,
but that's your shocker. I like it. Anyways, gents and lady, you're welcome to join us anytime as the evening progresses. We have plenty of other people joining us, but if you want to pop back in and you got something you want to say, or if you got a race you want to report on, tell us what a congressional race or a Senate race that you want to, break with us, just drop back in and let us know. And we'll be looking forward to that. I'm going to start trying to pull up some results right now to see if we got anything coming up, but let's dismiss our guests. Thanks very much, lady and gent.
Thanks for having
You
me.
are dismissed.
Have a great
All right.
night.
You are
See you later.
dismissed. Take care. I like how you said
Alrighty, Duke.
we're going to dismiss these people. I like that. It's very military-esque.
I try to be sometimes.
It was good. I liked it. Okay, so what do you got with results, Scott?
Currently, Donald Trump leads Kamala Harris in the election results, 95-35. They've called Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and West Virginia for Trump.
All right, let me just make a point. Scott, are you old enough to remember the election of 2000?
Of course I am.
Barely. How about the election of 2008, 2012? Those you remember those?
I do.
Okay. How did Florida fare in those elections?
Florida was a swing state, obviously, at that time, by 455 votes and a hanging Chad in 2000.
In 2000. That is correct. And it was a swing state also in 2008, 2012, when people were like biting their nails, waiting to see if 2000 was going to happen again. What has happened since Ron DeSantis has become governor there?
It's now
a red state. It's a red state. It is a red state. You just called Florida for Trump. Not because he lives there, but because of the job that Governor Ron DeSantis has done. I just think that just needs to be... I don't want the people of Florida to lose their governor, but if Donald Trump, really needs somebody who is competent to work in his administration, you are not going to be hurt by Ron DeSantis being in your administration if he wins tonight.
Yeah, you wouldn't hurt. No, for sure.
Not at all.
That's
And
definitely
quite frankly, screw the people of Florida, because they're out there creating hurricanes out in the Gulf of Mexico. What are you doing? I saw it from the flat earthers. I know it's true.
With 5% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Now, obviously, it's still very early, but 5% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Harris leads Trump 76.5 to 22.6.
Scott, we talked about this last week when you made your swing state predictions and what have you. I think we both agreed, if I recall correctly, Pennsylvania, whoever wins Pennsylvania most likely wins the White House.
Correct.
Do you agree with that still?
I do.
Okay.
Obviously, I think these are very preliminary results. These are probably some absentee ballots that were coming in. I clearly don't think that this will trend the entire evening. If it does, it's going to be a very long 4 years.
Yeah, and then you probably already know this. Harris yesterday made 5 campaign stops in Pennsylvania. Being that you talked about that your former life as a pollster and what have you, what does that tell you that they made 5 campaign stops in the final full day of campaigning, that they did those many stops in one state?
It can be delusion. It's not. I also don't want. I think it's also the thing of I'm doing. How do I want to put this?
I don't know.
I don't want to feel like I have been that far off. I can't imagine being that far off. And if it is in that way, and it's entirely possible that I walk into this and come out with egg on my face. I've just done this long enough, and our next guest will agree with this, that I am very much right when it comes to polling most of the time. I'm usually right on with most of it. So I'm going to introduce our next guest. The next guest does not need an introduction because she is RedState. She is what we are today because she is the person who is solely responsible for us doing our jobs every day. Our managing editor and fearless leader. Hold on one second. Is it going to go? Jennifer Van Laar.
Hey.
Oh, there she is.
Here I am.
Look who got all dolled up for RedState tonight.
I look like this all the time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Do you forget we had coffee last week?
No. Yeah.
Okay.
So most of the time, I don't have makeup on. I'm wearing a t-shirt and Lululemons that I bought to mock.
And a Dodger sweatshirt.
Yeah, and usually my UGG slippers. So that's my work uniform every day. I thought you were going to say that I'm the person solely responsible for getting Ronna McDaniel out of the way so that hopefully we can win tonight.
Yeah. Okay. That's probably, there's a lot of things on that list though that I could put there.
Well, yeah, but in case you haven't been paying attention,
correct.
President Trump told Lawrence Jones and our mutual friend Fatty that it was my reporting that made him tell Ronna she doesn't need to resign because he's getting rid of her.
Ooh. That's a stingy thing. You got her.
Yeah. I mean, obviously she did quite a bit to get rid of herself with all of the flower spending and the limo spending and the Lululemon spending and all of these different, what did she have? That Vineyard Vines, like all the super, like, what's the term? Like the people that wear the Sperry's and the khaki pants and the blue blazers, like the total blue blood GOP establishment places that we hate. That's where she bought all of her stuff from.
That's gross.
You know, Duke, you know how it is, like, and when we used to all be back at CPAC back in the day, and you'd see like these armies of dudes in their Sperry's and their brown Dockers or tan Dockers and the blue sport jackets, like the frat boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was his name? Dennis Lennox, that guy.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Let's change the topic.
That fella right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen him once or twice. Yeah.
Oh, so far in Michigan with 2% in. Sorry, I'm looking up at the TV I have over my desk. It was like 70% for Kamala, but that just must be the inner city.
Those are the mail ballots in the inner city things. Those mail ballots have already been counted. They just needed to pop them into the system.
Right.
Governor Whitmer's already called the race here.
That's
can't.
right.
I just want to let you know, we've only had a % increase in Pennsylvania for returns in. It went from 5 to 6%, and Trump has melted away Kamala's lead by 2%. In that single %. So it is trending that way. That looks good. And then let's see what else we got. Now this is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. We have a race on our hands.
Oh, where?
In the state that I was just talking to Susie about.
Oh, nice. In
Virginia, with 30% of the returns in, Kamala only has a 3.3% lead in the state. Now, reason why that, just like Pennsylvania and Michigan are going to trend back in Trump's favor, as the ballots continue to get counted in Virginia in the more rural areas, this will likely be the case as well. There is a chance, from what I'm seeing here, the way that it would trend, that Virginia may go to Trump this evening.
You didn't even mention that.
I didn't.
I don't remember you mentioning Virginia at all. Really?
I probably didn't. Yes, I probably didn't. I'm a horrible person.
The other thing I've heard about Virginia, Sam Janney, our friend over at Twitchy, she was saying that Eugene Vindman, his race is not looking good for him, which would be fabulous.
Oh, I'm heartbroken. I'm absolutely heartbroken.
I mean, I might have to drink a full glass of wine just for that one if he loses.
He's right up there. Who else would I love to see lose besides Kamala? Obviously, that's
public enemy number one. I mean, Gascon we all hate.
Right. I think Jennifer.
I don't think that's going to happen. But Adam.
Oh
Schiff,
no! If Steve Garvey beats Adam Schiff, I am going to drink several bottles of wine to celebrate that. The reason why, ladies and gentlemen, why this race is personal to me is in 2010, I was on the senior campaign staff for Steve Cooley, who ran for Attorney General against Kamala Harris for Attorney General in 2010. And I will say that.
Sorry, my
Kamala,
dog is laying down on that thing behind me. So if it falls over, let me know. Go ahead.
Okay. She engaged in some very shoddy campaign tricks in the weeks leading up to the election. Some things that she and her team had given us their word they wouldn't do in exchange for making the race about the issues. And obviously the shoddy campaign tricks that they pulled required planning that would have predated the meeting where they told us that they were going to go and be on the level and just make it about the issues. And so this race is personal. I want her to lose so very much badly. So that's the personal side to this race for me.
Nice.
Devil's Night passed last week.
Trump's a third of the way there, though, according to the CNN electoral map.
I will update you that there's another percentage. Yes, that it appears that Trump's they're now 7% in on Pennsylvania, and Trump has shaved another 2% off of the Kamala Harris lead in that single percentage gain. So obviously Pennsylvania is not going to be as close as everyone's making it out to be. Same with Michigan. Just to let you know, Duke, it was that in the additional single percentage that has been counted of additional ballots in, Trump has increased or decreased Harris's lead in that state by 12 points.
Why do you hate women?
23 to 35 with a single percentage report.
Scott, why do you hate women that are governors in the state of Michigan? Why?
Because she has a boathouse and I wish I had one.
It's not a very big boathouse, Scott. I mean, it's comfortable. It's not very big though.
It wouldn't fit
a place where there's a lot of snow and ice.
It wouldn't fit. It wouldn't fit a big boat, just a little dinghy.
That's right. That's true. No one was supposed to know that, Scott.
Oh, euphemisms, my old friend.
Why did you release the Kraken of information on that? That was incorrect, Scott. Horrible.
I will say this: 43% of returns in Georgia. Trump leads 55-43.
Nice.
That one should be called soon, from what I was hearing today. That Georgia's really gotten their act together from 4 years ago.
Hey, and Trump in a single in another 2 percentage returns increase. Trump has narrowed the margin in Virginia to under 2 points. No, under 3 points now. It was over 3 points, 3.1. Now it's 2.7, 2.6. So
I'm gonna make a broad statement here. If Susie's map turns out to be correct, we all need to go and have her pick the lottery numbers for tomorrow because she's working on a different level.
So, we are doing a little contest at RedState. So if Susie's math is correct, she will get a $50 gift certificate to the Town Hall Media Store. So if you guys haven't seen the Town Hall Media Store, we've got some great merch there. And I'm sure after tonight, we will hopefully have some really good Trump 1 merch going on.
I want a shirt that's me on the merch site. This is me just just me on the shirt.
Your standard pose for like every picture.
Everything like. So we'll make that work.
Well, I tell you what, if you actually are correct in 80% of your predictions from Wednesday's RedState VIP show, that should automatically go into the Town Hall merch store.
Well, you put your map in there, right, Scott?
Of course I did. I was first in.
Making me laugh again.
Euphemisms.
I have to say, I love being able to get the comments from our YouTube channel in here. So Jeff Schumann thanked me for axing Rana. So of course I have to say that. But Shin Godzilla, whatever that. I'm hoping that's not a real name. So let's all chill. Ohio and North Carolina will flip to us once more the vote is in. And I tend to agree with that. And Keith,
ladies and gentlemen,
if you think that California sucks, try living in the UK.
Yes.
I'm not going there. I would go to jail so fast in the UK because I would be breaking all their little laws about hurting people's feelings and such.
Oh boy.
I just want to say that the lead in Virginia, which when we started counting ballots earlier this evening was 3.1%. It is now down to 1.7%.
Wow.
In Pennsylvania, we're about what we were. Michigan has again narrowed even further. She still has 23 points, but it's only 4% in. So as the additional ballots begin to be counted, Georgia still looks very favorable for Trump. 47% of returns in, 55% of the vote for Trump, 44.1% for Harris. So looking good there. Everything else that's pretty much, I don't think they've called anything else quite yet. 38% of the vote in. Harris has a 0.6% lead. In Ohio, that was much wider earlier. So I assume Trump will be winning that state. They'll probably call it here shortly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's things are moving along. It seems to be counting pretty quick. I mean, we should have Georgia pretty close to done, enough to be called here probably in the next 20 or 25% of returns. Georgia should be in the bag for Trump, it looks like, this evening.
And
Nice.
what was it in 2020? Trump lost Georgia, then Arizona. I don't think he was scheduled to or predicted to win Nevada. Did he lose? I can't remember now. Was it North Carolina?
Scott
No,
should know all that because he did that whole series.
Yeah, he lost Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania,
Right.
Arizona, Nevada. Those were the big ones that were the issues for him in 2020.
Yeah. Okay.
Nutter just told us that he has Georgia. Thank you for being in here, Nutter. Sorry for yelling at you earlier.
Now, the thing I find very interesting
What the
is
flippin' hell?
that Florida.
I love that Duke is sideways. Sorry.
Yes, Duke is always sideways.
Wait. Am I sideways right now?
No,
No,
you're good.
not anymore.
Yeah, the
Duke-
phone
Duke-
keeps changing. I don't want it.
Duke goes through his life drifting. He just drifts into life, like going sideways. Like that's just.
I
his
kind of
life.
do, actually. That's
You know
how
what?
I
As soon as you
feel.
said that, that song "Drift Away" in my head. That's Pete Duke's anthem.
Now, pretty
I-
interesting. Of all the states that have counted, all right, and we're talking about East Coast states, who do you believe, which state on the East Coast currently is furthest along in counting its ballots?
Florida.
100%. 90% of returns are in Florida. You nailed it on the head.
We should just
Okay,
copy
This is
whatever.
why I'm the managing
Florida-
editor.
This is what we should just. Every
okay.
Republican Party should copy what they're doing down in Florida, and copy Ron DeSantis. They should just do that. Clone him. Do whatever. Ask Elon Musk to do it. He can do it. But for God's sake, the Florida Republican Party, which was the joke of the nation in 2000, has just absolutely 180'd.
Oh yeah.
Jeff Schumann in our chat this evening has just pointed out a very, very important statistic.
Yes.
It's that Elon Musk's prophecy has been fulfilled. Trump has hit 69% likelihood of winning the race on Polymarket.
Well, no,
I
explain
love
what that
Elon.
is.
I love that he's such a dork. Elon is the biggest nerd, and I love it. And you know what I didn't know until like a week ago? That the model, and everyone's gonna laugh at me because everyone probably figured this out a long time ago, but that the Teslas are models S, Model E, Model X, Model Y. Obviously for sexy. And that Elon, obviously, in his ultimate Asperger's-ness, did that on purpose.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know it either, but
didn't
now
know
I
it.
do. And I'm glad that he's in charge of X, because we would not be able to. I mean, our page views have gone way back up to what they were in like 2020, 2021, before the big tech stuff really started going down on us. And
Nice.
shouldn't have said that. And so thank you, Elon. Sorry, go ahead, y'all.
Well, it looks good there.
I loved the interview he did with Rogan yesterday. That first half, like I was telling Scott earlier, that first half hour, 45 minutes, I was like, my Lord, this is crazy. And Reagan, God, I miss Ron. Rogan was just it was with 10 minutes in, he was like, thank you for buying Twitter, now X, because you helped expose a bunch of stuff. You have lost money on it. They talked about the advertiser ban. And God, Musk is on a different level. He really is on a different level. And if Trump does win this, I think Rogan probably would have a large claim to that.
I think that I don't know if he'd have a large claim, but he'd have the push the needle claim.
Okay.
I just gave him enough to get over that hump. However, that hump that he was in Virginia, Trump now leads in Virginia.
Nice.
What so Susie, what was Susie drinking, or what was she doing? She made that call. I hadn't
Trump
heard
is also
anybody
taking the lead in
She doesn't
Ohio.
need to drink anything. She's just amazing.
She's just
And
in tune with Virginia.
I also want Duke to know that in the 2% of returns that have come in, Trump has halved, that is cut in half, Kamala's lead. She's currently only leads by 16 when she was leading by more like 30 previously. So
in Michigan?
In Michigan.
In Michigan.
It is moving, that needle's moving pretty quickly there, bud. I'd be a little worried. I have my obviously my thoughts as to what the election will be this evening. But before we get there, we have another guest joining us currently, and I just wanted to bring her in. Miss Virginia herself, probably a little excited to see the most recent returns.
Mm-hmm.
Terry Christoph. Terry, how are you?
I don't have my sash, my Miss Virginia sash. Good. How are you guys? Oh, yes.
Hanging in there.
Oh, yes. I don't see the same numbers that you're seeing, Scott, for here in Virginia.
NPR has it live, and the results currently show Trump 49.4, Harris 49.
All right, because the homepage of the
Desk
elections.
50.5 for Kamala and 47.8 for Trump.
Yeah,
and
that's what
40% in.
Yeah, it's very interesting because normally how it happens in Virginia is the two biggest obnoxious counties, Loudoun, which I am in, and Fairfax report late, but Loudoun has already finished reporting. So normally it's one of those things where like, oh, we're doing really well. And then, Fairfax and Loudoun come in and kind of put the kibosh at everything. But luckily, Loudoun's already in. They voted for Kamala, but there's like a 9-point swing for Republicans, which is kind of big in Loudoun. So interesting stuff.
How much do you have in Virginia right now, Jen?
On that, it's 50.5 and then 47.8 for Trump, and that's staying 40% in.
Okay. We'll see where this
it's
goes.
tightening. It's tightening on the homepage of the election board here. It's like about 2-point difference now. It's definitely trending towards Trump, but Fairfax still has to come in, and they got a lot of people, libs all
The fact that it's even this close is pretty mind-blowing to me.
No, it's huge.
I thought that it would be a 5-point win for her easily.
Easily should be. And I think here in Loudoun, it's something like Biden won by like 20 or 25 points, and they cut into that a huge way this year. And obviously, Glenn Youngkin is super popular, and there's kind of a Glenn Youngkin effect, maybe, of parents here in Loudoun County, at least, that don't really like the way things are going with Democrats. So it's exciting. How are things going in Michigan, Duke?
Well, Governor Whitmer has already called the election for 2024, 2028, and then the next 4 years after that.
She's so great. I love her.
She's mystical. She really is.
She's
so Terry, let me ask you really quick.
Jen's got something.
Ohio is now 52 Kamala, 47 Trump.
Only 40% results in. Only 40% results in. And that's likely not rural counties yet. So, it's going to be
34%. And
Mike, Governor DeWine down there in Ohio's got his stuff together, much like Governor DeSantis down in Florida. And it's always confusing me because both of our state populations are similar. But Terry, if Trump actually, he comes close, cuts the margin down in Virginia. What do you think that how does it work for the rest of the country, particularly the blue wall they keep talking about?
Well, I wrote an article today, Duke. I don't know if you read it about
I can't
two
read.
congressional districts. You can't read. Well, I'll read it out for you at some
Okay,
point.
thank you. Thank you.
Two districts here in Virginia that kind of will give it based on voter turnout. It's going to show how other things are maybe going to fare. One of them is Virginia 3, which Republicans have no chance of winning because it's heavily African American. But they're saying if people aren't showing out in the big numbers there, that's not a great sign for Kamala nationwide. And then Virginia 7, which I'm keeping a really close eye on because it's Eugene Vindman, Alexander Vindman's brother. They have an interesting, they're kind of on the edge of Northern Virginia, which is, a DC suburb. But they have a lot of rural area too. So it's kind of a very mixed bag there. A lot of Hispanic community there. So it's kind of like watching turnout there. If it starts breaking towards Republicans, that's also a really good sign for Trump. So I'm keeping an eye on that one. There's not a lot of the rural vote in yet. So I'm really hoping that Vindman does not win because I think that would be very bad for Virginia and for America.
I agree that it would be bad for everyone involved if that was the case, but ultimately it's I think that there's a lot of bellwethers, if you will, of things that will happen that will say, like, Virginia being this close is not good for Kamala in the swing states.
No, it's really not. It's really not.
It should not be this close. It should not be this competitive for him. It does say quite a bit to me of the issues that she may face the rest of the evening. I think that there's a lot of apprehension they have in this. I also want to take a moment. I know everyone has their own chats and everything else that we're all participating in the live chat here. But I have a personal live chat going on my phone with my good, very sexy friend, Brian Garrett, who's watching up in Utah. I want to thank him for tuning in tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really a lot. He's been following along, huge fan of RedState, always asking me about stuff going on. So good stuff there. Ms. Van Laar, if there were any result this evening that you would find to be the best result that you could find, what would that result be aside from Trump winning?
Well, winning by such a margin that there's just no doubt that he won. I don't want to hear any more of that 2016 crap over and over and over again. I don't want them to be saying that, that there was some disinformation that made this happen. So that, and then obviously Trump needs the House and the Senate to be able to get his agenda passed. And so I think that we need enough of a margin. Trying to think if the House or the Senate would be more critical for a larger margin. I think that probably the Senate, I want to at least have like three vote lead in the Senate, and probably 10 in the House. I would love. So,
all right. I just refreshed the page, and Trump's really only down by 2 percentage points in Virginia.
And someone on our comments on the YouTube comment said that NPR has Trump up in Virginia.
Whoa.
So and I'll have to let Bonchi know we have a request for him to come on here, even if he has to hide his face. And probably people want to hear from Nick too. And Lucy, sister told you her camera isn't working, but I think what everyone really needs to hear is her voice.
She's got the best voice.
Yeah,
she's got the best Southern accent.
Her profile picture up. But before I'm going to have to go in a second, but I wanted to say, Bob Hogue and I are in Hollywood, and sometimes we get feedback from people going, who's doing the cameras on your live chat, or who's doing the tech, that we need help. Yeah, we do need help. We don't have studios. We don't have all of the big equipment that some of our competitors have. But you know what you can do to help us do that? You can join VIP Platinum. And that will help us to have the resources we need to have more of a studio, to have more tech, to have someone besides Scott is actually producing this by himself, scheduled all of us. He's running everything on the software so thank you. He's came up with the questions, he's interviewing everybody. So, we're doing this all with our own just tools that we have without having a big crew, without having a studio and lights and cameras and all that. So yeah, join VIP Platinum so we can invest in more of those things and be able to bring you guys a lot more multimedia content. And right now you get 50% off. Go to our homepage and join that. And you get to be in the comment section then and be able to interact with other like-minded people. I really have fun. Sometimes I fight with people in the comment section.
It's a wild place.
You know, they give and they give and take. But you know, in the end, we're all one big team. And I really feel like we're a family with the people who have been longtime commenters. A lot of them have been around 10, 15 years. Like it's our 20th anniversary now this year. And some of them have been around since then. So
what is the percentage again off right now, Jen?
What was what?
What is the percentage off right now?
60.
You said there's okay.
Yep.
All right, that's good.
So I think I'm gonna take off and do the rest of my job, like helping get everything on all the articles up.
You're welcome to join back anytime.
Terry's been keeping Duke under control for over a decade now. So
whoa, not successfully. There's been attempts, but
I'm
right,
gonna have to disagree with that. Yeah.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. Keeping Duke under control.
That's so incorrect.
That's never gonna happen.
No,
honestly.
No. There was one time I was close.
That's too much pressure for one mortal person. All right.
Yeah, I know. It was your mom's job, but now it's mine. Now it's mine. You need another good Catholic woman in your life.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually love how she kind of said that as she like clenched a fist.
Yeah.
She was like, and now you're mine.
Duke, I think we go back.
Mine, Duke, you're mine.
We go back 16 years now, don't we?
Well, it's probably.
It is.
It's been a
Smart Girl Politics. I think would have started around November 8th or something of 2008. So that would be 16 years.
Yeah, down in.
And we haven't aged a bit.
I know I haven't. Not one bit.
Nope.
Right,
and here we are still grinding away.
That's right.
So, Ms. Christoph, I have I have something here that you submitted. I want to share it with everyone. And that is your map.
Oh.
Oh no.
Let's take a look at this.
Yeah. What? So you have North Carolina, and so you have North Carolina going to Harris, and Pennsylvania going to Trump. What's
because everybody. That's a really good question. I don't think he can win Virginia, but I will hopefully be amazed. But I gave him Nevada, gave him Arizona, I gave him Wisconsin, Michigan. I don't trust the East Coast because I see it too much. There's DC is like it's constantly we get people coming from up north, they're coming from south, they're coming out. So I don't trust these people. I see them too much of them. So I definitely don't trust Virginia and North Carolina. There's been too many Virginians that have gone down to North Carolina that just ruin wherever they go. But then I feel like there's just something about Pennsylvania, and I think it's probably there was an assassination attempt there. I think Trump has really tapped into something in Pennsylvania that doesn't translate to Virginia and North Carolina because they've got some other weird things going on. But I've just seen like the way that people react to him. I mean, he goes into grocery stores and pays for groceries of moms checking out, like I just think he's really tapped into that. So I know it's weird. It's probably unlike anyone else has done, but I just kind of, to me, Virginia and North Carolina are so similar because we go back and forth between the two states.
It's definitely a unique map. How's that?
It is.
No one else.
Different.
No, I don't think anyone has North Carolina going to Harris. So
I know. I just thought because I don't know. I'm too close to the situation. I know how many horrible Virginians go down and pollute poor old North Carolina. That I just don't trust any of them. But then again, I'm in Northern Virginia, and there's so many good people actually in Virginia that I don't ever get to meet because I'm in Northern Virginia. But it'll be great if he wins here. That's huge because, as you may know, Virginia does off-year elections. So Glenn Youngkin cannot run for 2 consecutive offices. So we have to say goodbye to him in about a year's time. So there's going to be a big governor's race next year. So if Republicans are making such gains here in Virginia, that's a great, great sign. And it's probably going to be Winsome Sears, who's our current lieutenant governor, against Abigail Spanberger, who is not running for re-election because she's running for governor, and she's in that race that Eugene Bidman is trying to win. So that would be a great one for us to flip, but I'm not sure based on these numbers. So I mean, I think it's huge what's going on in Virginia. To be honest, we've kind of had been a swing state for forever, and we have not been for a while. Been that way. So it's kind of huge. It's exciting. But Northern Virginia is always the hinky part. And it's not DC, as Tom LaDuke likes to say. It's technically not DC.
Alex Zurov in the chat says that Cruz is up 49.6 to 48.5 with 50% reporting. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but that's not good news.
That's too close.
Yeah, that's
they've wanted him. They've wanted him for a long time now. They've wanted to pick him up. That would be terrible.
It would definitely be a head that they would mount on the wall of the DNC.
They would be, but then if Trump wins, what does he do with Cruz?
Secretary of tearing it all down.
I'm all for it. But Cruz losing doesn't really affect Republicans taking the Senate, does it?
Do you know what Trump would do if he loses?
I don't. Do you?
He would literally walk out on the front porch of the White House on the first day and says, the next Supreme Court opening.
Oh yeah, that's what I think.
Goes to Ted Cruz. You
gosh.
dumb a-holes. You should have left him in the Senate. Now I'm going to give him a lifetime appointment. Congratulations, Ted Cruz for Supreme Court Justice.
So okay, you know what? That's interesting. So who would rush to retire first, Thomas or Alito?
Probably Thomas.
I'm just saying.
I would think. I would think. That I saw his elbow once, Tom LaDuke.
I do. I heard the story. You told it 52 times.
I tell it every time I see you. That I did see his elbow in person once. I saw Clarence Thomas's elbow in person once. I was at his house once. I saw his elbow.
Interestingly enough, at CPAC in 2021, I elbow bumped Ted Cruz.
No.
In the hallway. Yeah.
All right. So we've really got the inside scoop
because
here.
we weren't shaking hands back then, and he was fully masked up.
Nice. I gotta think that Clarence maybe feels like he's done his job and maybe has deserved it because he really has deserved a retirement. But I think he would hold out for somebody like somebody that he thinks is
like a Ted Cruz.
Like a
you
Ted
think
Cruz.
Jenny wants him to retire?
I don't think so. Do you?
I think that I think part of her
might.
being outspoken, she's just been like, this fact that I can't speak my mind because of who you are is bullshit.
Oh my God.
You need
that
to
stop her. That has never once stopped her from speaking her mind, as you
I know. But I'm just saying that's probably the case.
Well, and they have purchased a lovely RV, from what I understand, and they like to go around the country. And I think they visit like all the what are they called? The clerks. They visit the clerks that he's had over the years, which has got to be in the hundreds at this point. And they have a good time. So I think he's really deserved it. But yeah, I don't think he would just do it lightly. I think there has to be a plan in place for Clarence to retire, but he's earned it. He really has.
He's been there 30 years. I mean, Bush 41 appointed him in 91. I went to public schools, so that's over 30 years.
That would be that's probably 33 years even. But
now I didn't.
But Ted Cruz on the Supreme Court.
The Cruz people right now are like, why are you guys talking about this? But
no, I mean, he hasn't lost it. Weird.
No, he hasn't lost it. But the Cornyn people in 2014, I did some work for their campaign. they were screaming bloody murder about Texas going purple. They were terrified of it.
Yeah.
And this was the time frame. They were like, it's going to be over 10 years. And when
Right.
Jeff and Brandon were on earlier, you know, I was kind of like, guys, the people who are in Texas that get paid a lot of money to talk about this stuff were worried about this a decade ago because
They
could
sure were.
see-
Yeah.
Yeah. So this has been something that, I mean, honestly, if Texas ever goes blue for even a moment, the Republican running for the White House doesn't win.
That's a
Scott,
big blow.
would you agree with that analysis?
Only because you said analysis. I think that
I used the word correctly, didn't I?
I ultimately believe that this election really came down to the people who the people believed was more genuine, authentic with them. And the fact that Kamala Harris couldn't win an authenticity contest against Donald Trump is laughable at best. That people believe that Donald Trump, the consummate showman, the guy that does nothing but publicly shiz talk everyone on from the top on down, wins an authenticity contest against anyone. I think that voters believe the reason why we're going to see a Trump victory tonight likely is that voters believe that Trump is more authentic than Kamala Harris.
Amazing.
That authenticity was on show at McDonald's. Like, you know, he worked there 10 minutes and he basically walked out front and was like, now I've worked at McDonald's longer than Kamala Harris. And
this is crazy.
They're
calling Virginia, it looks like, for Harris.
I did see that. I was going to bring that up, but
look at that. Look at the number, though. Look at that. I don't know. Right now, she has 49.3% and he has 49.
Yeah, no, he's at this point, what I'm looking at right now is a 0.3 of a point percentage difference, and they've called the state. Decision desk may end up with some egg on their face on this one.
I don't know, because Fairfax County probably has not come in yet, and they have a lot of people in there. And I think Prince William County, which is another Northern Virginia area, also very populous. I don't think he's going to win it, but dang, those numbers, if they kind of stay in this percentage range, that's not good. That's
let's just put it this way.
For Harris, that's not good for
There's
her.
a larger return in Georgia, and Trump has a larger margin than she does in Virginia.
And it hasn't
been called? They haven't called the state.
I don't know. I'm hearing whispers that it's being called.
North Carolina went hard right.
Did it? I haven't looked at any of those numbers.
It went hard right in the last few minutes. It was pretty tight there for a minute, but now it looks like Trump has a nearly 10-point lead on her in the state.
Okay, so my Virginia, North Carolina thing didn't quite pan out this year. Thinking that they were both going to go blue.
Maybe you got it flipped.
I don't know. Okay, well, I'm happy. I'm proud of North Carolina if that's what they've done. Although they didn't elect Mark Robinson as governor, so it's definitely split ticket city, isn't it?
I'm going to just tell you this really not right now. Pennsylvania and Michigan are taking their jolly sweet ass time in counting their ballots.
Yes.
Everyone else is at 30 or 40% returns, and these chumps are at 8 and 13 respectively.
Tom, what are you doing? Why aren't you out there? Why aren't you down at the offices?
Hold on. I'm not doing anything. Our Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, who was a professor at Wayne State University teaching Marxism, and how wonderful it is, ran as Secretary of State. She's going to run for governor. She probably, if she gets a nomination, she will win because she's cute. Because the guys here in Michigan are stupid. That's it.
Okay, well, I accept that.
And nobody will bring up that two major elections in a row, presidential. We took our sweet ass time. I mean, Michigan actually did not certify in 2020 until right before the Electoral College.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's
Little known fact.
unacceptable.
Totally
Well,
unacceptable.
I've seen my Virginia sources are saying it's too early to call it. So,
Well, there you go, Scott.
With 48% of the returns in Virginia, Trump has a 0.2 of a lead in Virginia as of right now.
Huh.
Okay. I'm looking at a couple of my little Virginia people, and
let
it's a little mixed bag. It's a mixed bag.
Let me explain to you how they make these calls.
Okay. That's good.
They're going to know what counties are in already.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're going to know what counties aren't. And if a county statistically is more blue and they know that like that's going to be what pushes her over by a bit,
Fairfax. Yeah.
that's fair. But I don't think, I mean, let's put it this way. The fact that Trump is even leading in the race at all evening is a surprise to me in Virginia.
Once Fairfax comes in, she'll probably have a bigger lead, but still, that's still quite a lot of gains being made by Republicans in Virginia, which is a good thing.
Okay. It certainly is.
I don't know.
That's the positive way to look at it. I, on the other hand, am like, this is just horrible.
That Virginia?
What?
That Virginia?
No. Just any. I'm like, Scott and I, when we started the conversations about what was going to happen tonight, about 3 months ago, Kim and I both agreed the country is center left now. That was the last time we agreed on any overriding principle. Then he started breaking down the states and what he thought was going to happen. We'll find out later tonight or tomorrow. Excuse me.
Or next week, according to Nevada, but okay.
Right. Or Michigan even. But
Michigan even.
Yeah. So we're going to find out, if Scott was right on that stuff. But I still think the country is knee-jerk reaction instinctively center left. And I know a lot of people argue with me about that, but I'm like, go ahead and tell the American public you've got to cut Social Security by 0.1 of 1%. And you are going to have people absolutely go nuts. And it's going to happen. We are so far in debt. It's not even funny. I don't want to scare everybody, but I'm just telling you.
No, you're bringing the whole thing down, Duke. Give us some good news.
I'm going to say this right now. So I'm looking at a county map in Virginia. It's not looking good for her.
In what way?
Well, you look at like the blue areas are more than half counted. They're all more than half counted. And there are a lot of rural areas that are showing lower returns and or no returns thus far. I
have noticed that, but population-wise, all of these rural parts not counted don't come close to what's in Fairfax County and parts of Prince William that haven't been counted. It's just.
But Fairfax is already almost 60% in.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I think
so
it's early to call it, but
you look like. Oh, I guess that's pretty. Richmond's got a pretty low turnout or low in so far is about 7%. But I mean, everything else is over half counted. Some of it 3/4 counted.
Richmond itself will go Harris, but there's a lot of rural parts around it that will be Trump. So yeah, it's your classic Virginia, Northern Virginia, and Richmond, and then some parts of like Virginia Beach, Norfolk, and maybe Roanoke will go for Trump. So.
As I told you and your close personal friend, what's his name that ran for whatever.
Sure. I'm sure you're talking about Ken Cuccinelli.
That's it.
I knew it. Yeah.
Washington. This is all Washington, D.C.
He denied that, though, didn't he?
He did deny that, but he was wrong because he's a politician.
True.
Yeah.
True. Well, I don't know. I think it's too early to say. I think that ultimately Trump doesn't win Virginia, but I do think it's kind of early to call it I have Susie telling me to call it on RedState, but I'm refusing. I'm ignoring her. I'm holding out.
You can't.
She can't make me. She can't make me.
Listen, she will swing. She will swing off the St. Louis Arch and fire an arrow. Yeah,
like
I would
friggin'
love
Spider
to see
Man.
that. I would
that's
love
right.
to see that.
That's exactly right.
I
or
know.
like
I
Ted
have to
Nugent,
listen to her.
Or like Ted Nugent, doing some hunting.
So our good colleague Dennis Santiago is in our chat, and
I've
on the
heard
bottom
of him.
the screen here, you can
Yep.
see he said Trump ahead slightly in Virginia on counted votes. Calling it blue is a statistical call, kind of like what we were talking about. The number of votes outlying are more likely going to be her than him, and that's why they're making that call.
And they are.
Yeah.
They are, but we'll see.
Oh, nice job, Dennis. Nice job.
Fairfax is going
ruining
to
it.
come along and ruin all the fun. No
Jeez,
bueno.
oh, Pete.
We should give them to DC. That would be good. Give them Fairfax.
Okie dokes. Well, actually, Terry, you're allowed, or you're welcome to stick around, or if you want to bounce, you're welcome to as well.
I need to bounce to make sure I don't have to make the Virginia call that Susie wants me to. So
Go
let me
Fox
go check
News
in on
Virginia
that.
right
If you need anyone back, just let me know.
I will.
Thank
You're
you, I
welcome to join
appreciate it.
anytime, and I'll pull you in the show. Just
Okay.
let me know. All right.
Bye, guys.
See you later.
Bye.
We're gonna move right into the. What? You didn't want to what?
No, I didn't want to embarrass Terry and tell her assignment after she leaves is to go watch her good, close personal friend, Rachel Maddow, and see what mood Rach is in. That's going to tell you how well Harris is doing or Trump is doing.
Well, we're gonna jump right into our next guest,
Okay.
only because I know I say everyone's my favorite, but this dude is OG my favorite.
Yeah.
He has been. I've now been with RedState off and on so much for I think going on 7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
And this was one of the first men that kind of took me under his wing, kind of made me a buddy, and we took good care of me during his fearless leadership of this fine organization.
Oh.
And you flipped again, Duke.
I did?
But yes, you're
God
sideways.
Damn it. Why am I doing this?
But let's go ahead and bring in our next guest. Let's bring him on in. What's up, Strife? How you doing, buddy?
William.
Can he hear us?
I don't know.
Can you hear us? Let's see if he's gonna hook us up or something, but we'll leave him there for a second, see if he figures this out.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh, there we are.
Yes.
There we are.
Good evening.
I can hear you fine.
How you doing, Strife? How you doing, man?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Oh, he can't hear us. There it is.
Therein lies the problem.
Let's see if he gets the sound coming up anytime soon, and
Hey.
we'll keep. Can you hear us?
Oh, there it is.
There seems to be a bit of a lag here.
Oh.
Oh, really? Okay. Why don't you? We'll let you catch up, so you can give us your thoughts on the election and what you think's going to happen. And then once you've kind of given your bit, I will wait for you to finish, and then I'll jump back in with the delay to make sure we get your final thoughts, so we can let you go if your delay gets really bad.
Okay, gotcha. Just looking at what's going on, I mean, a couple things jump out. First off, I was looking at the polls, and 538 and 538 had Trump winning Florida by 6. He coasted in with around 13 points. Big concern out there, I would say, is Georgia, where right now Trump has a 200,000 vote lead. But if you recall in 2020, Fulton County dumped a tranche of about 280,000 Biden votes and wiped Trump's lead out.
Yeah, I do remember that. I don't think that that's going to be a huge thing this evening. Currently, they're 74% in already. I can't see that anything big dumps. And then there's a bunch of rural areas outside of Columbus and in the southern portions of the states that still have yet to count. I can't imagine what they have left to count would really have that much effect. I'm looking at around Augusta, both Augusta, the Richmond County in there has in 66% in. Around Savannah is only 6% in, so that could obviously have an effect. And then around Columbus, we got some zeros, 72. So there's a chance that there is some votes to change that lead a bit, but it'll be a couple 100,000 votes. Strife. Let's just kind of, because we got the delay and we're dealing with these technical issues, let's get your final thoughts. What's the big shocker that's going to happen this evening?
The good question on that, I just looking at the map, not really sure. I mean, I'm sort of shocked that Ted Cruz is running several 100,000 votes behind Trump in Texas. Right now, I'm sort of shocked that it looks like Marino is running behind Trump in Ohio. And so I think those are two things that surprise me, that Trump not having coattails further down. Remains to be seen what's going to happen in the House, and if he can pull in some questionable seats with the lead he's run up in various places.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And as Duke it will reiterate and has reiterated numerous times, Trump has no coattails. So anyways, Strife, when you get caught up with this, I'm going to dismiss you as a result of the little technical difficulties that we're having, but we'll at the very least catch up very soon. Appreciate your time tonight, good sir, and we'll catch up with you again soon. All right, Duke. So there's some feelings here that I want to kind of get over. First off, with 10% in, the margin of Harris's lead in the state of Michigan has now narrowed to just 9 points when it was previously 30. It is narrowing there. And in Pennsylvania, we have 17% in. Harris has a sizable lead, but I think that won't be that way for very long as they begin to count the more rural portions of the state. Right now, the areas around Harrisburg are showing in the teens and 20s of returns in. Around Philadelphia, 15, 16, but the rest of the state is pretty gray right now on decision desk. That means that there has been no ballots counted at all in the more conservative portions of the state. So I think that you'll see particularly Cambria County and Somerset County, both counties I've lived in the state of Pennsylvania, will be red in favor of Trump. So I think that those are some pretty big potential there for Trump. Pennsylvania is long from over. But before we go any further, Duke, we have another guest.
Yes.
Do you want to take a guess at who our next guest is?
No, because I'm still trying
We could
to
play
process.
Guess Who. We could play Guess Who. Start asking questions.
Okay. Are they an American citizen?
I'm pretty sure she is.
Okay.
Oh, I gave you some more information.
Okay.
I should have used they, them pronouns.
Oh, shit. Damn it. You should have. I don't know. You see, now with what Bill just told us, now I'm like, I got.
Perhaps
you know,
this
I
will
got
help
that
you.
voice. I get that voice nagging at the back of my head.
She is a
Go ahead.
resident of the state of Alabama.
I don't even know where Alabama is.
She used to be a resident of the state of California.
Still don't know where California is.
She is married to a man who is a lookalike for Adam Savage of the Mythbusters.
Oh, oh, I know I've spoken to her, and she one time told me, I will backhand you into your afterlife. Actual words.
Probably.
Jennifer. Is it Jennifer?
It is Jennifer.
Am I right?
It is. Thomas
Okay.
LaDuke. It's
Yes.
Jennifer O'Connell.
I knew it.
Was that part of your nightmare or something?
No, that was a discussion one time, and you were like, "Don't mess with me, kid." That's what you said. And I was like, "Okay." I was like, "That's fine." I was like, "All right, I take it back." I don't know even what I said. But
Neither do
welcome.
I.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
it's okay. It's okay. It's all right.
We're still friends.
Yeah, we're good.
So Jennifer,
Yes.
how have you been? First off, I just so everyone's aware, about a year ago, maybe about 13 months ago,
Yeah.
Jennifer and I got to hang out in Alabama,
Yeah, that
and it was a lot of
fun.
fun.
We
had a good time.
Yes. We're
And good
doing
food
We're
too.
doing
That
good.
food was amazing.
Uh-huh. Yes, and amazingly enough, we've lost weight as opposed to my husband has actually gained weight, but he needed to.
Yeah.
So,
He was looking a little frail there for a while. I was like, "Oh, hey,
He
buddy, you need a
was.
sandwich?"
yeah. So he's
Actually, I actually got to see you a couple times during that year. We went one when you were driving through Dallas,
right.
and then I
When
ended
we
up being in
first went there, okay.
Birmingham. Yeah,
Yeah.
Birmingham a few months later, and we met halfway or whatever. But that was amazing.
It
So,
is.
Madam O'Connell,
Yes.
Madam.
what do you think?
like
What
that.
do you think?
That's good.
What do you think's going to happen tonight? What are we looking at? You tell me.
Oh Lord. The usual states are doing the usual shenanigans is what I see, he's gonna pull out Georgia, but it's getting tight thanks to Fulton County. Someone called in a bomb threat, and so they ended up extending their hours of polling. They just closed maybe 10 minutes ago. The lead is tightening and they're being counted. And of course, Chatham County, which is also another Democrat stronghold, is also waiting forever to come in. So it's a nail biter, as people predicted. And of course, you got Pennsylvania. And I am curious, frankly, what Duke thinks about Michigan, whether Michigan is actually going to pull it out for Trump or not.
No.
No.
And Jennifer, I appreciate the question. And Scott and I have had many in-depth discussions where Scott has called me a dope. But
True story.
It's totally a true story. Michigan has been depleted of common sense people that went to Alabama, Texas, Florida, and it's been people who were like, my parents, my grandparents, my great grandparents, they were Democrats, and they buy the nonsense here. And just 2 years ago, the governor of the state, who is a horrible governor, won by 9 points against a solid conservative.
Yeah.
I don't see the gap closing. And Scott in last week's RedState VIP Gold Show predicted Trump would win Michigan by 2.5. And I was like, I just don't see how that happens here. I would love for it to happen. Lord, I would love for it to happen. But I just don't see it here in Michigan.
Yeah.
That's a good segue, and I think Jennifer's a good guest to have to
Okay.
do a little analysis. And I want to
Okay,
explain to everyone how I came about my predictions and why I came to my map. And then I think, Jennifer, you submitted a map as well, so we'll go over your map as well.
Yeah.
Actually, let's go over your map first. Let's do that.
Okay.
I don't want to taint the pool with this stuff first. I want to find your map. Where's your map? Here, you got 2, right?
For some reason, it printed up twice.
It posted twice.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and just pop this up here. Sorry, I am producing and hosting this evening. So here we go. There's Jennifer O'Connell's map.
Yeah.
So you've got Arizona, Wisconsin, Virginia. You think that's where those are the 3 places that it's going to really come down to? He's obviously not going to need them according to your map, but you don't think that those things are going to be. You think those are going to be where the fights are tonight?
I think so. Definitely Arizona, just because it's Arizona. Wisconsin again is showing some shenanigans, but there's lots of stuff going on that is helping the Republican cause. And there's going to be one outlier of the blue wall states, and I predict that Wisconsin is it.
That's very interesting to be that. You're going to see, obviously, you have Michigan going red, Pennsylvania going red, Nevada going red. That's an interesting choice. Is there a particular reason why you said Nevada going red?
Because of the service workers. I mean, it's a union town, yeah, and you got Harry Reid's old, coalition still resident there. But there's enough service workers who really like Trump, are really on board with, what he wants to do. They see their jobs going down the tubes, just like everybody else's. And I think they're going to pull out a win for him in Nevada.
I think that is very interesting to. I could understand that being the reason, and on my own map, I say Harris gets Nevada because and just to let you know, my map is based upon a very complicated model that I made to do this. Okay. So I kind of like it pooped out the number, and I went, I don't like it, but okay.
Yeah.
So I put it in there that way. So anyway, very interesting. I appreciate you sharing your results with us. Now let's do a little this. I think that she is the appropriate person to do this with because she would dig the numbers. She was always into the data in 2020. So here's how I formulated this out really quickly. This is as of yesterday, just so we're clear. On this, we have several columns. We have all the states obviously over here. And then the national results is something interesting that I put in here. What the RCP average for the candidate was currently in the state. So if it's a positive number, that means Trump leads. If it's a negative number, it means Harris leads.
Right.
So currently Harris leads according to the polling in Michigan and Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The next column is the 2016 result and the 2020 result, what the final results were in those states. So for instance, the RCP average is today that Arizona Trump wins by 2.5. He actually won it by 4.1 and then lost it by 0.4 in 2016 and 2020 respectively.
Yeah.
However, how would you factor for the polling numbers? Like, how would you factor for the idea that polling is wrong, and how could you account for that? So I decided to put in here what the polling date, the RCP averages were for the candidates on this date in 2016 and on this date in 2020. How wrong were they? Were they from polling on the day before the election to election day? One day. How wrong were they? And so in 2016 the slide in Arizona in favor of Trump, meaning that the polling went back to him by 1/10 of a point. And in 2020, it was 1/2 of a point in favor of Trump. Now, to explain to you what that means is that the polling was off that much, that it was off that much, meaning that Trump gained that much percentage according to the final result. So in like Nevada in 2016, he lost a significant amount leading into the election. But in 2020, he gained a certain amount in that. So long and short of it is I plugged those numbers in and then factored for three things. What the result would be in that state according to the slide. If the same polling error occurs this time that occurred last time, what would the final result be according to the on the state poll?
Mm-hmm.
With the slides in Arizona, like according to 2016, Trump wins it by 2.6. If it's according to 2020, Trump wins it by 3. So an average of 2.8 for the 2 years. Long and short of it is I went through and then used another hybrid model here, which is in these corrections saying they actually learned their lesson or they didn't learn their lesson in 2016 or 2020. And this is how much the polls changed. And if they continue that trajectory or if they went back the other way, what would that average be? So the predictions are as follows. Arizona on down, that Trump, the only one that Trump would lose in that case is Nevada.
Mm-hmm.
So when you hybrid these polls, kind of the errors they made plus corrections they could make, and you kind of create a model, at that point, Trump wins everything but Nevada. However, the interesting thing is this right here, is that right now, if the election results hold according to the polling changes that occurred in 2016 and 2020, Trump wins the national popular vote by 0.3 of a percentage.
Wow.
So that would be kind of the ultimate stunner.
Yeah.
So according to this, if this were the case, if my modeling were to be correct and it would be that result, here is my map. So I have thus far been correct on everything. It looks like everything I'm saying is going according to plan. These are still early in voting, both Michigan and Pennsylvania, so we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But Trump currently had, last I checked, like a 30-point lead in Wisconsin. Now, granted, less than 1% of the total vote have been counted, but he still had a 30-point lead in the state at one point.
Yeah.
So Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all going to Trump. I have Nevada because, again, the numbers that pooped out said he loses Nevada. I have Nevada going to Harris. So Trump still wins with a comfortable election night win of 306 electoral votes. What are your thoughts, Ms. O'Connell? Do you believe that there was sound reasoning in my determination of my results for tonight?
I think so. I mean, I am not a numbers person by any means, and I also said when I posted the map that it was a tad optimistic. I look more at what's happening on the ground and what's happening with actual voters, then I tend to lean toward polls. That's why, the optimism for Nevada, because what I hear happening on the ground is that everybody's for Trump.
I always love those predictions because sometimes I laugh at them and then sometimes they end up being very true.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all your friends are voting for Trump? Cool. Then he's definitely going to win. Like that's that thing versus the actual pulse of the ground. I mean, I used to love living in California. All my friends are voting to recall Newsom.
It's knowing the people who are in certain circles, whether it's the food service circle or the casino circle or, as well as there's a ton of rural area in Nevada, outside of Clark County, that's pretty red. So we shall see.
I just want to say that Elon Musk is king because, according to our fearless editor, Jennifer Van Laar, Trump is now at 69.420% on Poly Market. So Elon Musk, you are king of kings, sir. You have won the evening.
What?
So
Okay, hold Scott. I think I don't remember if I asked you. I thought in my head, it doesn't always work that way. Explain what that is.
Poly Market is the betting markets.
Okay.
Like who's bet how the percentage that it's likely he's going to win right now is at 69.420.
Has that gone up or down since the last time you mentioned that?
It's gone up slightly. It was at 69% earlier, and that's why everyone was excited. But being at 69.420 is Elon Musk's signature.
Okay,
69.420.
Right.
Come on, dude.
Okay, I honestly I don't know. Okay,
the 12-year-old autistic boy is still very much alive with an Elon.
Okay, that's good. That's fine. Because this is why I'm going by what Jennifer's saying here. Okay, because I'm seeing something here, looking at people on the web, on Facebooks, as we like to say. A lot of people are not seeing what they thought was going to happen, which was probably a Trump blowout, because all of the people that they know are Trump supporters. Right.
Yeah.
And their neighbor and the neighbor there, they all have Trump signs. People are freaking out that I'm friends with. They're like, wait a minute, why is it this close? Why hasn't the election been called yet? The election's not supposed to be called for a while. So that's why I wanted you to kind of explain that a bit, that maybe if there are some people watching, it's like, okay, look, you got to take these things slowly, incrementally. And, I don't think anybody here at RedState was saying, oh, yeah, it's going to be easy. Trump's going to win, no problem.
No, not at all.
Yeah, see, thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah.
There's
just that one, the psyops was just ridiculous. I mean, I've never seen the psychological operation to this degree to push a candidate off on people, or to skew results and it was disgusting, really.
That's great. Yes, that's perfect.
And we're people who reason and study this stuff and all that, so of course we see through it. But kind of like the people on the Facebooks, they aren't thinking about anything. They're very low propensity, low information, and so they float with whichever the wind goes. And I mean, even people who I deem highly intelligent and reasoning still swallow the Kool-Aid on Kamala Harris. It's like and this is what we're up against. So yeah, I had no expectation that it's going to be easy, just hoping that sanity will prevail in some pocket or another.
I just had a text. If you don't mind me, Scott, I'll have you explain this. How can they actually call a state with only 60% of the vote in, with a candidate only ahead by 10%?
How can they do that?
Yeah,
because the statistical averages of what those counties will report.
Okay.
So like you walking into Wayne County. Let's say that Wayne County only had 30%, and the rest of the state had 70 or 80%, and they call it, even though that candidate the other candidate has a lead. They know that in Wayne County there is likely going to be, I'm just throwing a number out here, but like 1.5 million votes. There are going to be 1.5 million people that vote in Wayne County. And they know that 1.5 people are going to vote because 1.4 voted, 1.48 voted previously, and 1.6 voted previously to that. You know that there's going to be 1.5 million votes. And you know that 60% of those votes are going to go Democratic likely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you apply that in, they're going to get enough of a margin, even if you only said that 50% would go to that candidate, and it's normally 70% of the vote. Just to be cautious, and they're still above that margin, they'll call that state. They'll say, nope, the state's done. It is likely going to that. On a good note, though, Trump has been declared the winner in North Carolina. Breaking news.
Yay!
on the bottom of the screen.
Hallelujah! I was hoping. I mean, unfortunately, Robinson is dead, but that scandal did him in.
I will also say that, just as a heads up, George is probably not far behind that with to be called for Trump very shortly. I would call it, if I'm looking at this now, I would call it for him.
Okay.
But it's not obviously where they can call it for him yet.
Yeah. No, I was following closely before I got on, and going to the decision desk and the Georgia website and all of that. So
greatly appreciate your time tonight, Jennifer. I appreciate you greatly.
Thank you for having me, gents. It was great.
If you want to drop back later, we'll grab you and bring you in. But for right now, we got a couple extra guests coming in, so appreciate your time tonight. We'll see you soon, sweetheart.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
All right, going to jump right back into the new guests that are bringing in. One is not on video, but she's going to grace us with her wonderful, beautiful voice. And the other is a old crotchety man that is the proverbial Statler and Waldorf here at Red State that we love dearly and has become a mascot of ours here. And we're great to have him. Let's bring them both in. Let's bring in Sister Tolja and the venerable Andrew Malcolm. How are you both doing tonight?
Hey, guys.
I'm doing really fine. Thank you, Ray.
Doing really good now. North Carolina just got called for Trump, so that's good news.
Yep. Just was right now going over that. Yeah, breaking news, Trump wins North Carolina. I think Georgia's not too far behind. Ohio was called just a few minutes ago. And I got to say that the races are tightening both in Pennsylvania and Michigan. Wisconsin's trending for Trump as well.
Okay, I've just got to step away real quick to go to the bathroom. I will rejoin you people in a second.
Okay, I will. I'm going to remove you there, Duke, and we'll wave at me when you're back, and I'll bring you back. Love you, bud.
You want me to wave to you?
No, you're supposed to say Chips Ahoy.
Shit! I forgot the code. Son of a bitch. All right.
Chips
Ahoy.
See you soon,
I'll yell it. Okay.
Sorry, we came up with a code for if one of us. We're doing 6 hours of coverage tonight, ladies and gents. So, if one of the two of us had to use the little boys' room, that Chips Ahoy was the code word, so we could know that the other had to cover while the other one went and used the restroom really quickly. So, anyways, let's start. As we always do here, and is the custom here at Red State. We're gonna go ladies first. Sister Tolja, how you doing, sweetheart? And what is your biggest prediction shocker of the night? Something that's not like, oh, it's going to happen, but something that's going to be, you think is the shocker of the evening. Go.
Oh gosh, I honestly don't have it. You're much better at that than I am, Scott. I'm just so excited that North Carolina has again delivered for Trump. This state, it's been considered a purple state for several years since Barack Obama won it in 2008. It's been red ever since then at the presidential level. But we kind of split things sometimes here. Oftentimes we go Democrat governor, Republican president, and that's what we did again this year. But I'm just so pleased that Kamala Harris won't be able to add our electoral votes to her total.
It's probably a good thing. She's a little nuts, isn't she?
Yeah. We also have another race to watch. I'm not sure how that's going to turn out. There's a toss-up race. First Congressional District, Don Davis, the Democrat incumbent there. That district was redrawn, redistricting, and he was considered vulnerable. It's hard to tell who's going to win that race tonight, but Lori Buckhout is the GOP nominee. She was endorsed by Trump. She's an Army veteran. So it's going to be interesting to see, because that's of all the congressional races we have, that's the only one that was considered a toss-up, unpredictable, and it was considered one that possibly could change control or help with control of the House or whoever wins the House.
That would be fantastic. I know that North Carolina's had a pretty rough go of it for the last month or so. So seeing this happen for them is obviously a big victory for them. I'm glad to hear that. Andrew Malcolm, our newsman of newsmen, what do you think is the thing this evening that will be the shocker, the thing that no one was expecting that's going to happen tonight? What do you think that is?
Probably, and I don't understand why, but I would say probably that it'll be close. I don't understand how it could possibly be close, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than people think. I'm also worried, I have to be honest with you guys, I'm also worried that when I came back from voting, there were a lot of lawn signs. I'm in Southeast Tennessee, so there were lawn signs everywhere, and I'm just afraid I may have voted for a realtor.
You know what? I know that your age is getting you, Andrew, but I know you haven't become that. You're not Biden's cognitive decline level yet.
No, I'm
so Biden might have voted for Century 21, but you haven't gotten that bad yet.
No.
It's really interesting to see kind of where everyone's maps fell on this whole call this evening, or this show this evening, I should say. We've seen a lot of people with various degrees of enthusiasm, or sometimes like a little questioning of what they were trying to say with their maps. I'm trying to find the map I was looking for. Give me 1 second. Here we go. So, Madam Sister told you.
Yes.
I am going to show your map, and I'm going to ask you questions because I don't know if you can see it. But let me do. Here we go. So here is your map.
Right.
Okay. We've got you've got here that you have 277 electoral votes for the Republicans and 242 with 19 kind of up for grabs with Pennsylvania.
Right.
You think that they won't need Pennsylvania, and where is your path to victory for Trump? Where do you think that path lies? A lot of people say it's Pennsylvania. You think it's?
I picked Wisconsin and Nevada as wins for him. I know Ralston has said Nevada's going to end up breaking for Harris, but that's what I've seen of Nevada. It looks like it's going to go for Trump. Pennsylvania was too close for me to call in terms of what I had seen. I'm sure you know a lot more about the numbers there, Scott, but based on everything that the tea leaves that I watched and read about Pennsylvania, it was a hard one for me to call, so I left it as a toss-up.
Okay. And then let's kind of figure out and factor in here for you have Michigan going Harris, but Wisconsin going Trump. Is there a particular reason that you think that those two states go that way?
Nope. It was just a pure guess on my part.
Just a guess.
Yeah.
I like guessing because sometimes it's as accurate as most of my analysis. Might as well flip a coin. Mr. Malcolm, is there any state here that you believe? Oh, I didn't do that. Is there any state that you believe in the that is going to be the state that everyone is going to be talking about for 3 to 4 years?
Well, it could be Wisconsin again. Remember, that's where Hillary did not go in 2016, and she paid the price, one of the places. And that election ended up close, and Trump was lagging in the popular vote, as he has in all the elections he's been in. I think Stacey's map is really pretty good. I didn't do one because I'm too scared. But I think hers looks really good. The only thing I have a suspicion that Michigan or Pennsylvania might surprise the Democrats, but that's just a suspicion. I've been the first presidential election I remember. Well, I was just a kid. I remember how shocked my parents were in 1948 when Tom Dewey, the Republican, did not win. He was considered to be so far ahead. I mean, you think about this today. He was considered to be so far ahead in 1948 that the polling companies, including Gallup, stopped polling 2 weeks before the end of the campaign. And Harry Truman came through and won that one. The first election I worked was 1968, the Democrat riot in Chicago, and most of the ones since. So I had an old timer tell me early on. He said you can always call an election but you can never uncall an election. And the editors in New York were always on your case. They go, oh, call it. As soon as you can. And I resisted that, and that they weren't too happy about that. But the lessons taught me that, you're watching these results, whether you're watching on television or in the best place here, you have to be cautious. It's worrisome. In the last few weeks, I have vacillated between cautious optimism and hopeless despair, I have to say. So there's a lot of tension, a lot of mystery tonight. And I recommend that people keep watching.
I just want to I want to compliment Andrew really quick for using the word vacillated. we don't use big words like that on this show.
Well,
so
I'm always here to
that.
help you guys out.
Yeah, you just did.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Scott.
No, I was just going to kind of go into talk about a little bit about what we see with the map right now. It looks like I said North Carolina was called. Georgia's got to be pretty darn close to being called. I can't imagine that there's enough for her to recover in that area, unless there's some shenanigans going down. So it's very interesting. Again, we're seeing a tight race in Wisconsin, tighter than it is in either. Oh, actually, Michigan's not too far behind, and oh my goodness, Pennsylvania is much closer than it was a few minutes ago. A few minutes ago, she had like a 10 or 12 point lead. It's now down to 6. So they're now counting whether there was more rural areas. That's going to be interesting. That got really close, really quick. 10% of the vote came in and changed.
Things are going to tighten up once you get out of Philadelphia.
Right.
Yeah, Scott, I was just seeing on Twitter, some people, political analysts on some of the talking head shows were saying that there were some big warning signs for Kamala Harris with Latino men and white women. Remember, women were supposed to be the ones that came out in droves to support her, and it doesn't look like that's borne out in all the places that she's needed it to.
Don't tell Susie that. If Susie's watching, she's going to laugh right now, but she hates when I say that women were the reason that Donald Trump lost in 2020. White women were the reason that Donald Trump lost in 2020.
Well, white liberal women, I've said many times, will be the downfall of this country.
I didn't say what their political aspirations were. I said white women. White women were the reason that Trump lost, and I'll tell you exactly why. Everything was kosher in 2020, other than obviously COVID. But everything was kosher. There wasn't a bunch of wars everywhere. These women weren't worried about their kids that are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, suddenly looking at, oh, they're going to be military age in 5 or 6 years. Do I want them fighting in a war? They are turning back this way, or they're staying home because they know Donald Trump makes them feel safe. That is the analysis that I'm going to give on that. I think that white women vote for the candidate that makes them feel the safest.
I think it was a good closing argument for Trump and his surrogates like Tulsi Gabbard to make, and Megyn Kelly to make about, women voting for the person that's going to protect them, whether it was a woman or a man, and in this case, it happens to be a man. And it looks like from what we're seeing so far, that might have been a good strategy.
It's the old question, and this is kind of what I'm getting to. It's really funny it's kind of funny is like the whole thing, like random man or a bear, and the women were choosing the bear. I think at this point they're choosing the bear. Like they just couldn't stand to be in a room with Kamala Harris. Like she just doesn't she doesn't ring protection, and like when you think of her, it's not like, oh, I feel protected, I feel safe. It is
Well, not only that, I think women, when we're talking about women viewing and judging other women, they can spot an authentic person and they can spot a fake person, which is one reason why Hillary didn't do as well as, everybody said that she was going to do. And I think the same holds true for Kamala Harris. This is something in 2021, the first year of presidency or whatever year it was. The Washington Post came out with a piece and it talked about this, and I was shocked that the Washington Post, of all places, was reporting about Kamala Harris's lack of authenticity and genuineness. And I think, honestly, that women can see that with her. It's not rocket science here. You watch her speak. You don't even have to see the videos where she's asking somebody to knock on the door so she can film it for the news. It's obvious in the interviews that she does. It's obvious in the speeches that she gives. The Trump campaign highlighted how she was scripted in so many different campaign speeches. I mean, they did like a side by side of 3 or 4 videos in different states showing that she was just repeating the same thing everywhere. She's not authentic, and women can judge other women, and they can see it.
You must have been listening to the show a little bit earlier there, Sister Told Ya.
I think it's just great minds think alike, Scott, honestly.
I think you were listening earlier. I said, imagine losing an authenticity race with Donald Trump.
I mean,
Like that is among the most glaring things in this race.
I mean,
is
Trump
that
just puts it out
people
there.
find him
Yeah.
more authentic than her.
Well, they have to. I mean, Trump just puts it all out there. Let's face it. There's no filter on the guy. He just puts it out there, and he's like, love it or leave it. And Kamala Harris, on the other hand, she's tried to play both sides of the fence. Bernie Sanders even said as much. I think it was back in September. He was saying she was saying what she needed to do to win the election, but that he still counted her among the most progressive members of the Senate. So yeah, women can see this and they vote accordingly. Women. I think there's this groundswell of women in this country that are so sick and tired of being told, well, we have a female candidate, so you must vote for the female candidate. No, I vote based on the issues, not if the person is a woman or man. I vote based on the issues. And if I don't like the way somebody stands on issues like abortion, immigration, and so forth, I'll vote for the one who is, if it's a man or a woman. I don't care.
So obviously, if we're looking to the insight of what women think, I'm going to try to find the oldest, whitest guy to ask the question. Hey, Andrew, what do you really think? I mean, do you think the women vote is what's going to really be the deciding factor in this race?
Well, it could be in some places. I think based on abortion, that's a very powerful issue for women, I believe. I shouldn't speak for them, but to my eyes, abortion is an issue that they support beyond what our party has favored. And I thought Trump was very smart to point out that Roe versus Wade upturn was really turning it back to the states, and they can fight it out there. I think that's it's the way it should be politically, but I think it's also smart politically on a federal level that he doesn't need, and the party doesn't need to be standing in the operating room blocking the door for over half the population that might want to get in. It's an emotional issue. But you notice in Florida, I believe, figures may have changed, but it looks like the overturning the abortion law has failed. It got more than half the vote, but I believe it needed to get 60, and it's not going to get there. And other states don't have as high a threshold, so we'll see. Not so much on the terms of the abortion issue, but on terms of turnout, how does that affect the female vote?
I'd be interested to see what the Latino women. I'd like to be interested to see their percentage of the vote when this is all said and done, because Latino voters typically are more in line conservatively with Republican voters when it comes to the issue of abortion. And, the media trumped up, talk about how abortion was going to be a central issue in this election. And maybe it was, but not in the way that the media was hoping that it would be, because if Latino women swung more towards Trump than Kamala Harris, I would bet you money that one of the reasons why is her position on abortion.
Yeah. And family.
I think that that's a big thing there as well. And then, I think another thing that again, going back to the authenticity of everything and the fakeness of situations, I don't know how much it wasn't farly disseminated, but the stories about Kamala's husband and the questions it raises about his behavior and whether or not I don't know how much that would have an effect, but it kind of gives the same sort of vibes of Clinton. And that is, I am with someone that is an abuser and I'm protecting them and I've stood by their side in these sorts of things. I think it gives some very Hillary vibes to her. Again, leads to that authenticity question. I think that the last 3 elections have been a moratorium on authenticity. I think that people found Trump more authentic than they did Clinton in 2016. I think they found Biden more authentic than they did Trump in 2020. And I think that we'll find out at the end of the night tonight that they found Trump more authentic than Kamala Harris.
I think I agree with you on that, Scott. And I think it's going to be kind of interesting to see. Of course, we're going to see if Trump does, end up winning the presidency again tonight, or whenever that happens. I think what we're going to see is a lot of people, again, throwing out the woman card, saying, "What, just America can't handle a woman president," which is absolute total BS. If the right woman presents herself for the job, and she comes across as authentic, and she takes positions that a majority of the American people agree with, then she'll win. We're beyond this point now where women can't win elections at a high level in this country. All we need is one is authentic. Hillary Clinton wasn't authentic, and neither has Kamala Harris is not authentic either. And I people underestimate. And Scott made a great point. People underestimate people's views on authenticity. Sometimes you may not always agree with somebody on everything. If you see them as authentic and genuine and passionate, you can kind of be like, okay, this person will be all right, So, but she's not authentic, and I think that's going to be a bigger factor tonight than people estimated.
Yes, Thomas.
Someday the U.S. may find its own Margaret Thatcher, and in that case, I think that's absolutely right. They'll go for her. It's not a question of gender. It's a question of smarts and authenticity. I as I pointed out, I've been dealing with this stuff for a long time, and I cannot conceive of how close it can be, or how close it is, given the lack of authenticity. It's just overwhelming. When you see those videos of Kamala talking and announcing that 230 million Americans have died in the recent months, if people look at that and they think for a half a second, this doesn't understand. Now, you may have problems with Trump. A lot of people do. And especially, as you pointed out, Scott, in 2020, 70% of Democrats said they were not voting for Joe Biden. Talk about inauthenticity. But they were voting against Donald Trump. Now, having seen 4 years of Biden and Harris, I think that argument may have weakened. I don't know if it's enough to get Trump in, but we'll find out soon enough.
Andrew, I can answer your question as to why it is this close, and I think the main reason is that the mainstream media, Kamala Harris has got a gabillion campaign managers in the mainstream media, spokespeople in the mainstream media that love to pull the wool over people's eyes. This happens every single election cycle. And Trump, fortunately, a lot of times has been able to kind of overcome that, but it's just astonishing to me that I think our colleague Mike Miller, he wrote a piece today on the VIP side. He said no matter who wins the election, the mainstream media are going to be the biggest losers, just because of the all-out campaign that they launched on her behalf. They're the ones that helped turn her into the nominee. I mean, the media were cheerleading Joe Biden dropping out of the presidential race to get her installed as the nominee. And from that point, they have been on her side every step of the way. So I'm not shocked at all that it's that close, because this is what they do. And the fact that Trump seems to be kind of defying the odds tonight, so to speak, I think is also a repudiation of the media spin machine.
Yeah, I don't understand how the media, or I can't conceive of how the mainstream media can regain its credibility after the last 20 years or so. I was in the mainstream media before it was woke for decades. It was always sort of liberal, but it was not anywhere near like it is now. They at least attempted to cover up their bias. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a problem, because a functioning democracy needs common sets of facts to talk about. You can't have a functioning democracy with two realities, because they don't merge, and democracy requires compromise and merging. We used to have elections, and the presidential election year, which is always leap year, those are the years where Americans get divided into us and them. But this is the longest presidential campaign in American history. It's 2 years in a week. So there's been a lot of division, a lot more than usual. And Trump tries to play off of it, the media bias, and as well he should, and he can defeat it if you see him yourself. That's why I'm always recommending that people look at C-SPAN, because there's no pundits on there. They don't have people with opinions and columns that they're protecting, and they have real people talking and real people asking questions with no filter. So I'm troubled, because we won't have this common set of facts and understandings going forward. We'll still have these two camps, which it serves the media to keep us divided, because that we get angry, and that's why we click on them. That's why we watch the TV to talk back at the screen.
Well, I think people could come to RedState.com, even though they get our opinions. We try to give it as straight as we can, So that's an alternative to the media.
God bless Brian Lamb, who was the founder of C-SPAN. Just to follow up on your point there, Andrew. Now, Scott, the only question I have is, and this is probably semi-inappropriate, should we remove the 19th Amendment?
I think that's probably something I'd be pretty much in favor of. I mean, I'm just gonna say. I mean, I'm not saying it's related, but we give women the right to vote, and the IRS gets established the next year. So I'm just saying. No.
Donald Trump wins 4 elections in a row. No 19th Amendment.
Yes.
That's it.
It's gonna be make America male again.
This is going to come as a shock to you guys, but sometimes I agree with you. I have written more pieces on how liberal women are going to be the destruction of America if what they do keeps up. It's embarrassing to me that there's so many women out there, and let's just say it, there are women out there that allow themselves to be emotionally manipulated come election time. If you take emotions, if you take emotions out of it, then they can see things logically, and they can start thinking like I do, which would be great, right?
Excuse me 1 second while I do a little tirade here, okay? First off,
here we go.
Madam commenter in Twitter correlation does equal causation at this point because I say it does. I understand the issues are correlated. I understand that they're not necessarily causal, but in this particular case, you give the women the right to vote, and suddenly the expansion of the government just explodes as a result of our ability to finance it through an income tax established the year after. I am allowed to believe that correlation does equal causation at this point. Thank you.
Well, you got to remember that the president that brought that in was a Democrat and a professor from a university. So,
and when he became incapacitated, his wife took over as president.
Yeah,
the vice president was totally cut out. See, it all goes together.
And who was leading Joe Biden around by the hand?
I was going to say, it sounds like history repeated itself.
Nice job. Nice job of detective work right here.
Oh, it's it's why people are tuning into us. And I just want to let you guys know, I told everyone in the Slack channel, and I've kind of gone out. We currently on the show have 3,300 active viewers.
All right.
3,300 people are watching this show right now because we are doing the analysis that no one else is doing. And then we're doing it in an authentic way. Going back to authenticity. We don't have fancy production studios.
It's because of Andrew Malcolm. That's why they're here.
Yeah. Yes, I know.
That's true.
It's they all showed up because Andrew's here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And if I'd known that 3,300, I would have worn more makeup.
Yeah, well, I love that you say wear makeup. He says more, like he's currently got some on.
Talk about
I would have put more on than my normal blush that I throw on in the morning.
Andrew, what do you identify as tonight? Just tell us that.
Oh, here we go.
Breaking. Developing.
Keith Buck in the YouTube chat says the joking is keeping me going, so I'm gonna obviously keep this going.
Yeah,
it's a fun way of looking at the map. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, currently in the state of Pennsylvania, with 42% of the returns in, Donald Trump has the lead.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Well, now see, they're moving through, the counting is moving through the middle of the state. You would expect him to surge. He's got to surge enough to overcome Pittsburgh. Yeah.
Let's take a quick look at Allegheny County. Allegheny County has 66% of the vote in, Mr. Malcolm.
Okay, that's fine.
So
what do you want me to do about it?
Well, I'm just saying. You were saying wait for Pittsburgh, but Allegheny County, which is there, they already have a good 3/4 of their vote or 2/3 of their vote counted.
Yeah.
So it could, unless they've got a crazy amount of ballots coming in, that's 430, 91. Okay. So they've got probably another 150, 200,000 votes to count.
Well, that's it's like 1960 when all of a sudden 8,000 Democrat votes came in from Chicago's river wards.
Yes.
And Nixon did not sue, unlike what's his name? Al Gore. He did not sue. Funny story.
His whole staff and his wife wanted to challenge that.
Yeah.
Nixon said, for the good of the country, we're not going to do that.
That's right. And it turned out good for him. That's our history, which I wish Americans would study more, pay more attention to. The schools don't do it so much anymore, but it has so many. I wrote the column last Sunday about the history of the first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, and what that tells us about today. It's you can see that. And if a lot of people, they say Jimmy Carter, the name sounds familiar. Well, yeah, he was a president not so long ago.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's so sad to see such ignorance and to see people who aren't embarrassed by it.
Another little shocker here. Another little shocker here for everyone right now. though they've called the state for Kamala, Trump currently has a 0.5 point lead in the state in Virginia. I mean, that's in 65% of the ballots in. I mean, it's obviously we can slide back that way really quick. But when you're talking about states that you'd expect Trump to have been competitive in, Virginia didn't even make the list.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's a good point.
So it could be a bellwether to what will happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin as they continue to count votes.
You know, it's amazing to me how hard Trump works. I mean, he did it back in 2020 too. You know, he was doing 3 and even 4 rallies a day in 2 or 3 different states. Joe Biden was knocking off for the day at 10:30 in his basement. And people were so angry. They had such an antipathy for Trump that they still fell for Biden. Talk about inauthentic. But I think maybe people have picked up on the phoniness, and Democrats dodged a bullet or machine gun bullets by getting rid of Biden. But Kamala's even worse in terms of inauthenticity. She's just mentally empty instead of mentally dead.
Scott, I need to rush out just for a quick minute, but I wanted to mention real quick. I want to mention a race that is not on everybody's radar in North Carolina. We have a Supreme Court seat in North Carolina. Allison Riggs is a Democrat. She's running for re-election, and she's running against a guy named Jefferson Griffin. And right now, he's ahead. If he wins, that would make the North Carolina Supreme Court 6 Republican, 1 Democrat. So everybody just kind of keep an eye on that race too. Yep.
Okay.
I'm just going to say that if there's ever anyone that would win something in the South, it would be a dude named Jefferson. But anyways.
Good shot. Good shot.
Hey, a little Civil War humor here on the Red State Show.
See, and that goes back to Andrew's point about understanding history. You just nailed it, Scott.
And for those folks that don't get the joke, the name of the president of the Confederate States was a dude by the name of Jefferson Davis. So it's not Jefferson Griffin, but at the same time, I just had to make it Jefferson.
It's in the neighborhood. In the neighborhood. And let me just real quick just point out that being that Virginia has been called for Harris, Terry Christoph has failed us.
Well, actually, there is a call that I'm just going to show this little chat here. It's from the chat. It's from our managing editor, where I'm told that we will revisit the call on Virginia when Fairfax County gets to 100% precincts reporting. So 2 things, a little callback. Terry Christopher, who was on here earlier, said that the path to victory in Virginia will be through Fairfax County. And it looks like that is a prediction that has come true. But in addition, the fact that Trump now has a 0.7% lead in the state, and they have counted 76% of the votes in Fairfax County. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a race in Virginia.
Yes.
So you're saying that Terry has a chance to redeem herself?
If Trump wins Virginia, the race is over.
Okay.
There's no way that you're gonna end up putting what is it? You're gonna end up putting I mean, those electoral votes in. He doesn't need Michigan, all right? He doesn't need Wisconsin. He doesn't need either one of them if he wins Virginia. So
how many electoral votes does Virginia have? I'm being ignorant.
I don't know off the top of my head. Give me 1 second.
I got it. Just a minute.
1 second.
I think it's like 16 or something.
Yeah, I was going to say 15 or 13.
13.
13, okay.
So there's 13 electoral votes there. But yeah, no, it's going to be an interesting race. I'm going to let Sister run off here. She had to take off.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
No, thank you very much.
See you.
Andrew, do you mind sticking around for a couple minutes? We'll keep you around.
I sure don't. We got this many viewers. all because
Yeah.
of you guys. I'm just going to write on it.
Well, we are now up
No,
to 3,350 active viewers. We have increased that number by 351. I got to say that, like, you know, it's a little humbling to be on here and doing the show. We were asked to do it last year. I did last elections, last time we did this, where I did like a whole 2022, where I did like a whole green screen with a map that I stood in front of, everything else. And we didn't do very well, but it's good to see that people are joining up. Thanks so much for coming to the chat tonight, everyone. We're really, really thrilled that everyone's here. It's really cool to have everyone joining up and listen to us as we cover this very, very important election.
If you don't mind, real quick, Scott, I should probably just do a quick mention. You and I do this every Wednesday night at 8 p.m. 8 p.m.
Holy crap, guys! Holy crap! Stop!
Go ahead.
With more than 95% of the votes counted. Let me make sure this is correct. Holy moly. With 95%, over 95% of the precincts reporting in the state of Wisconsin, Donald Trump wins the state with 55.4% of the vote.
Wow.
He beat her by 11 in the state.
Yeah.
In Wisconsin.
Shit. They had a poll out last weekend that had him losing 11
There's
points.
no way this is accurate. There's no way this is accurate.
You think this is fraud, Scott?
Well, this is Decision Desk. I'm on their site. 95% of the votes counted.
That's the home of the Republican Party in Wisconsin.
But the fact that it's a dude, I said that Trump would remember I told you that my thing said that Trump would win the state by 6.7?
Yeah.
And you laughed at me?
I thought it was over 5, yeah.
I did 6.7. 6.7% that he'd win Wisconsin by. It's now at 11.
Wow.
I can't believe I can't imagine this is accurate, that someone screwed
Andrew Malcolm.
Yep.
If Scott's predictions on last Wednesday's Red State VIP Gold Show come true, and he predicted Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and then that Trump had an outside shot of actually taking the national popular vote by 0.5%. And that's where I started punching myself in the face with the Scott Hounsell mask on, because I was like, that's not going to happen. If this does come true, you need to call your people, Andrew Malcolm, in the polling industry and say, hey, there's this bearded weird guy from Texas. You need to hire him.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah. Okay. See, there you go.
No one can say this. No one can say that Scott is an ignorant slut.
I'm an ignorant slut. Oh, I am an ignorant slut.
That's right.
Andrew Malcolm, thanks for bringing that back. That
is beautiful.
I want you to know, ladies and gentlemen, that when Andrew Malcolm calls me an ignorant slut, it's a total
That's the highest compliment I can give.
It's
the ultimate compliment. Yes,
that is right.
Yes. So let me show people what I'm looking at here really quick. Let me show you this. So this is directly from Decision Desk, okay? This is nothing that I'm touching or any of the rest of it. Look at this.
What's the gray?
Oh, wait, they redid it. Never mind. It now shows 33%. Those jerks, they got me so happy. But wait, why did they? So wait a second here. Why did it show 3 million and change being already cast? Oh, they screwed with me. Something happened. I was all excited. I literally clicked on the state, said 95% precincts reporting. I was pulling it up to show you. Right as I pulled it up, it changed back to 33%. That's weird. Oh, well, I guess we lost Duke. but we do have, if he can get his camera working, we do have someone in the wings awaiting for us. Even if he doesn't get his camera fixed, let's see if I can get him in here. Bradley, are you there, good sir?
I'm here. What, you can't see me?
No, can't see you.
What the hell?
Hey, why don't you hop back out really quick? I'm gonna drop you, and then when you get it back working again, I'll bring you back up.
Well, I don't. Maybe Brandon is. It's too scary to be on camera.
No.
Yeah.
Not me.
I can't imagine this.
I don't know. He's got that Captain Ahab beard.
Me?
No.
Is that what
Brandon.
this is? Oh, Brandon. So let's take a little walk here on the map right now, just so we can show everyone where we're at. We currently have. There's Bradley. He's back. This is the map as it currently looks. Right now in Georgia, there's 80% of the votes counted. Donald Trump currently has a 5.4% lead in the state. I would call it at this point if I were them, but they're going to do what they're going to do. North Carolina was a resounding victory for Trump. And just for the record, my guess on that was Trump by 4.3 was the result. And he is currently winning the state by over 5.7%. So pretty interesting. Right now, it's actually good news for Trump. Right now, my model is under is not correct under for Trump's actual turnout tonight. Currently, the map shows Trump winning 226 electoral votes versus Harris's 108. Pennsylvania is pretty close, 49% of the results in. That's 50% for Trump. Maine, that's only 6% in. Wisconsin with 36% in. Harris has a 4-point lead, and in Michigan with 19% in, it's about a 2.7% lead for.
Do your charts show the Montana and Ohio Senate races?
It does not, unfortunately. I did not go that deep. To put together the information I did for the information that I did for this race, I had to go into each state and pull all the data, and then to further go into each Senate race, I would have been up to my eyeballs. So
yeah, which is pretty tall.
Yeah. Trump is doing really well in Pennsylvania right now. 50% of the vote counted in the state. Trump has a 1.7% lead in the state. Pretty crazy.
So 50% of the vote in Pennsylvania is counted, and Michigan's at 18%.
Michigan is at currently 19%.
19%. Okay.
I will say this, that the latest Wisconsin stuff looks very favorable for Trump as well. There's Kamala only leads him by a half point, 45% of the returns in.
Wait a minute. I thought.
And a lot of the rural state counties aren't even have returns in on him yet.
I thought
at all.
Before I fell off, you said they had called Wisconsin for Trump.
I know I had called Wisconsin for Trump. I had said, but the data that was showing in the computer was then updated back down to 33%. Okay. I'm wondering if they actually have the forward data and they haven't got it confirmed yet. So they had it posted like that's what the result was going to be if this data cleared, and they're now starting to clear the data point by point by point, which will lead us to this thing. Mr. Malcolm.
Yes, sir.
Good sir. I want to thank you for your time this evening. I will dismiss you so you can go watch Jeopardy and have some porridge and go to bed.
Oh, aren't you thoughtful? Thank you so much. Yeah, and I have to take some stool softener.
Yeah.
Most important part
Oh,
of the thing.
gosh.
You got to
Yes.
take the stool softener.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that depends.
Give me a
Oh,
grape.
nicely done.
No.
Nicely done. Oh,
Oh, my dad would be so happy with me right now. He'd high five me for that one.
oh boy.
You guys are pathetic. No.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
And ignorant sluts.
And
Mr.
that's
Malcolm, thank you
right.
very much.
That's
And-
right.
And
That's
until
right.
next time.
And that's why we had so many viewers. Now, of course, as soon as I leave, the viewership will drop off.
Gone.
Yeah, all the Andrew Malcolmers will go to bed with you.
Yeah.
and take the stool softener.
Yeah.
They'll have like a little like thimble of scotch and chase it with some milk and magnesia and go to bed.
Yeah. Speak for yourself, young'un.
All right. We appreciate you, good sir. And until next time, join us on the show on Wednesday night soon. We're going to get you back.
All right. I'll be around. I hope. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Sorry,
All right,
everybody.
see you guys.
Thanks for
Oh,
tuning
and by the
in,
way,
everybody.
By the way, give your best to your much better half. Tell her that I asked about her. She's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Shut up. Yeah, of course I will. Of course I will. She's probably watching for all I know. Make sure I don't say anything naughty.
When she and I got to hang out at CPAC, I got to know the real Andrew Malcolm.
Yeah.
I got to know.
For the movie.
Yeah,
I got to know who to put the power couple in that one, dude.
Oh,
She's
absolutely. Well, you're not going to get any argument from me. You know, she was an editor when we met, and so she's still my editor. So how about that? I guess.
She's got to work on that mouth a little bit more, but she's got the rest of it worked down a little bit.
Yeah.
Bingo. There you go.
Good. All right. Thanks, guys. You guys are real jerks. Okay. See ya.
Love you, man. Bye.
It's great.
Hey, Duke. Do they make him better than Andrew Malcolm?
When they made it, no, the Lord did not make him him any better or make anybody better after him. He broke the gosh darn mold. That's what happened there.
Okay, so it just did here. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. Okay, it's back doing it again. Okay, this can't be right, and if it's right, wowzer. Ready for this? Let me share it right now before they change it.
Go ahead.
No one's gonna believe me.
I don't believe you. Because you're talking about the Midwest.
What does that say?
Wow. There's fraud.
No, it doesn't say that there's fraud.
I'm almost positive it says fraud.
This is why I freaked out, ladies and gents. It was not a guess. It shows right here, 95% estimated reporting. Donald Trump, 54. Kamala Harris, 43.9.
Wow.
3.5 million votes. I even went as far as to check how many votes were cast in Wisconsin in 2020, and it was like 3.2, 3.3. So it's right in line for an election. I mean, I went to pretty drastic things. They've now put the chances of Trump winning the election at 69.8%.
That's on the gambling site.
It's not on the gambling site, but long and the short of it is Trump is it's looking really good for him. I see here. I am looking at it again. Look right here. Compared to this, Trump's leading in Pennsylvania with 52% of the vote in by almost 2 points.
Son of a gun.
I mean, he's down big in Michigan, but Michigan only has 22% of the votes counted. Wisconsin's showing better than 95. Pennsylvania's 52. I mean, it's running away, ladies and gents. Here we are in Georgia. Trump still has a 4-point lead in Georgia. I mean, it's getting there. Anyways, Let's see if Bradley, your video, if you can hear me, Bradley, your video is not working again. If you can get that working, I don't know what you did. You had it working there for a minute.
Gerbils.
And then, anyways,
what does this mean? Okay, hold on. What does this mean, though? Trump wins the presidency. Let's project that out a little bit. They need to keep the House. All right, because you don't want on January 21st, 2025, the Democrats holding the gavel and immediately file articles of impeachment. You'd like to, take control of the Senate, being Mitch McConnell is stepping down as a majority leader. What do you feel are the chances of the Republicans not only keeping the House, but adding on, giving Mike Johnson a little bit of breathing room, and then taking control of the Senate to help a 47th president of the United States, Donald Trump?
I just don't know how to answer your question, Duke, other than I'm still in shock about Wisconsin. Like, that is if that is what's happening in Wisconsin, Michigan 1000% is going to go to Trump. There's no way that he beats her by 11 points in Wisconsin, and he doesn't beat her by 4 in Michigan, at least.
Let me explain something to you, Mr. Hounsell. The Midwest is a weird place. And Michigan and Ohio are two different totally states, but we're in the Midwest. And the population is similar. I mean, blue collar, yada, yada, yada. Ohio's been voting for Republicans for the last 3 presidential cycles.
Yeah.
Michigan, not so much. You could say,
hey, Duke,
yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to make sure we're getting as much time with our guests as we possibly can.
Go ahead.
And one is a cartoonist and another is a cartoon. So let's try to figure out who we're bringing on.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm sitting here and I'm
Jim's so mad right now. I can see him flipping out in the lobby. He's like waving his hands at you. So we have a cartoonist. That is our Jim Thompson.
Yeah.
He's got his head in his hands.
Okay.
He's got his head in his hands.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, Duke, your stock just dropped big, man.
Listen, I'm trying to deal with the fact that Wisconsin is going to Trump by 11 points.
Yeah.
And then our other guest is a cartoon. Can you guess who it is?
Still no guess.
You still have no guess who our other guest is?
That would be Bradley. Bradley.
It is Bradley Cooper, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just playing.
Cooper.
Bradley Slager. Oh, his camera just isn't working right for whatever reason.
He's in Florida.
Yeah, something hurricanes. Anyway,
let's go through that.
What the crap, dude? This thing is so jacked up. Remember, I told you that the mission. So remember, I showed you what I showed you, right?
Yeah.
You saw it with your own pretty eyes. Everyone saw it, right?
I did see it. Yep. Yep.
Look at this.
I saw it too.
It's back down to 48% reporting, and it's tied. Either they are jacking something up, or they're showing that the fix is in.
Ooh!
I go with the latter.
Breaking news.
I mean, Trump's up 2.5 in Pennsylvania. 54% reporting.
What did you predict it in Pennsylvania?
My prediction in Pennsylvania is, first off, I'm trying to juggle lots of stuff here.
Right.
I've got, there's Brad. Let's see if we can get him in here. Bradley.
There we go. Better.
Oh, there he is.
Yes, there we go.
You sexy bitch.
So
Are you talking to me?
Yes, we're
Brett.
talking to everyone in this room. Everyone
No,
in
he,
this
he
chat
called
right
me
now
a
is bitch.
sexy bitch. I thought it was me.
Hey, by the way, I just want to point something out there, Thomas LaDuke. We have 3,406 active viewers on the show currently.
They're all
They're
for
seeing
Bradley.
these two sexy bitches. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
That'd be right. That'd be
If you
right.
would say sexy bitch, you're only half correct.
Oh god.
Mic drop right there.
All I'm
There
gonna
you
say is I'm gonna
That
start
hurts.
putting these things on like a daily calendar, like a flip calendar that you have in your desk.
Yes.
I'm just gonna call them Slagerisms. And
That's
like
what-
And we'll have
Yeah.
Jim. Jim can illustrate them.
yes, if you call yourself a sexy bitch, you're
On
only
the
half
spot.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you see on your map? I was really curious about this result. They just called Iowa for Trump.
Oh yes, that's a big one.
But
Trump's
that
back
was-
in the lead in Wisconsin by 0.8 of a point and 49% in. Pennsylvania is maintaining his 2.5% lead there.
Hey guys.
Yes, sir.
I just got a bulletin. I'm calling this. Cheney has lost her bid for relevancy.
Oh yes. Breaking news. Breaking news.
With all the precincts in.
Wait a minute. Dick or Liz?
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
and
okay.
ladies and
Gotcha.
gentlemen, we have an announcement to make. We have an announcement to make. You ready for this? Ready for some new breaking
ahead.
news?
Nail it.
Ready for this?
Yes.
3 and 2 and 1. Breaking news: Trump has won Georgia, according to Decision Desk. They have called the race for Donald John Trump in the state of Georgia, where you can get peach sweet tea.
Well, isn't that peaches?
Yes.
Wow.
So now Trump owns everything from North Carolina to Texas, which is pretty crazy.
Well, that screws up my submitted electoral college map. Damn it.
I just want to let everyone know mine still is good. I am still on this. And if what I think is happening in Wisconsin happens in Wisconsin, I will be ultimately very happy.
Yeah. How close is he now?
In Wisconsin, he is up 0.9 of a point with 49% of the precincts reporting.
I meant the electoral college.
Oh, electoral college map. He's got 242 electoral votes. She's got 108.
Oh.
Oh, sounds like McGovern.
So you know where they vote slow AF? Maine.
Where?
Maine has been at 8% or 6% reporting in for like at least an hour.
But they've got like 12 people, so does it matter?
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Well, they deliver the votes by bear, and those take a
50
little while to get through the woods.
53% of the precincts reporting in Arizona. Kamala Harris currently has a 0.4% lead in Trump.
I was gonna say what? Wait, time out. What?
In
Time
Arizona?
out? Yeah, no.
In Arizona.
Kamala was in Trump. Whoa, what?
Yes,
Dear Lord.
on Trump.
Yeah. Okay, that's better.
I'm just
I mean,
enjoying
it-
watching
it is-
MSNBC lose their minds here tonight because they all just
Thank you,
have very
Bradley.
distinct unraveling going on. So, like Nicole Wallace looks like she's on her third box of wine. And
Oh.
Joy Reid is on Molly and she's already
Oh.
screaming and yelling about Florida. That this
Oh my
hellscape,
God.
She's definitely gone off her meds.
they're not killing babies down there, and DeSantis is a monster.
Oh.
Hey, Bradley, I think I'm gonna start doing a show just where you report on what they say on MSNBC.
That's
You can
it.
Check out my column over at townhall.com. It's pretty much what I do.
Yeah, he's deep into the source material.
People
It's just-
do not watch MSNBC enough, and these are the nights to watch.
Oh, absolutely.
I know it means absolutely nothing, but I still find it funny that currently Donald Trump has an 8-point lead in New Mexico. There's only 28% of the precincts reporting, but it's still funny.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just fascinated with the Iowa vote because of that poll that all the media was just going bat crap crazy about over the weekend. And it was like they just completely disregarded and forgot about the term outlier and just said, that's it. He's winning Iowa. He'll be losing the entire thing. That's it. Did you even look at the internals on this poll? Because they were crap.
Yeah, there was a guy named, maybe you have heard of this guy, Henry Olson. He's a pollster.
Oh, Henry, yes.
Yeah, somebody asked him about that, and he was going, that's garbage. The data that was used, it's garbage. He's going to win Iowa handily. So
you don't usually see a poll swing 21 points within 2 months. It's just
Well, she's a Trump hater too.
And she was also leaking it out to the press like 2 or 3 days before it came public. So there was all these like breaking exclusives, exploding news coming out of Iowa. It's like that. It's 6 votes. How exploding could this possibly be? But they were all but just falling over themselves about this. And it's just like the thing is garbage.
Well, there was one for Wisconsin too that I thought came out a week ago, last weekend, that had Harris up 11 points in Wisconsin. And it was like, you guys did this back in 2016, where Trump was down like 17 points or something like that. And then he won the state by 20,000. So, this crap does pop up occasionally, and that they get it that wrong.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping that my time slot, Scott would already be calling this for Trump. And I'm a little disappointed.
I'm just gonna say this, that I'm still very confident. Like I'm more confident than I was when the night began.
Yeah.
I think what Jim is saying, his Asti Spumante is getting warm.
Okay, that's not fun.
It's a Smirnoff Ice. Let's not get crazy.
Yeah.
One thing that's been bugging me for like 20 minutes is yada 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 a thing in Michigan, Duke?
Yes.
It is. Okay. I'm going to mark that down as a yes.
Yes, it is.
Trump now has an 0.8% lead in Wisconsin with 53% of the vote counted. And in Pennsylvania, he has a 2.9% lead.
Wow.
With 57% of the vote counted.
Where's Michigan at in terms of percentage?
Only at 24.
Josh. Yes. We're lagging in the Midwest. We suck. All right.
I'm just going to say this, is that Arizona closed 2 hours after you, and they have a higher percentage of vote counted than you do.
Oh, I believe it.
They have more than twice the amount of percentage of vote counted that you do.
Yep.
There's a lot of forest in Michigan. I think that's probably the reason.
There is a lot of forest here. That is true. Yeah. I don't think that's
still
the reason why.
I love the fact that the third most populated state gets
in Michigan,
it done before midnight.
In Michigan, do bears shit in the woods?
Every day.
Okay, just wanted to check.
I thought they wore diapers.
Yeah.
Michigan.
No, they shit in the woods, and Ted Nugent is up
only
there.
In Ann Arbor.
No. They shit all over the place with that diaper up there.
Well, this year they shit in Soldiers Field.
Those are Wolverines, not bears.
There hasn't been a Wolverine here since we killed the last one in 1780.
So to report back on Virginia, to dash Terry's hopes of somehow seeing a Trump comeback.
Okay. Yep.
Kamala Harris has appeared to have won the state with a count of 49.8 to Trump's 48.6, with 95% of the vote counted. So Virginia is out. Sorry, Terry.
Terry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then my
you thought
map
that
might still be in
wasn't such-
play here.
That wasn't such a bad thing, right, Scott? Because it was close.
That's what I'm saying. It's a good bellwether to see that it's as close as it is. Let's take a quick look. You know what? You have asked a very pertinent question.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I'm gonna do this really quick. I'm gonna look something up just for you.
Thank you.
He's gonna do it right now.
Should I fill in the dead air here?
No. So currently in the polls that led up to the race as of this morning, Harris is supposed to win the state by 5 points. It appears that it looks like she is going to win it. Let me pull up the map really quick. She is going to win it by about 1.5 points. That's a 3.5 point slide in Trump's favor in the state from polling to actual result, which to me is a mile.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that is it's not like it's like, oh, it's within a half point or even a point. To slide 3.5 points in favor of the other candidate, your polling was off by 3.5%. That goes to show just how horrible that is. And that goes to show also how Virginia is kind of the bellwether in this case. We look at the results of Virginia and go, it's a lot closer than we expect. Now apply those same margins of error that we saw in Virginia, where they clearly don't know what they're doing when it comes to polling, to Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, where Trump was within a point. So if we see a 2 or 3 point slide in favor of Trump from what the polling said to what the actual result is, Trump's going to win all these states by more than a point.
Good deal.
So,
but I think you're also looking at a case of garbage polling, because I was looking at something over the weekend when they were all just blowing their nut about that Iowa poll, and the New York Times was weighing in on it. I just decided to go through their polling, the New York Times polling in the last election, like about the last 12 states. They were outside the margin of error in the result to their final poll by like 10 or 12 of them. I mean, almost all of them. So the margin of error was 3.5, and they missed by 5 points. And it was just state after state. It was just like that. One of them, they missed by 10 percentage points. It was like Biden plus 6, and then it ended up Trump took that state by 4. It was that kind of ridiculousness. And these are supposedly, like the A+ polls. It was
that's crazy. It just seems like they didn't learn their lesson. Like, that's kind of why I built my model the way I did. Gents, if you didn't see it earlier, I pulled up the model that I used to determine how my map was. My map was not my guesses or my gut feeling or what I think I've seen in the polling. It was, what were the numbers today? What were the numbers like in 2016 and 2020 at this time? What was the actual polling result? What was that polling error? I'm going to apply the average polling error from the last 2 elections to my final result and see what ends up happening. And it pooped out that Trump wins every swing state except for Nevada.
It pooped it out.
And that's what my map says. So when we talk about the polling errors that the legacy media has classically made and then touts them as, look how much Kamala is winning, it'll further cause the distrust and discrediting at their own hand. We did not say your polling was wrong. People saw that your polling was wrong. When you go out and say Kamala can win Iowa, it's like, I really, 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 really want whatever you're smoking.
Right.
Because that is totally an insane thought. And it's no different than the other day that I saw someone say that, well, Florida is actually within a point and she might pull it off. And this other stuff, this other garbage that you see that you're like, Trump won Florida, which again, 20 years ago was a swing state. And due to the dutiful governors of Florida who have been on the ball and getting their state back on track, Rick Scott and Ron DeSantis.
Yep.
Donald Trump won Florida by 14 points. The state that decided the election in 2020 and 2000, in 2000 is now Donald Trump beating it by 14 points. That is what conservative statement, or that's what conservative principles do.
Yeah.
It's
2000 was
insane.
500 votes, something like that. 500.
466.
Yikes.
I have a comment from a viewer. I'm going to ask the Elon Musk expert here. At 10:32 Eastern Standard Time, because we're no longer on daylight time, standard time. On 10:32 p.m. on the 5th of November 24, which is 2024, Elon Musk tweeted out, "Game, set, and match." Scott, Hounsell, what does that mean?
I just popped the comment down the bottom. Game, set, match.
Yeah.
I think it's a little early for Elon to be as confident as he is.
How dare you talk mean about Elon? Don't you do that. Watch your mouth out.
Okay. Which of the two of us was on a SpaceX property this week? I do not want to hear about your fangirling for Elon Musk, okay?
I'm not fangirling. No. I was on the green screen. Yeah.
I would gladly have Elon's babies. Okay.
Ow. That's wow.
Well, the support would be monumental.
He's not joking.
That's exactly now Jim's getting the idea.
Yeah, I am a lawyer.
Like what's 9 months of pain for a lifetime of living it cushy?
All right, moving on.
Pictures. Scott always paints the pretty ones.
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
I can't wash that out of my brain.
Oh.
I don't want you to.
Well, Scott, I'll just give you some advice. Do not come to Florida because Time Magazine has reported that men cannot get abortions here because of Ron DeSantis.
There you go.
You
People can't be serious.
That was literally an article by them, by the way.
Who's going to write about that?
Is there a more 2024 headline than that?
Just amazing stuff.
The
So,
white,
Scott, you're saying
male
that Elon
patriarchy and Ron DeSantis in Florida have prevented men from having abortions.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was being sexist or I was like, wait, who do I hate here? I need more information. I think I don't know, but yeah,
you are saying that Elon has called it a bit early. That's what you're saying.
I think Elon is excited. I think he has reason to be excited.
Yeah.
Trump leads in, excuse me, in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
Right.
That looks good. In Michigan, he's down almost 9 points. Now, granted, there's only 27% of the vote counted because Michigan counts votes is about as fast as they make good cars.
Oh, harsh. Ouch. True. Dennis Santiago, our colleague, just sent a message saying that Michigan has just turned pink.
Let me reload the map.
Okay.
Nope, still blue.
Well, don't argue with Dennis. You're arguing with both Elon and Dennis? What is the matter with you?
I'm not.
Yeah. Yada, yada, yada.
Yada, yada, yada. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. All right. So I just got to get a shout out. I did this earlier. My buddy Jared DeGonia from California is tuning in. He just said, why the hate on Michigan cars? It's less of a issue of hating Michigan cars and more a deal of just dissing the state of Michigan because that is the unfortunate place that Thomas LaDuke has called home his entire life.
That's true.
Yeah, we basically just slander Michiganians as much as possible here.
Yeah, good. You didn't say Michiganders because that would have been fighting words. You got it right, Bradley. I appreciate that.
I tried. I have a Post-it note on the wall here, phonetically spelled out. MISH dash what is it? Okay.
What?
It's going to be close, ladies and gents. If Pennsylvania, Wisconsin go to Trump, the race is over. He'll have won the election.
Yeah.
He won't need Arizona at that point, which Arizona is still counting. 53% in. Kamala has a 0.2 of a point lead. Obviously, the polls have not closed in Virginia, but as of right now, if he picks up Idaho, which he will, that will put him even closer and may put him within the striking distance with Pennsylvania if he wins Pennsylvania. So as right now, it looks like we can take care of that this evening. I think we'll know probably, if I'm venturing a guess, we will know who the next president of the United States is going to be within the next, I'd say, an hour and 10 minutes.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
You can't say that on live TV. Damn it.
You know what? I am not.
Actually, we can say it, Jim, because we have a dispensation from NPR.
Oh yes. They have. We bought some hate crime indulgences from them, and so now we've got a free pass. Yes. I call them climate indulgences. Whenever anyone says carbon credits, I'm like, you mean climate indulgences?
Very
They're like,
nice.
what? I'm like, I'm sorry, you don't get intellectual jokes about the Catholic Church pre-Reformation?
Good point. Good point.
Just call it the 95 degrees thesis.
Nice. Solid Martin Luther joke, my friend. Solid.
Came right over the top.
Solid
of the
Martin Luther
Reformation
joke.
humor there.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I was about to send you a private message. What are you talking about?
There'll be a note in the collection plate, Jim.
Okay.
I'm watching Steve Karnacki just like
Brad will see you in confessional.
Oh my God. Slager's on fire.
I got another bulletin calling. Adam Kissinger has lost his bid not to be a pussy. So that's
unfortunate.
That's my next one.
Oh man, yeah, that's a tough one for him. Tough loss.
Tough.
Well, I blame that he's on those testosterone blockers. That's going to have an effect on his thinking.
So let me just ask a question just in general here. If Arizona is leading and Trump is winning there, Kerry Lake, should be, hopefully, you would think, following suit. And I'm not a Kerry Lake fan.
Okay,
but that would then technically, if everything else stayed static, the Republicans, if Trump wins, would take over the Senate then. Am I right?
Yes, they would. I think that there's a point that you have said numerous times here on our Wednesday night show. Wednesday nights. Where's my camera? Wednesday nights on RedState on the VIP Gold program. You can check out our show where Thomas LaDuke and I do this little thing every week at 8 p.m. Tune in. It's a cup of coffee a month. Basically, is what it costs you to join it, and it puts Tuke and I to work. So, shameless plug.
You know who our guest is tomorrow?
I do know who our guest is tomorrow because it's the first Wednesday of the month. Do you know what that means? Jim, do you know what the first Wednesday of the month is?
No. What?
Besides the day that they test the air raid sirens for tornado warnings here in Dallas at noon, it's also the first Wednesday of the month, which means that Slagerama is going on. Bradley Slager will be our guest tomorrow night.
Yep.
What?
It'll be fun
I've got to
times.
tune in.
You do have to tune in.
Slager.
On the VIP monthly cycle.
I call him friend.
Yes. Bradley is our menstruation cycle.
Listen in and you'll get cramps and all kinds of other unease in the physical extremities as a result.
Yes. There's a reason why they call us Red State. Anyways,
I just saw on RedState, Cruz has been declared as the winner in Texas. No surprise, but yeah.
Well, we had a little doubt there earlier.
Man, those liberals are so mad. They were so sure that Colin Oliver was going to. They were so sure.
Yeah.
He's like Beto O'Rourke,
but with muscles.
Testosterone. Yeah, he's a steroidal O'Rourke.
If Beto O'Rourke and Barack Obama had a baby.
Oh, which is possible.
I love that it was like about a month or so ago where Colin Allred was trying to take credit for the CHIPS Act law that passed. And he was calling it the Allred legislation passed. And everybody's like, what the hell are you doing? He's like, oh, no, I voted on it in the House. It was me. I did it. And they were trying to, and he's like, oh, and Ted Cruz is just hopping on and laying claim to it. And they were like, dumbass, he wrote the bill in the Senate that you voted on 6 months later.
There's a blackout in Florida.
Oh.
Where at?
I don't see Bradley.
Oh, his camera doesn't work all that great sometimes, so he might have to hop off and hop back on. If you hop back on, Brad, if you do hop off, we can still hear you, so that's good enough.
Brad, do you need like $10? I can send you like some money.
I like this picture of him better.
There you go.
Well, that's a pretty manly picture right there.
Yes. Trump currently has, with 59% of the vote counted in the state of Wisconsin, Trump has a 1.8% lead. In the state of Pennsylvania, with 65% of the vote counted, Trump has a 2.3% lead.
Holding.
In both.
Holding.
Hey, man. And in Michigan, Duke, the lead that Kamala had that was 9 points is now shrunk to less than 6. It's looking, and now Arizona's back up in favor of Trump. Arizona showing with a 2.1 of a point lead for Trump with 54% of the vote counted. It looks like the rural areas of Apache and the others, La Paz, have not been even begun to count, and Maricopa is 56% in.
You got to get that out of the way, right? Because that's heavily blue.
Yeah, Pima is only at 52. Maricopa is at 56. Flagstaff is at 63. Or Coconino is the county, but where Flagstaff is. But there are some rural areas of La Paz and the Cochise Valley and up in Apache that have not even begun to count yet. So there probably isn't a ton of votes that are in there, but Arizona does look. But also, just as a heads up, we're now looking at the DDHQ percent of chance of win. Donald Trump has 78.5% chance of winning this election.
Oh, boy.
Jack Pozo just posted on Twitter, just in, United States Secret Service is preparing to mobilize additional resources to Florida, per White House.
Well,
that isn't that interesting.
We're going to have to pull a few men off of the Joe Biden ice cream detail and send them south.
Oh, Bradley. There's a reason why we have you around.
Team 5, Baskin Robbins. Team 5, Baskin Robbins. Scramble.
Right.
Marlock.
Jill's like, no, don't go yet. Well, we gotta go.
Hey, what do you think the odds were that they both
Oh my God.
voted
This
for
can't be right.
Trump? What?
No, there it goes.
Okay.
Anyways,
Correct.
continue.
I said, what are the odds that Jill and Joe voted for Trump?
We talked about this earlier.
She did wear red.
Do you want to hear my theory?
Of course.
I think Bradley will agree that this is a sound theory. I think after the debate, people were so worried that Kamala and a majority of the cabinet walked into President Biden and said, if you don't get out of this race and make me the nominee, we're going to 25th Amendment your ass right now, and then I'll be it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Biden is so salty. That's why Jill is ice cold to Kamala, is because They hurt her baby. They came after her
Her
husband,
presidency.
who she thinks is perfectly fine to run the country, and everyone around her is going, "You abusive jerk! Stop torturing the poor senior citizen."
Yep.
Right.
That's the stories, like when we talk about the tell-alls, like the tell-all that Susie was talking about, like the tell-all of what actually happened in the election, and like my 25th Amendment story, if that were actually true, that tell-all. What about the White House tell-all of the fact that Biden was shitting his pants at noon and everyone was having to clean it up, and Jill was barking orders at the White House staff to cover for her husband? I bet you dollars to donuts that that's coming.
Yeah, that's in the tell-all book, no doubt. Ugh.
Well, I've got a conspiracy theory that I've been working through my head where they told Biden he was going to have to step down, and it probably came from Jill, but one of the two of them got really pissed off about that. They were the ones to push Kamala onto the stage, because remember, there was no formal announcement. He put out that he just issued a letter on Twitter. And I think he did that as kind of a screw you to the DNC, because for the first few days that she was announced, there was not any formal backing. There was a lot of people in the Senate were like, wait a second, are we doing that?
Do we have to do her?
It took like Wednesday of that week before they started to come out and like, okay, yeah, I mean, but was it Obama didn't endorse her for a full week, I think.
That's because they were trying to find alternatives.
Right. And I think
they were trying to find the alternative.
They wanted somebody else, and Biden was like, well, if I can't do it, you're going to get stuck with her. Knowing she
was a deep bench.
But that's the point, is they don't. Who, if not Kamala, then who? Can't be Gavin Newsom.
Shapiro's about the only one that's worth a damn.
Right.
But
you got him in that, and then who? Who's the next in line? Yeah. Who's the heir apparent?
Well, we talked about this when Susie was on earlier. And, Nancy Pelosi was the first person that came out and said, thumbs up. So then everybody else kind of fell in line. So when Nancy gave the blessing, that Kamala was, suitable, everybody else just decided, let's save the trouble in Chicago and just line up behind her. And they had 2.5 or 3 weeks to work on it.
You got to have dreams and ambitions and aspirations for Kamala.
It's all true.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't. I'm from Michigan.
And that's why I think she's so inherently dislikable. Like that, there's not a likable quality in it. And I mean, you can't even say like, you can't. It's how people out there, like, I don't like them, but they have something that's endearing to them, like their endearing quality. Well, he's a blast to be around, even though I don't agree with the way he lives his life. Like he's a drinker or a smoker, or whatever the situation is. I don't like that about him, but he's a blast to be around.
Stop talking about Bradley that way.
Yes. What is Kamala's redeeming quality?
None.
That's my point. Like this, we were talking about it earlier in the show, and I think you guys will agree with this as well. Is that the last 3 elections have been a moratorium on authenticity. It has been a decision on between who the people believe is the more authentic candidate. Trump out-authenticated or out-authenticitied Hillary. He was like, I am more genuine of a candidate. I think that people felt Biden was a more genuine candidate in 2020 than they did Trump. And I think that this election comes down to this as well. Name a state, name an issue, name a stance that she has not been on both sides of within the last 12 months.
Right.
Let alone over the course of a lifetime. Like just something like that she is an issue she stood strong on. Because she's been all over the roadmap about abortion. She's been all over the roadmap about climate. She's been all over the roadmap about whatever the issue may be. And she's been able to claim both sides of it. When Trump came out with his no taxes on tips for service workers thing, they literally tried to laugh it out of the room. KJP made some trash about it in the White House press room. I mean, they were mocking it, and then she adopted it a week later and claimed that she was the first at the table. And I think enough people remember who came up with it first that they're like, bitch, we're not going to fall for this.
Yeah.
She
Like, this
stole
is
his
not-
Saturday Night Live skit.
Yeah,
Right.
That's true.
That's how pathetic it was. I was joking with Tim Graham from Newsbusters this morning, where I said she's basically the designer fragrance candidate. You know, why pay top dollar for a real Democrat candidate when you can get this one for 10%? She's absolutely a shadow of anybody else in the Democrats.
Yeah, I think after the joy of the DNC convention, people actually started to listen to her and realized how inauthentic she was. They just saw somebody that was plastic and, you know, made up stories and invented new lies and then repeated the same thing over and over again. And they got sick of it. And that you can love or hate him, but Trump is authentic. Whatever you think of him, that's him.
Let's not confuse authentic with more authentic. He is more authentic to her. He is not authentic. Let's not play a game here that Trump's authentic. Trump is doing.
No, but look at what we're hearing tonight.
About the electorate. I'm talking about what people perceive, and they
Yeah,
see
'cause
her as a completely phony, inauthentic candidate.
I've seen reports from 2 different states where the younger voters, they were doing exit polling, and they came out and said that they changed their mind or they made their decision for Trump after the Joe Rogan interview because of the way he sat in with them and just riffed for 3 hours. Where Kamala couldn't do it.
Did you hear that interview?
Yeah, about half of it.
It was actually the most interesting part of that entire interview was when you did see Trump's authentic, real self. And it's shown in there for about a few minutes when Joe and Trump were talking about boxing. And Trump was talking about fighters of the 80s and how he was, Trump tried to take a stab at some, fight promo and I gave him a place to do a fight and I was the one that worked it out. And he was really passionate about it. He had knowledge about it. It was a Trump that I wish more people heard because again, it was this moment. Now, did anyone listen to the Joe Rogan interview from yesterday?
I did. Yeah.
That was wildly interesting from the point of view that he gave us the inside look into the Donald Trump campaign with how it came to Kamala. They literally were begging people to interview her.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, interview her, have at it, go nuts, ask her all the questions you want, give her as much airtime as you want. We will not complain.
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted to push her to having to respond, to having to explain her positions, which she cannot do cottagely.
But she has a certain amount of file cards in her head. And after she exhausts those, she's lost. And then she goes back to those cards and starts repeating the same shit.
Well, there was a montage that I think it was the RNC War Room put out. It was a 4-screen video of her giving speeches where she said and she had the same mannerisms at the exact same time.
Right.
Like her entire speech is fabricated.
Or where she puts on some phony, stupid, fake accent, depending upon the crowd she's in front of.
Yeah.
But to go to your point, you want to talk about realistic. Did you hear J.D. Vance and Joe Rogan?
Mm-mm.
That was a great interview because J.D. Vance is as natural as can be. He just talks, and it's everything that comes from him is genuine. I saw a piece too where he did a video with from the Smug podcast. He went out fishing with those guys, and they're in the boat and just riffing, just having a good time and joking with each other. I mean, he's just a real person, and him and Joe Rogan are just making jokes and they're laughing with each other and they're swearing, but it was like 2 buds sitting in a bar.
He's gotten better at it too.
But it was just, none of it was rehearsed. None of it was practiced. It was just, he threw a topic out at him and he's just going and just having a discussion. He wasn't even hitting talking points. And it's like, damn it. What are you doing in politics?
Too good for that. Any updates?
Taking a look really quickly, Trump is still up 2/10 of a point in Arizona with 54% of the vote counted. In Wisconsin, he is up 2.2%. In Wisconsin with 63% of the vote counted. In Pennsylvania, he is up 3.3.
Wow,
In Pennsylvania with 70% recounted, 70% of the vote counted. And in Michigan, he is down 5 points, 4.5 points with 33% of the vote counted.
Oh, I was going to say 30%. Wow, we got up to 33.
Yeah.
There are a
So
lot of bears.
I tell you what.
I was listening to Henry Olsen on Megyn Kelly, and I'm sure this is probably what you think as well. But he said if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's over. But he's also got 3 other paths to victory. But if he carries it what he should, and then picks up Pennsylvania, it's over. So this is looking pretty good.
And right now with him having that sort of lead, I mean, he's got a 163,000 vote lead with 70% of the vote in. I mean, it does not look good for her in Pennsylvania. And if Pennsylvania goes, he wins the race. It's over.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 19 electoral votes. That gives him 265. And then if he wins Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, it's over. Wisconsin, yeah, it's over.
And Decision Desk is saying that the GOP got the Senate.
Yep.
Terrific.
So Donald Trump's chances of winning the election are now up to 81.7% in the win chance percentage.
Great.
So let's project for a second. Trump goes ahead and he gets 270. Does Harris call tonight and concede?
No.
I don't think she does.
She's going to do it, Clinton.
I think no, because Clinton called the night of and conceded, and then later took a step back in the days after. I don't know. I mean, that's a good question, Duke.
Thank you.
But her internal polls, at least that's the rumor, have had her down. So she probably knows that she's losing and sees that she's going to lose. Maybe she does concede tonight.
To back up that point,
Although she's not good at one-on-one interviews, so maybe not.
Bradley always with the quip. You are good.
Well, I gotta, make up for my toxic personality somehow.
she did 5 campaign stops yesterday in Pennsylvania. I mean, that just you to believe that she knew, the campaign knew she was in trouble in Pennsylvania.
Right.
So, not that it makes it any easier if you actually get hit with the reality that you're done. And Secret Service goes, "Have a great day. See you later."
Yeah, where's my protection detail? They all
They're
left.
gone. Yeah, they're going down to Mar-a-Lago.
Come out and it'll be like, "Hey, Bob, where's everybody else?"
Hey, Duke.
Yes, sir.
Duke, I didn't know if you were just saying it. I was looking at this. You may have just said it. Mike Rogers has now taken the lead in Michigan.
That is a great sign. And I think I told you last Wednesday, sometime between the one Wednesday show and last Wednesday, I had some people on the ground here hit me up and say, listen, statistically, we're at a tie with Slockton. and I was like, "What are you tie?" They're like 48.3 to 48.3. And it's like, you guys got to be shitting me. Like, no, it's statistically not within the margin of error. They really wanted to drill me on that, and I said, "That's a great sign." And then you come along and say Trump's going to win by 2.5, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Which kind of goes against what I've been saying about Trump with the coattails. That would 180 me right there, and I'd be happy that happened. Mike's a good guy.
Well, guys, I got to clear out of the office here myself, so
You didn't
well, enjoy this sweet 16-point victory in Florida. Say hi to Governor DeSantis for me.
Indeed, yeah, I was really surprised to see Miami-Dade actually went red. You have no idea what shocker that is.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. But what's going to be even crazier is the media in the next couple of weeks. I'm going to have
you're going to have a full-time job.
I'm going to have
you're going to have a full-time job
a week. Just
couple
just for
full-time
the
jobs.
But gentlemen, go have a night.
Always have a night.
Yes, appreciate you joining us, Brad. Have a good night. I'm reminiscing about 8 years ago of an evening as I was scraping up tile floors at the house I just had closed escrow on that day. That I was demoing the tile floors that night, listening to the media come unfriggin' glued. It was just, I was like laughing so hard, tears were streaming down my face. I didn't vote for the man, but holy crap, that was the freaking funniest crap I've seen in a long time. These people are like, how could it happen? Oh, this is impossible. Oh no. Oh, the world's over. Just
so I have a similar story, although I was in Dallas, and I was in Dallas for business. And my son called me because I just figured that, why bother? I'm not going to watch anything. Clinton's going to win. And he called me and he said, "Oh my God, Dad, you have to turn on the TV." And I did. And it was the same thing. It was just the chortling class. They were just having a conniption. I went, oh my God. And I didn't vote for Trump 8 years ago either. I didn't vote for anybody. It was.
I voted for Gary Johnson.
I didn't vote for anybody. I actually found them both kind of beyond me to vote for. But yeah, it was one of those things where turned on the TV and there it was. Everybody was having a conniption. Trump had won.
I voted for Gary Johnson in 2016.
Really?
Did you too?
Yeah,
wow.
I did.
Yeah, Trump's got a 2.4% lead in Wisconsin with 66% of the vote counted, and it was 74% of the vote counted in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump leads the state with 3.2% by 3.2%.
Wow. Wow.
Hey, Duke, I just want to say,
go ahead.
Those numbers sound familiar.
Where's
Timothy? Really
Timothy?
familiar.
We gotta replay it. Timothy has it on replay to make sure that the numbers are correct. It's what we have.
I actually predicted this outcome, Jim, in August.
What? In August?
In August.
Wow.
Based upon the polling data, I was like, Trump's going to win this. He's going to win these 3 states, and he's going to win them by this much. And I told Duke that night, I said, he'll win Pennsylvania by 2, and he'll Wisconsin by 2 or 3, and he'll win Michigan by 2.5.
No. You said 2.5 last Wednesday. You were like, Michigan, he'll win by a point. And I was like,
I said a point. I said he'd win Michigan by a point, and then I revised that to 2.5.
Right, 2.5.
But
right.
That was at least a month ago.
I think in August you were like, he's going to win it by a point, and then last Wednesday you did the whole way.
I think I said 2.5. I think I said it 2.5 last month sometime.
Now, boys, settle this argument off.
Jimothy can join us right now. In fact, I'm going to get him on the show.
Okay,
should we get Jimothy in here?
He's not sober. You know, he's not even. It's past his bedtime. It's 11 o'clock on the East Coast. He's still crying about the Yankees.
I just texted him. All I said was, want to join us. We'll see if Jimothy can jump in here and then the rest of it. So is there what does your next 4 years look like, Jim? From your professional career here at RedState, what does the next 4 years look like for you?
That's kind of a long-term projection. I don't know. I'm writing and I'm cartooning, and hopefully Town Hall gives me the new contract and I can start cartooning for Town Hall, not just RedState. I don't think I'm overstepping my bounds by saying that, but yeah. I'm kind of sad that you haven't projected any of my cartoons on the screen.
Yeah, why?
Yeah.
What the hell's the matter with you, Scott?
Yeah.
I'm literally the most horrible judge or judge.
You're texting Jimothy. You just woke him up.
Host. No, I'm trying to figure this out really quick. Okay. I am the worst host of all time. Okay. Duke's got a little bit of delay here. So,
do we have any new projections as far as percentage that Trump's going to win? Has it gone up to 90 yet?
It is now 83.1.
83.
Yeah, he's extended his lead in Wisconsin to 2.6. It was 2.4. That has gone up, and in it's still 3.1% in Pennsylvania. But they're running out of votes to count, ladies and gents. I mean, we're at 75% in Pennsylvania, and Trump's got a 3.1% lead. I mean, that's an issue for them.
Yeah,
you're taking a look at the county. Right?
You're running out of ballots to count at that point. Like it's if you look like so. Let's take a look at Allegheny. Allegheny's 91% in. Chester County, which is pretty blue, is only 45% in. So they've got another 150,000 votes, but Trump leads by at least that. So even if all 150,000 went to Kamala, she wouldn't have it. 70 in Delaware County, 57 in Montgomery. Philadelphia's at 71. Bucks County's at 51. There's still lots of votes to count. I just don't know if it's enough to make up. It could be, but
so you're the election wonk about what happened 4 years ago. Right now, what was happening in Pennsylvania?
In what year or specifically?
Well, between Trump and Biden, and they found a whole bunch of votes, and we waited days for Pennsylvania to finally certify.
Well, there's two things. First thing, I'm going to tell you why Josh Shapiro is a piece of shit human being.
What?
Okay. And this is simple. It's as simple as this. Josh Shapiro in 2020 was ordered by the United States Supreme Court to not mix in ballots that were accepted after 8 p.m. on election night in Pennsylvania. There was a law that was changed, or an election rule that was changed without the legislative process, and the Supreme Court was going to rule on whether or not the elections office had the right to change it without legislative approval, which the legislature in the state of Pennsylvania was going, hey, what the hell, man, that's our gig.
Mm-hmm. I remember that. Yeah.
And so there was an order from Sam Alito that said, do not mix those ballots in, keep them separate and keep them with their envelopes. Shapiro ordered electors or counters statewide to finish counting them and to separate them from their ballot, from their envelopes, and just mix them in. So by the time the Supreme Court got to it, there was no way of decertifying those 6 because they'd been shuffled into all the rest of the votes.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild. Anyway, let's add one other person in here. We got another red stater joining us right now. I'm going to bring in here Ward Clark. Ward Clark, how art there, good sir?
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you great.
Okay. This is a great. I feel like I'm one of the cool kids now because I've got to be on your guys' show.
Now I'm here.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
that
speaks
good.
good.
The cool kids.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
Remember that Duke and I are the hosts of this show, and they bring us back every week. So that's just kind of the quality we're getting here.
Okay.
Standard is low.
Yes. I
feel right at home then.
Yes.
Yeah,
Vern Troyer could high jump this bar. Okay. And he's dead.
In his current condition. Right.
Yes. Yeah. In his current condition.
His current condition.
So
okay. Brad just posted this, and it's from Raw Alerts. CNN is now reporting that Kamala's headquarters has fallen into complete silence, with crowds of supporters visibly tense, with some seen pacing while others are beginning to lose hope.
I damn well bet they are.
Wow.
And to that, I can only say, cheers.
I wish I had like a sound bar, so I had that like losing noise from Price is Right. That wow. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Their tears are going to be so delicious.
Yeah.
It looks to me, if the map stays the way it is now, they're showing Washington as red, but that's BS. Washington's going to go blue. But if it stays the way it is, I mean, Trump's what, 280? I'm doing it in my head. 282.
Yeah,
he
might, if everything goes according to plan, he'll break 300 tonight.
Well, we can hope, but sometimes an inch is as good as a mile.
I mean, if he ends up, Michigan's counting votes faster than they elect women governors. But they're at 36% counting right now, and Harris has a 1.5% lead in the state.
Whoa!
So it's down to 1.5.
It's 1.5% Harris's lead, and they have 70% of the vote counting, and it's been trending in Trump's favor since they started counting.
Yeah.
No, wait.
So.
Are we talking Michigan?
Michigan.
Wait a minute. Time out. 70% of the vote is counted in Michigan?
No, 36% of the vote, or 37% is counted. And it's down to 1.5% lead for her. There's a lot of votes to be counted. And he started the night as a 30-point lead, is now down to a 1.5% lead. Wow. Now, granted, it doesn't say much, and depending upon the state and the rest of it, but the fact that it continues to trend in his favor, it usually doesn't reverse course at that point with a day of election voting, unless some big blue county is just holding on to a bunch of ballots until everyone's done counting.
That's never happened before.
I love how
LBJ's been dead.
That's never happened before.
Well, I think I can assure you guys that Alaska's 3 electoral votes will go to Trump. I'm fairly safe calling that right now.
Projecting. Fox is reporting that Harris's campaign is no longer speaking to media. Wow.
Were they ever?
Yeah. Define speaking.
Right now they're wailing.
Well, they got laid off.
Before I define speaking, though, I do want to say that I was raised in a middle class family.
Did you have a lawn? Did you have a lawn?
Yes, I had a lawn.
How long did you work at McDonald's for?
I grew up the average life of a half Jamaican, half Indian person.
Did you have hopes and dreams, aspirations?
Yes, they were named Willie Brown.
Oh,
well played.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Willie right now is kind of like, I got away with it. All right.
well, he's not wrong.
It's true. Oh, damn. Well,
I got to jump off, guys.
All right. Fun. Well, it's great having you. We'll touch base with Ward right here, and when we review. Just before you leave, the decision chances for Donald Trump winning the decision desk chances for Donald Trump winning this election have now increased to 87.2%.
All right.
So
cool.
I've got 87.5 over here.
See you guys.
All right. See you, man. Take it easy.
Take care.
Take it easy.
All right, Ward. So give it. Let's see where are we at with this. Let's see what you are in charge of tonight. Sorry, I've been
Wisconsin,
and
Alaska.
Actually, I'm going to tell you this right now. I've been watching Wisconsin all night, and did you see the screw up that was in there earlier? Did you see the show?
Yeah, I've been watching all along.
Yeah, did you see where suddenly like showed 95% in and him leading by 9 points on Wisconsin?
Yeah. Well, it was jumping all over the place for a while,
right.
And I don't know what was the deal with that.
Now, so here's my theory on it. Okay, is that on election night, these counties will come out and tell the decision desks, hey, here's our rough count, because they have a count of every ballot is scanned most of the time in these new things. Even if it's a paper ballot, is scanned at the polling place and given a rough count. And then they take all those ballots back and they run them a second time through the machine at the main place to make sure that the count is correct. So they have a preliminary number. I'm wondering if someone at decision desk screwed up and posted the preliminary number without having the full counts in yet.
And I think you mentioned that earlier, and that would explain it.
Right. That they've got a rough count. They got a soft count because they came back, the county came back and said, hey, our rough count right now, what we've got from the scanning machines uploaded to us is this. We're going to bring them all back. We're going to count them again. And that's that. Or they're going to, run most of the time on the digital machines, they just run an audit on it. Is the sticker that's on the outside still good? Has anyone violated that sticker? Has, these sorts of things. And then they just verify the count of the machines and then store that machine with that verified count and those ballots inside wherever they end up storing it until the election is certified.
Well, there's already been a news story out of Wisconsin this afternoon where a machine was found unsealed.
Right.
They had to go through and rerun all of those ballots. And which is, well, I mean, that isn't necessarily evidence of, some kind of tampering. It could have just been a screw up, and they seem to have fixed it. So I wouldn't call that evidence of anything.
I tend to agree with you. And I don't think that it is anything that is too shocking. Holy smokes. Donald Trump's lead in Wisconsin is up to 3.2%. And Thomas LaDuke.
Go ahead.
Tom, I need you to look at me for a second.
Okay.
I just want to let you know that Donald Trump is currently leading your state by 0.8 of a point.
Yeah.
Around my microphone. I just want to let you know that if the dice fall right where they are right now, my map will be perfect.
Where is the percentage of ballots counted?
Jen Van Laar, if you're listening to this, give me the gift card. I'm going to be rocking town hall swag everywhere I go.
Where is Michigan right now with the vote count?
They're at 39%.
Boy. Wayne County is going to come in last.
I'll tell you right now where Wayne County is. Wayne County is at 24%. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, Wayne County is going to come in last. And then there's
Oakland County, which I believe isn't wait.
It's right next.
Yes, right next to you. You're in Macomb County. That's right.
Yep.
They're at 79%. Macomb is only at 24% too. They're very Detroitian.
Anthony Forlini, the county clerk here, is falling down on the job. So that's a little disappointing. But then there's Wayne County, Genesee County, Berrien County. Yeah, that's that. So can't see that, Lauren. I'm sorry. Can't see. Let's see. Some tweets are coming in, I guess, that people are starting to do a little victory dance.
I think it's a little.
I should say.
I think it's a little premature. I mean, obviously, it's trending in a way that is very favorable for Trump, but I think that ultimately, I think that we are heading in a direction that is good for him. A lot of votes have not been counted in Arizona, or at least showing counted in Arizona in a while, which is alarming to me. What's taking so long? They jumped up pretty quick, and then they haven't posted anything in a while.
Yeah, they're at 55%.
72% in the state of Wisconsin. Trump has a 3.4% lead in Wisconsin. In Michigan, Trump's win is now, or Trump's lead is now up to 9%, or 9.9%.
0.9.
0.9%, 0.9 of a point. And in Pennsylvania, he's now up 3.5%.
Yeah, they're gonna. I would wonder if they're going to be calling Pennsylvania fairly soon.
77%. Let them get up above 85, and we'll probably see that. Wisconsin is probably getting there. It's 3.2% with 72% in Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin will be called before Pennsylvania. Oh, actually, I don't know. That's tough to call. Michigan will be the very last one of the night, but we won't.
But they're only at 39%. Yeah.
Because if he wins Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, the race is over. He won. He doesn't need Arizona. He doesn't need Nevada. Game over. I told you, Duke, that we would know. I told you, Duke, that we would know by midnight Eastern time. I am holding true to that. That gives me a whopping 23 minutes to be correct.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so Pennsylvania, he goes to him. Where does that put him technically if he wins Pennsylvania?
That'll put him at 265.
Yeah.
So
and Wisconsin is 10.
Yes.
Okay.
So that would put him at 275, and he wins the presidency.
Yeah.
If he picks up Arizona before then, for whatever the reason is, that will put him up over. Nevada is not posting anything yet, even though polls are closed.
Yeah.
But we're looking at Maine's taking their jolly sweet buttery time right now.
Wasn't Nevada one of the states where they expected some delay in counting?
I think they did, but I didn't think that it would affect the early voting stuff coming in immediately.
Yeah.
So usually as they take the early voting stuff back, they have it all kind of basically stacked, ready to go into a machine or through whatever counting process they go to. And I don't think they constitutionally, if I remember correctly, with Nevada, they can't constitutionally count them until after Election Day, but they can maintain them in a way. And essentially when polls close, they can just go and run all that stuff through, and they know exactly kind of where they are at in the count. They do have early voting in Nevada. I'm surprised the early voting numbers aren't even up, and polls have now been closed for 38 minutes.
That's kind of odd that they have, well, the polls are closed. course, I don't know when our early voting, and we're still voting for 20 minutes yet.
Yeah.
Well, no, Hawaii's after us.
Share this really quick so people can see what I'm looking at here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got the map here. This is from Decision Desk. We have currently Trump with a lead in the electoral race of 246 electoral votes to Harris's 189. The stark thing that is really getting my attention here, Donald Trump currently leads Kamala Harris by 5 million votes in the popular vote. Did you hear that, Duke?
I heard, yeah.
That doesn't actually surprise me much. Now, California, where is California? With
they've
30
counted
million people?
15%
in. So
yeah.
she's going to gain a bunch in California. And she still may break him in well, I don't know what else to call it but national popular vote. I hate that term. There is no national popular vote. But in the total number of people that pulled the lever for Kamala Harris, I still expect it'll be more because of California.
So earlier tonight, I shared kind of my modeling that I did for this race, which including factoring polling errors from 2016 and 2020 if they're repeated or if they're averaged or if they are corrected even further than they did correct them between 2016 and 2020, what those results would be and what the result for the poll it would be. And it currently shows that Trump wins everything except Nevada.
That'd be great. How about Minnesota?
Not Minnesota. Doesn't win
Minnesota?
Minnesota. But he wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, loses Nevada, but also wins Georgia and North Carolina, which he has won tonight.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania looks like it's going to go Trump if it continues. 78% of the vote in. Once it gets above 85, it's going to be hard for her to come back. Michigan, Trump now leads the state by 1.3%. 40% vote counted.
I'm not as familiar with Michigan as I'm presuming, though, like so many states, it's one of those places where rural areas and small towns and the outlying areas tend to come in a little later. I know Wisconsin is like that. I know Iowa is like that because I grew up there.
So much of the UP, as they refer to it, is not showing much counted as of yet.
Nope.
And
northern portions of Michigan, there's like several candidates or several counties that aren't even showing any results yet. And then the kind of the counties between Grand Rapids and Detroit, which would be more classically blue, a lot of blue collar workers in that area, Union Democrats, as they would refer to them. Those areas are showing uncounted as well. So it'll be interesting, like I said, to see what ends up occurring here. I'm fascinated with the fact that Wayne County is still only showing 24% counted.
Yeah,
that'll be a bit. Wayne always comes in super late. It's not a shock around here.
So we've got, again, going over the map, we've got Wisconsin currently. Trump's got a 1.2%. Oh, excuse me. More than that. Holy smokes. He's got a, he's got a 3.2% lead in Wisconsin. He's got a 1.5% lead in Michigan. And he has currently got a, what is that? A 3.6% lead in Pennsylvania. Decision HQ now has Trump at 86% likely voting. It is about the highest point it's been all night. It was up to 87 earlier, but it hasn't dropped much since. And the projected electoral votes that Trump will win tonight is 288, according to Decision Desk.
288. Now, in 2016, he won 306. But all you need to get is 270.
Yeah.
So
my map shows exactly 306 votes. If Trump wins the map according to the way I laid it out, then he'll get 306 votes.
Okay.
So he'll tie 2016.
You're having a hell of a night, my friend.
I'm having a really good night so far because You know what's so funny is I'm less concerned about Trump winning and more concerned about being right.
Well, why not?
Because I take pride in this, Duke. I mean, you have to understand.
Yeah, exactly. Why I do the same way.
I mean, if you look at what I said in 2016 in those polls, that happened almost to a T.
Yeah.
When you saw what I saw was going to happen in 2020, that happened almost to a T.
Did it?
And now here we are on election night 2024. My map remains intact, as you would say, if this was a March Madness bracket.
March Madness, yep, bracket.
My map remains in my bracket remains intact.
Yep.
Looks like Michigan flipped. Oh, that's not correct. Unless
no, if it's Michigan, it's probably.
Oh wow, that can't be right.
It can't be right. They screwed it up somehow.
What happened?
They jumped from 40 to 60% reporting, and all of a sudden it like now shows that she has like a 29-point lead on Trump.
Yeah, it's almost 1 million votes lead, just like that, and that can't be right.
No, that's not right. That they've got
Michigan.
In Michigan.
Yeah, though that's broken. They Wisconsined my Michigan.
Wisconsin, my Michigan.
Well, I remember we were looking at the Wisconsin the results. It said 97% in, and she it like beat her by like 9 points.
Gretchen Whitmer.
I was like, that's not right.
Gretchen is a miracle worker. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't know how he comes back in Pennsylvania. I don't know how he does it. I don't see it.
80% in now, and he's
got a 205
points ahead.
205,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to come back from.
Yeah, with 80% counting. Yeah, they screwed up Michigan somehow. They now say 61% reporting, and the numbers still haven't changed. Give it a couple minutes, and that'll swing back really quickly.
That can't be right.
In Arizona, they're still dragging their slow-ass feet with counting votes, only 55% in. If I get them all except for Nevada, I'm going to be pissed. Because I think JVL has it as the only difference that Van Laar and I have is that she has Nevada winning and I have him losing it.
What? No, you were just talking about Pennsylvania there a minute ago.
Yes, sir.
What's up in Pennsylvania?
Well, currently 80% of the votes in, and Trump has a 205,000 vote lead. He's leading by almost 4 points. 3.7 points.
Yeah, it's nearly the same in Wisconsin with 75. And if he gets those two, like you said, he wins.
It's over.
Yeah, everything else is gravy.
And then, so Michigan's back now with 42% counting and showing that Trump's in the lead by a half point. So clearly that was a mistake. One that gave me a heart attack, but was clearly a mistake.
How in the hell is that happening?
You want to know how it's happening?
Go ahead, Scott.
Math, Thomas LaDuke. Math is awesome. You want to know what told me that this was going to happen? Not my guesses, not my gut, not listening to Duke Over America's Sunday show on WHAM 1600 and 92.7 FM in Ann Arbor, Michigan, every Sunday morning at 10 a.m.
That's right. Yep, go ahead.
But I got it by taking numbers from polling and plugging into a big-ass calculator, and it pooped out those numbers. And that is about understanding voter attitudes. And do you know what? The same people that didn't answer the call when pollers were calling in 2016 and 2020 weren't suddenly going to start magically answering the phone and telling some stranger they were voting for Trump.
I know. I never have. I never have, Scott Hounsell. If somebody called me up and was like, hey, who are you voting for? I would be like, my friend Scott Hounsell said, I don't need to talk to you, and hang up.
Hey, Duke.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Trump's still up 1.3 in Michigan with 43% of the vote counted.
Oh boy.
One of the great things about living in a state with only 33,000 people is pollsters never call us. They don't care what we think. They know how we're going to go for president.
I just want to let you know something, Ward, really quickly. We were talking about as they counted votes in California, everything else. California is now dumping votes in, and Trump still has maintained his 5 million vote lead in the popular vote.
Well, that's good.
It has not narrowed at all.
That's good. That would be, well, it's, you know, I complain about that a lot, the national popular vote, but it does give him kind of, you know, a claim to some kind of a mandate.
It's not only a claim to a mandate. What it is it's a statement of statements.
Yeah.
What it is to a Democrat, it's a referendum on the Democrat Party. It is a post-mortem. It is, you guys got this country so fucking wrong that the guy that couldn't manage a popular vote win in 2 preceding elections somehow did because of your garbage tactics, your garbage rhetoric, your garbage philosophies, and the garbage person that you nominated to be president of the United States of America.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Well, they picked it didn't help that they picked the worst possible candidate. If the Democrats had been serious about winning this election, they would have all, as a party, convinced Joe to step down and then gone hat in hand to someone like Joe Manchin and said, Joe, please save us. But why on earth they picked her? And I know some people who are liberal Democrats, and several of them can't explain it either. They said they weren't very happy about how the process developed. They thought it should have gone to an open convention and, you know, let the delegates pick somebody at least.
Yeah.
But and now they're paying the piper. You know.
That's the way
you look at the map and see it.
That was the way that it was done, primarily up until 1960. You know, they didn't have primaries. They didn't have whole wrestling and everything. They picked you at a convention.
But it was the delegates that did the final picking.
Exactly.
In this case, it wasn't even that.
Right. That's 100% correct.
Yeah, they just anointed her, and I've always said I heard somebody say this when Joe Biden was still running. I always remember this, and I love the saying. Somebody once told me that Barack Obama picked Joe Biden to be his running mate because Joe is the only guy in the Senate that was dumber than Barack, and then Joe Biden picked Kamala Harris because she was the only person in the Senate that was dumber than Joe. And of course, Kamala picked Tim Walz, which just further proves the theory.
I think that it's the old thinking of like, I don't want someone that's going to outshine the master.
Well, yeah, it's a life insurance policy.
Yes.
Only in Joe's case, it didn't work.
I think that it was. I think that she was a choice based upon the attitudes, everything back at that point where people were buying into the DEI stuff. That everyone was like, well, you know, they wanted to check some boxes. Well, we've got a minority woman candidate. Let's check some boxes. It was not about Kamala's ability to fog a mirror. Like it was about her. It was about her appearance. What constituted her person was defined by her looks and her outside appearance, and not by the very thing that Dr. King talked about as the content of her character.
Well, it wasn't even the totality of her outside appearance. It was her melanin content and her plumbing. I mean, that's all they needed. She could have been she could have been a cigar store Indian for all the rest of it counted. That's probably not PC to say anymore, is it?
No, it's probably not. But we'll let it slide considering the things that
roll
with.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got in Minnesota. What? Minnesota's still not called? What is going on here?
Wisconsin, it's at 84%, and Trump is widening his lead.
So we've got currently the race boils down to 247 for Trump, 204 for Harris, 56 million votes for Donald Trump, and 51 million, almost, okay, so it's 56,863,000 for Trump with 51,878,000 for Harris. So he's got like a 4.9 million vote lead on her in the popular.
Easy.
Oh, that's good.
Hey, Duke. Yeah. I want to ask you a question. Remember when I told you, I guess it was, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago, that there's a chance that Donald Trump would win the popular vote, and I gave you the math statistics as to why that might occur? I just want to remind you of that while we're sitting here.
Okay.
And this is interesting. Wisconsin Senate race. Eric Hovda is leading by Tammy Baldwin by 2 points, and I think that had been expected to be a hold for the Democrats. Tammy Baldwin, I think she's had two terms in the Senate. I think 2 terms, and right now Eric Hovda is leading her by
hey Ward,
850,000 votes.
Ward, do me a favor and look at Wisconsin.
84%. Yep.
That's got to be a misnomer. That's got to be a screw up, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Something weird is happening again.
Yeah,
they
again.
Yeah.
So
that can't be right.
So the Michigan race now is at 47% in. Donald Trump has a 1.7% lead in the state. Wisconsin, which is not correct, says 84% of the vote in. It shows Donald Trump winning the state by a 14% margin, but that can't be right. Jeez. Pennsylvania remains 80% votes, ballots counted, 51.4% for Trump, 47.7% for Harris, a 3.7% lead in Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Hey, Duke.
Yeah.
This is starting to sound familiar. I don't know where I heard this before. Can you help me out here?
I have heard it occasionally on the RedState VIP Gold Show, Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. over the past 8 weeks, where you have continuously beat me up verbally. And now I'm afraid you're going to show up one day during the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 11 a.m. show and beat me up physically. How's that?
No thanks.
No thanks.
I will settle for an admittance that I am the king of all things elections.
Do I have to get a certificate made for you?
I don't think you have to get a certificate made for me necessarily. 47% of the ballots in Michigan. Donald Trump has a 2.1% lead.
Well, that is climbing up to the 2.5 you predicted.
Slowly but steadily.
Because I was sure there's no way in hell that was happening here.
I'm just saying, Duke, the machine poops out numbers, and I tell them to you.
You did. That is true. I will never, if all of this comes to pass, I will never, ever doubt you and your pooping machine with numbers again.
I'm gonna tell you this right now, Duke. I don't believe that for one freaking second.
Yes, you do. Because you will remind me of this if I attempt to do it.
So, Ward, as far as we got going with Wisconsin, we're kind of heading into here where we want to make sure we're getting this all covered. Now coming up on hour number, we're just completing hour number 5, I think. Yep. Tonight we're gonna do one more hour after this to make sure we get everyone kind of wrapped up for the evening. But again, to remind you of where we're at with I told you, Ward, that vote lead was holding as California's counting ballots. Currently, Donald Trump leads her by 5.2 million votes, up from 4.9 the last time there was.
So he's increased it. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah, so it looks like Donald Trump may win the popular vote this evening.
I would not have bet on that. I wouldn't have bet against it, but I wouldn't have bet on it.
This guy did.
I did. Yeah. And I'm going to pay a price for that. And I'm prepared.
What do you think Wisconsin's going to come down to? Wisconsin's back right now. We're at about a almost 4-point lead, 3.8 point lead in Wisconsin for Donald Trump with 77% of the vote counted. What do you think will be the deciding factor in that race? Like what about reading about and doing the research you have on Wisconsin? Do you think kind of lends to that?
It's I don't think it's going to change a lot more. I'm looking at the Senate race right now, and there hasn't been a lot of movement in that as the percent of reporting slowly ticks up. Eric Hovda is leading about 2%, 50 to 47.9. There's Douglas County, which is kind of a remote county way up in the northwest corner, is showing 0. But Bayfield County right next to it is 83% in. I don't know what's going on there. Lincoln County is 0. Iowa County, which is right next to Madison, and it's probably, I think that's a bluer county, is at 0 too. So those places haven't even started yet. But all of these big, and I can't show you the map I'm looking at, but all of these big red areas in the middle of the map are, they're showing 89% in. Well, there's Portage County was 38%. The Milwaukee is at 60% in. So Milwaukee could still throw a wrench in things. Milwaukee and Madison. Madison's at 95%. Dane County, which contains Madison. The Madison Collar counties, 95. Rock is 95. Greene is 95. But Iowa County there again with nothing.
Do you know what else is in Dane County?
Dane County?
Dane County, Wisconsin. Do you know what else is there?
Not off the top of my head.
The University of Wisconsin is in Dane County. And I will tell you that despite no students on campus at the University of Wisconsin because of COVID, they had record turnout in Dane County in 2020. So when you want to talk about where, like when we talk about the potential of what may have occurred in 2020, that's the first place I point. Where do all these ballots for students who aren't even here at school, where are they getting counted? Where are they getting cast? Who's casting them?
Yeah.
Because, when you suddenly take 60,000 people and send them home, it's going to affect an election outcome big time. And it didn't affect it one iota. And that to me is a big red flag to me.
And the Wisconsin Republican Party didn't call that out, did they?
They didn't. And I think that that's part of my frustration. But in addition, and I don't want to put it solely on the backs of the Republican Party in Wisconsin. It's that we got distracted as a party with dog whistles like Dominion voting systems.
Yep.
And Georgia with like, the water leak and this and that. And it was like this big coordinated steal, and it was much more simpler than that, more simple than that. And that is wholesale mail ballot fraud. It's not, it would be how I would steal an election. If I were going to go steal an election, that's how I would do it.
Yeah. It was the death of 1,000 cuts.
Right. It was not, someone flipped a switch in this server room in Switzerland, which caused this, Operation Hammer stuff that they were talking about on 2020. It's none of that. It is as simple as, so-and-so cast their ballot for their elderly grandmother who wasn't going to return it, times 2,500 or 3,000, or in this case, in Wisconsin, 25 or 30,000 of that occurred. I think it was also a coordinated effort of the Dems to harvest ballots as well, which may not be legal in some states.
Yeah. and although they're working to make it legal everywhere they can, they're doing the whole Palpatine bit. I will make it legal, and they're trying to make it legal.
Solid Star Wars reference. I'm impressed. Yes,
they will. I saw the original in the theater 6 times when it was brand new.
So are we referring to the original Star Wars, or are we referring to the Phantom Menace?
The original, Episode 4. Before I was going
to lose a little respect for you for seeing it, the Phantom Menace in the theater 6 times, but
no. Our kids wanted to see the Phantom Menace, so we took them to it, and I walked out of there horribly disappointed. And having been, I'm a science fiction writer too, on top of all this. And I realized Star Wars isn't really science fiction; it's space fantasy. But we went to Phantom Menace, and it was so bad I was disappointed. But then the kids wanted to go to the sequel, and I don't even remember what it was called.
Attack of the Clones.
Yeah. And then in that scene on the balcony, and I looked at my wife and I said, if she turns to him and says, "Hold me," I'm going to throw up. And she did. And I never saw another Star Wars movie in a theater.
I hate to be the guy that's also, on top of spitting facts when it comes to election data. I also want you to know that Star Wars, newer Star Wars, is much better than it was in the.
Oh, I know. Rogue One. I just wait for them to come out in streaming now.
Right.
And also, we live 30 miles from the nearest movie theater.
I think that Solo got an unfair amount of hate. I didn't think it was as horrible as everyone made it out to be.
I was underwhelmed by it. I didn't think it was really bad, but I didn't think it was really good.
Did you know that Donald Glover and his brother are writing a Lando series for the Disney Plus?
I've heard that. Yeah.
Yes,
I think Brandon Morse measured that when he was still doing his streaming show, which I used to tune into. Brandon actually got me this gig, or helped me get this gig.
Wisconsin is with 79% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. Donald Trump leads the state by 3.7%.
Jeez, oh Pete.
And Minnesota started showing returns too.
Finally,
they're claiming 54% in that fast.
That's got to be absurd.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of that, but
with 50% of the ballots counted in Michigan, Donald Trump holds a lead of 2.1% in the state of Michigan.
Yeah.
With 83% of the ballots counted in Pennsylvania, Trump holds a 2.7% lead in the state, 2.8% lead in the state.
What's the percentage counted in Pennsylvania?
83%.
Damn.
Yeah, he's leading by.
Pennsylvania's a wrap, in my opinion.
Yeah, over 150,000 votes.
Yeah, Pennsylvania's a wrap.
Yeah.
I don't see how they come back with the 17% of the ballots remaining. They're holding on the ballots now because they probably don't want to report it. But I at this point, guys, it looks like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania will be going Trump. Michigan's not too far behind it.
Wow.
And that would be, and then let's take a look at Arizona. Arizona's still showing the same thing it was 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's going to go into the night, guys. We got another. Thought we were going to know by now, Duke. We're really, really close, but we got 53 minutes, and we're gonna power through. So, what is Election Day like in Alaska?
Cold. We have had early voting the last couple of go arounds, and which has been kind of nice. My wife and I went down to Wasilla a week ago last Sunday and early voted, and we waited in line for 90 minutes. And people were by and large paying attention to the no electioneering signs. There was a lot of muttered conversations, and which is fine. But what I could hear, and somebody, we were talking about elections, and I went into a little soliloquy of what I thought was going on. And someone said, "Boy, you really study this stuff, and what do you do for a living?" And I looked at the sign that said "No electioneering," and I thought, I better not say that. So I just said, "Well, I'm a writer." But we have the ranked choice voting system.
And okay, so how's that?
It's broken our elections. We have Princess Lisa Murkowski for another term, largely because of ranked choice voting. She would have lost badly to Kelly Tshibaka in the primary if it had been a Republican primary. We have Mary Peltola because Mary benefited from having 2 Republicans run against her. And a lot of people up here, I heard people myself in our little community center saying, I'm just going to vote for either Nick or Sarah, and that's it. I'm not putting any of these. And that's one of the reasons I think we lost that election. Well, now she's only facing Nick Begich. And Nick Begich is an impressive guy. And in what little bits of polling we have here, he was starting to pull ahead. So we'll see what happens. He has to get over 50 in the first go around, or it goes to the second, and we won't know until the middle of November. I don't know why it takes that long, but it does. But there is a ballot initiative to get rid of ranked choice voting. It was ballot measure 2 this year, and it was polling fairly well. It was still kind of a toss-up, but I'm hoping we can go back to our regular closed primaries, because I don't think the Republican Party, and I don't think it's unreasonable for the Republican Party to expect that only Republicans choose their candidate, or the Democrats either, for that matter. I don't think the Democrat Party should have to have non-Democrats choosing their candidates. That's why we have political parties, is so we can choose the candidate that best represents the party and its members. When you've got Democrats crossing over and voting for Republican candidates and vice versa, it just addles things. So my fingers are crossed, and that's a straight up or down. So we should know tomorrow morning. In fact, we just stopped voting 10 minutes ago, so it'll be tomorrow morning before we probably have the results of that.
And again, it also sucks to be the last state that already has a predetermined result most of the time. So you're not a lot of people are paying attention to it. I was curious what that.
We don't get presidential politics. We don't get any attention at all. And the last time Alaska went for a Democrat and for president was Lyndon Johnson in 1964. It was the second.
Which is pretty crazy because of the state's contribution to energy policy in the United States. Everyone talks about it constantly. Alaska is always a topic, whether it's foreign policy or energy policy or whatever it may be. Alaska is always a topic of conversation, but no one pays any attention to it.
And it's not just energy. Back in the 1930s, when we were still a territory, Billy Mitchell described Alaska as the most strategic real estate on the planet. And he makes a good point, because you can't, you mentioned you can't talk about energy policy or extraction without mentioning Alaska, but you can't talk about Pacific trade routes without mentioning Alaska. You can't talk about military in the Pacific Basin without mentioning Alaska. Whoever holds Alaska controls the Pacific north of the equator, and it's vital. I say it's the crown of the Pacific, and it's amazing that we get the short shrift we do from political candidates. They never come up here. They never talk to Alaskans. It's just kind of odd, and it's partly because we're an enormous state geologically, but we're a very, very small state population-wise. 733,000 people in a state that's 3 times the size of Texas. And half of those people live in Anchorage.
So his lead in the popular vote is down to less than 4 million?
61.
It's like 3.7 million, something like that.
No, California's at 46%, Oregon 61%, Washington 64%. So there's going to be a lot coming out of there yet.
Yeah, I'm still not horribly convinced. Let's see what's going on with California. LA County is 51. San Francisco County is 47. Yeah, there's still some votes to be counted out of there. Just to let you know, Decision Desk has now put Trump's chances of winning up to 91.9%.
Holy jeez.
Yeah, he's.
Hey, Duke.
Yes, sir.
We talked about this day. What's your thoughts currently?
I'm stunned. particularly in my state. I am stunned. But this has historically been a horrible time for leadership. The combination of Biden-Harris. Ward brought it up about there was no primary. You know, they were technically anointed. It drives me nuts when people are like, well, they just skipped the whole process. Technically, yeah, the modern process, but prior to 1960, that's how this shit was done.
Yeah, smoke-filled rooms in the convention.
Bingo.
Well,
that Pelosi cut in line, you know, she kind of double-edged it. She was like, after the debate with Trump, Biden's got to go, and then decided to skip the whole process of having a fight on the floor in Chicago, and said we just got to anoint the gal, and that will be, if people telling the story are forceful and amusing about it, that will be Nancy's epitaph, because she goofed it at the end here.
Yeah. You mentioned 1960, and it was a little bit before that, probably during the Depression when things changed. But when my father was young, let me start afresh with that. The presidency makes, and the federal government in general, have so much more impact than they did just 80 years ago. Before World War II, most people, the only time they had any interaction with the federal government at all was when they went to the post office. That was it. I mean, and during the Depression, that started to change, and during World War II, it changed irreversibly.
Yep.
And and that led, well, you could argue the Civil War started the centralization of power in this country, and the Depression kind of cemented the Depression of World War II. World War I wasn't that big a deal. A bunch of guys went overseas and they came back, and it didn't hit us the way World War II did. My grandfather was a World War I veteran. He didn't go over to France, but it didn't affect families the same way. Our guys were over there for a matter of months. I had an uncle who was in the Pacific in World War II, and he was gone for 4 years.
Donald Trump's lead in Arizona has increased to 0.6 of a point of victory for him.
55% in.
Yep. I had Trump winning Arizona by 1.4.
Well, Pennsylvania is now at 84%, and he's still got a 1.8% lead.
I have Trump by 1.7 for Pennsylvania. It'll be interesting to see how this all kind of plays out. I'm also kind of interesting to see what do we think we wake up to tomorrow morning? What's the world going to look like when we finally get up tomorrow morning?
I get a big screaming bloody murder.
Oh yeah.
If they haven't burned it down already.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to come up with the narrative. And they did it brilliantly in 2016. He colluded with the Russians. Putin had video of him banging a hooker and, whatever such. So they probably already have the narrative, but now they got to get the people to go out there and sell it.
Yeah. And they, who knows what they'll go with now. I mean, they may go with Russia again. If you got a horse, you ride it.
Yeah.
But what my concern is, and I'll tell you how seriously concerned my wife and I were about it, is what's going to happen in our major cities. As it looks almost certain now that Trump is going to win. I'm afraid our major cities are going to explode. And what's Joe Biden going to do about it? Nothing. He won't do anything to prevent it or to address it. It'll be up to state governors and mayors to bring things to heel if they can. We were concerned about it. My wife's parents are, elderly, 79 and 80. My father-in-law is blind. My mother-in-law is visually impaired to the point where her eyes aren't much good. And they live in a suburb of Denver. They live about 5 miles from those apartment buildings that the Trendeoaga guys took over.
Oh, yeah.
So we more or less insisted, you're coming up to Alaska and you're going to stay for a couple of weeks after the election. They're here now. My wife's over there watching returns over at the house with them because, hey, their house can be burned down, but all that stuff can be replaced, but they can't. And they're basically defenseless. If someone kicked in their door, there's nothing they could do.
Right.
And I'm really worried that there's going to be very, very serious unrest in our cities. Up here in the Susitna Valley, no, nothing's going to happen. We'll be fine.
Down here, there is at risk.
I think that there's a point to be said for the fact that this is ultimately something that is been plaguing the left and something that they're going to have to learn from. As I think that everything that they've been trying to tell us about Trump, everyone is starting to believe about them. I think that they've lost the credit. They've lost the confidence from people that what they're telling them is the truth. I think that this election is another one of these examples of right now. If the election ended right now, Donald Trump's next president of the United States.
Yeah,
we were done counting right now. Donald Trump would be the guy that is the president, and there's nothing that changes that. And at what point do they accept that they're to blame for it? If that makes sense.
Well, they won't.
They won't.
And my microphone just broke.
Musk brought that up at the Rogan show, and you were listening to that. And I only got half.
I have not listened to the whole thing yet.
But Musk was talking about that, 3 or 4 years ago, he considered himself a Democrat and a leftist.
Yeah.
But they moved so far off the mark. And you mentioned it earlier, Scott, that Rogan himself was like, yeah, I was much more socially liberal, but it's gone too far.
Well,
so
Trump himself was a Democrat for most of his adult life.
Yep.
Ronald Reagan was a Democrat. My dad, who socially was a very conservative guy, but he always although he was registered independent, he and mom, I knew this, but dad always called himself a Truman Democrat. And but he wouldn't, and dad's been gone for some years, but he wouldn't recognize what Democrats are today. He wouldn't want to have anything to do with them.
Yeah.
It's changed, and now the Republican Party has become the party of blue collar workers and even union people. Look what happened with the Teamsters this year. That was remarkable.
Yeah,
the Teamsters membership went so overwhelmingly towards Trump that their management, in embarrassment, decided not to say anything about it. We're not endorsing anybody. God,
with 80% of the returns in Wisconsin, Donald Trump holds a 4-point lead in Wisconsin.
Yep.
In Michigan, it's now up to 4.1% lead.
Holy shit. Excuse
me, 3.9% lead in Michigan with 56% of the vote.
Yeah.
Ward, you bring up a good point about the Teamsters. They decided to avoid the trap that Sean Fain and the UAW did, which was, oh no, we're going to just endorse because we always endorse. And the leadership was not listening to the membership up here. Had they taken a poll or even gotten a plant full of people, they would have known. But the Teamsters were much smarter about that, and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna skip it this time," and that's gonna hurt the UAW. I think probably down the road here.
Yeah.
So that's a very, very good point about that.
We're in a time of political upheaval that I don't think the country has seen since, well, certainly since the late 60s at the very earliest.
That's true. That is true.
You know, my brother, who is 13 years older than me, was lived through all that. He was a hippie back when they first thought of it, when it was a brand new thing. As a matter of fact, he's 75, and if you looked at him today, the first thing you would think is old hippie, because he is. He still wears a ponytail. He's an old hippie. But he was also self-employed, a small businessman for many years, and that moderated a lot of his hippie views, especially on things like taxation and regulation.
81% in on Wisconsin, and Donald Trump maintains a 3.9% lead.
Yeah, I think it's all over but the shouting at this point.
Yeah, I just don't see how they reverse the course to this. They're sitting on a bunch of blue votes and everything the rest of it, but the fact is, like, he currently holds 60,000 vote lead. I take that back. I misspoke. A 160,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's going to be hard.
He has 120,000 vote lead in Michigan. Wisconsin's 101,000 votes.
He's basically swept the Rust Belt.
It's at this point,
the blue wall is dissolved.
Arizona looks like it's going to go, and my map will be perfect, aside from Nevada, which I can't imagine him winning all these other swing states and losing Nevada at this point. It was kind of a daring guess to make based upon the numbers that came out. I think, the machine told me that he'd lose it. I said he'd lose it. So, but he probably is going to end up sweeping that. I don't know why there's 0 count showing from Nevada at this point.
Well,
Scott, I just got a text that said that I have to call in sick tomorrow for the Red State VIP Gold Show.
Why?
Because I don't want to get my ass kicked verbally by you.
Yeah, this is
It's self-preservation, buddy. That's fine. I'll be there. I'll take it. Don't worry. I can handle it.
Trump's likelihood of winning the election is up to 92.2% now on Decision Desk.
Oh.
And it looks like they're saying that Trump will win the election with at least 294 electoral votes.
Trump brought a can of this.
There you go.
And used it very effectively.
Well, the first guy since what was it, Grover Cleveland?
Yeah, Grover Cleveland.
So that's impressive. To win, to lose, and then come back and win again. And it's going to be interesting now to see how he forms a cabinet where people like Elon Musk and Robert Kennedy Jr., end up.
Ron Paul
too. That's right.
So we started this evening with Donald Trump having a 59.6% likelihood that he would win the election. That is now increased to 92.2%.
We started off at 59.6.
59.6% that he would win. It's now up to 92%. So he's gained 37 points, something like that, in his thing. We also are looking at 82% of the vote now in Wisconsin, and Donald Trump is winning that state by 3.8 points. In Michigan, Donald Trump is now leading by 4.2 points.
Fuck.
With 58% of the ballots, 58% of the ballots counted. And in Pennsylvania, he is up 2.8% with 86% of the ballots counted.
So without me knowing the exact numbers, I remember Michigan 11,000, Pennsylvania 20 some odd thousand, in 2016, Wisconsin 20 some odd thousand. Trump has surpassed his 2016 numbers.
Oh, he's definitely surpassed that.
Yeah.
Also with the case that he's still leading her by 4.1 million votes in the popular vote. This is a now. It's no longer like a Donald Trump won. This is a mandate. They got the Senate. They're going to keep the House. Donald Trump wins by a landslide. There is nothing the left can say that it is about America. They in 2016 they pointed to America and said America's not ready for a woman president. In 2020 they said this man has killed people and because of COVID, and they said a bunch of stuff. And then in between then and now, all that has come out as total horse crap. So they really are at this point going out and saying whatever they would say about Donald Trump really doesn't matter because they don't believe it. No one will believe them anymore. Their polling is wrong. Their stories are wrong. This is a mandate. This is it is a message from America to the media, to the left. We are not going to buy this fabrication any longer. And that's all that it was. It was always a fabrication.
It's kind of a blow to the we need to abolish the electoral college people too. I mean, if I could say something to Ely Mistel right now, I'd be like, okay, now you can shut up. Of course, I would say that to Ely Mistel at any time. I think Ely Mistel shutting up is a good idea on any occasion. But
yes.
But he went on quite a tear, and I wrote a piece on it about we're not a true democracy. Well, actually, you're right there, Ely. We're not.
Yeah, we're not.
We're never intended to be.
Bingo.
And the Electoral College is evidence of that, as is the Senate, for that matter, where every state has an equal voice.
Yep.
Incidentally, I think we should go back to having the state legislatures appoint senators rather than electing them. I'm probably not going to get that.
Okay, let's take a look at now. Trump leads by 0.8 of a percentage point in Arizona. He's up to 3.8% in Wisconsin. He's up to 2.8% in Michigan. Leads by 2.8% in Michigan. 59% of the vote counted.
Wow.
At this point, they got to start looking at closing at just closing Pennsylvania. There's not. I mean, where are they going to get the votes?
Some basement in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh's at 95% counted.
Shit.
Dauphin County, where Harrisburg is at 67%.
67. Yeah, and everything around Philadelphia is above 70%.
Yeah.
They're still counting. The Cameron County in Pennsylvania isn't even reporting it. Not that they're going to have, but I mean, if they have 20,000 people in the county, which is very possible, that's a big thing there for them. Everything else in the state's looking at, like it's pretty well counted. I don't see anything that's not counted. Everything's either 95 above 70% in. I don't see where they come up with the votes.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, he's got 170,000 vote lead on her.
It's amazing.
I mean, it just is. I mean, Duke, it's surreal. I mean, we talked about this. We talked about doing this very thing, coming on the show this night to talk about it.
It is surreal. Yeah. I would slightly disagree, and I can be convinced otherwise, but I don't know if it's a mandate, because when I think of mandate, I think of FDR in 32. Eisenhower maybe in 52. Reagan in 84. But this is undoubtedly impressive. I would never have thought Trump would bust down the blue wall like that and take Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania like he did in 2016, because he snuck up on Clinton in their campaign in 2016. There was
Yeah.
no sneaking up this time.
No, this time he told them flat out he was coming at them, and he went through the blue wall like the Kool-Aid guy.
And they threw everything they had at his ass. And that he's winning like this, you know, I guess I could say mandate, but it is impressive nonetheless. It really
Well, it makes you wonder what's going to happen now with all the lawfare that's being waged against him. Now he's going to be the president-elect.
Yeah.
What do they do now? Do they push on with this?
Well, it's their only hope, really.
Yeah.
You know, I was watching MSNBC this morning, and Michael Steele was on with that one shrew, and a token Republican congressperson, former congressperson from Florida, and his whole point was like, you know, this is the first man who's ever been convicted of a felony that could possibly assume office. And I was like, jaywalking? What do you do? The vast majority of the people have taken a look at this and said, you guys were just looking for a crime, you know, to stick on them. And Elon Musk actually brought that up once again on the Joe Rogan podcast. He's like, yeah, they're looking for crimes to pin on people. That's what the DOJ's job is right now.
Yeah, he quoted that, you know, show me the man and I'll show you the crime.
Bingo. That's exactly right,
yeah.
Scott.
And that's exactly what they did with Donald Trump. I mean, when you have Andrew Cuomo going on a national television show,
right,
and saying that if I were AG of New York, I would never bring that case against Trump because I know it's BS. Guys do this sort of thing every day. This is part of the way it is. If it rises to a certain level, yes, you charge them, but Trump didn't even get anywhere near that. And it just, to me, is pretty insane that there isn't any type of, what's the word I want to use here? Reconciliation that occurs between the way that they portray it and what actually happens.
They don't even mention, most of the legacy media won't even mention the fact that the loan that was at the heart of all this was paid off on time. There was no victim. There's just, I hate to use this term, but there was just no there.
Right.
And I remember hearing a couple of interviews with Alan Dershowitz on that case, and he's, you know, a liberal Democrat and also one of the country's, you know, foremost legal minds, I think, and he was angry. He said this is a complete miscarriage of the justice system. And I trust Alan Dershowitz more than I do, you know, any of the mainstream media.
I don't. I used to refer to, like, so I came up with a term. A miscarriage of justice is something that is an unintentional act of the system against someone. It just happens. Miscarriage is like, oh, oopsie, we had no control over it. This is an abortion of justice.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is a rusty coat hanger in a back alley.
Yeah.
Of what is actually going on. They know what they're doing is wrong. They know that they are doing something incorrect. They know they're abusing their power and the law. They know that what they're doing is targeting a political opponent. They know all that. I mean, Fannie Williams and her boyfriend down in Georgia literally got off boinking each other talking about it.
Yep.
How much they liked that they were getting Trump.
Yep.
I mean,
and they know that there will never be any consequences for it. That they will never face any consequences for it.
I think that I'll tell you why I think that you're onto something, but also wrong. Yes, I think they thought there would be no consequences. I think now they see the man about to be elected as president of the United States for a second time, beating his opponent by 2.3 million in the popular vote, when a Republican hasn't won the popular vote for how many years, Duke?
Oh, shit.
Since 88?
88.
88?
George H.W. Bush, 88.
Yeah.
Yeah.
88 was the last year.
No, did W lose the popular vote in 04?
I'm pretty sure he did.
I don't remember exactly. I know in 2000 he did. But in 04, I don't remember exactly. But yeah, 88 would have been Bush 41. And then the massive landslide with Reagan against Mondale in 84.
I take that back.
He did
Bush-
get 3
Bush-
million more votes in 04.
Okay.
Yeah, he did get 3 million more in 04. We
Yeah,
both
so 04. I mean, it's still 20 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
Damn right.
It's a long time, and the last time before that was again back in 1988. So once the Republicans have won the popular vote once in 35 years, 30 years or 36 years. That's a long time to say that we haven't done it, and to think that Donald Trump right now is looking like he's going to end up winning the popular vote and this election speaks volumes to the fact that, again, the left and the media's constant barrage of misinformation about him just didn't stick. I mean, it's back to the drawing board for these people.
Yeah. Well,
how do you recover from this?
They don't. There's going to have to be some, and I honestly would rather not see this happening. I think the country's probably better off with two strong, capable political parties, but we've only got one, and the Democrats. Who's the young up and comers in the Democratic Party? Who do they have? Where is their Ron DeSantis? Where is their J.D. Vance? Where is their Tulsi Gabbard that they drove away from their party? They don't have anybody like that. Who have they got? AOC? She's an idiot.
I love her though.
She's great. She's greatly entertaining. I mean,
oh gosh,
she's utterly reliable. Every time she opens her mouth, something dumb comes out.
I would have her at every cocktail party I ever threw.
Yeah,
but
as a bartender,
yes.
I've heard she wasn't very good at it.
I don't believe that I would care. So, I understand your point, Ward, about who do the Democrats have coming up. My issue with Trump as a whole entity are the people that are supporting Trump right now. Supporting the ideas that somebody's whispering and telling, Don, this is what you need to believe? Or is it just Trump? Because if the people that are supporting Donald Trump the past 3 elections all fall off, we're back to where we were.
Yeah. No, I think it's going to be larger than that. And I'm guessing. I mean, we don't know. You making predictions is always difficult. What was it, as Yogi Berra said, especially about the future. I'd like to think that this is a sea change in the Republican Party, that it's gone in a more bottom up direction, and that's what Trump was. Look, when he walked down that escalator in 2015, I thought he was a joke. I thought he was kidding.
Right.
I thought, oh yeah, he'll get some publicity and he'll leave. But I remember that next summer when the primary season was going on and the polling was coming in and the primary debates were going on, and he was up there with 17 Republicans on that stage at one point.
Yeah.
And I remember Charles Krauthammer, who was, still broadcasting at that point, saying exactly what I had thought at the time, that, he dismissed Trump as a gag candidacy when he first announced. And he said, but it's beginning to look like he's going to pull this off. And it's amazing. It's a phenomenon. But figures like Trump through history, starting with Julius Caesar, starting with Alexander, they didn't create the movements themselves. They rode it. Trump articulated some ideas that I think a lot of people were already thinking. One of the reasons Rush Limbaugh was so popular, I listened to him for years. I didn't always agree with him, but he was always entertaining and he was very smart. And how many callers I heard call into him and say, I'm so glad to find somebody that finally is, saying what I've been thinking all along.
Right.
And I think Trump kind of grabbed that.
And Rush was a huge supporter, where like somebody who ideologically was lockstep with Rush, Mark Levin was like, I know this guy's a fraud. And after Rush died, Levin did on his show, I remember watching the clip where he basically was like, whatever it was, Rush was so far ahead of the rest of us with Trump, and Trump, just gravitated to that. And Rush, of course, was one of his biggest and earliest supporters.
Yeah.
He saw through it and basically was like, nope, this is the guy to carry it home. And, he was right.
Well, and he's got people around him that seem to be absorbing the message and are going to take it forward. I think J.D. Vance is a good one. He's going to take the whole MAGA thing forward.
Well,
I think Ron DeSantis is basically on that, more of a populist politician than an establishment type like George W. Bush. Forbid we have someone like that again.
DeSantis is proving, how solid he is down in Florida. And I just really hope that this isn't just because Trump will, basically, come up with a quip that most politicians wouldn't. And, Vance, during his debate with Walsh, was solid. But he doesn't do what Trump does.
No.
And,
no, he is. He's more he's more disciplined.
Right.
In his messaging, although he very politely eviscerated Tim Walz.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, he tore the guy's throat out and danced on it. I mean, it wasn't even a fair contest, even remotely.
Yeah, I know. And Tim looked so unprepared, and he almost looked panicked at times.
Oh yeah, the hop-toed eyes, and the one time Vance won the debate with that one glance directly into the camera and that little smirk.
Yeah,
he probably won 50,000 votes right there with that one look.
He was the narrator,
and
you get him saying like he was the narrator that kind of does the aside in the story and is like, we don't believe him, right? Okay, let's get back to watching this idiot. Like it was all in a glance. Was just, you see it too, right? He's an idiot. Okay, just want to make sure. And then
there were a couple of in this whole campaign. There were a couple of keynotes, and of course, the big one was Butler, Pennsylvania. Trump probably won. We were sitting at our favorite lunch place up the valley when that happened, and they usually have just music playing in this place. They don't have a television on, although they have one. And someone came out of the kitchen yelling, somebody just shot the president. And I looked up, and it was in the summer, and there was a tourist season. The place was really busy. There was a couple from Pennsylvania sitting right next to us, and I'd been chatting with them, and I looked up and I said, Biden? And they said, no, Trump. And then they turned on the TV and we saw what happened. They turned on the TV just in time for that famous moment with his fist in the air.
Yeah.
And I thought I told my wife later, I said, that is the most powerful political image since Reagan stood at the Brandenburg Gate and said, tear down this wall. But the guy from Pennsylvania looked over at me and said, well, Trump just won the election.
Well, I like to think of what the others would have done if they were in the same situation. And that's, again, why Trump felt more authentic. We keep on coming back to this authenticity issue, is that Trump felt more authentic because the first thing that he did when he, was almost killed and he didn't know if there were any other people with guns or any other ones shooting, or that the shooter had even been fully neutralized or any of the rest of it, he let up, and instead of crawling on, under a bunch of Secret Service agents off the stage and into the back of a car to run away, he stood and faced them, put his fist up, and told them to fight. I mean, that is one of the most iconic political images that I think that will ever occur.
it was the image of this campaign, and what I really like sets it off, the American flag behind him that was blowing at an angle that almost made it look like it was upside down.
It was a cape, or also almost looked like it was a cape on him too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was it.
And it was a magnificent photograph, and
right.
And that right there was probably worth at least 200,000 votes. Who knows? I mean, that was even Bezos. Was it Bezos or was it what's his name? Facebook.
Zuckerberg.
I think it was Zuckerberg that says you got to admit he doesn't even like Trump, but he admitted that was pretty badass. That was a really powerful moment.
And it was.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting returns from Alaska.
Yeah, I saw that. I was about to bring that up.
Donald Trump 8% in. Donald Trump 55. He's gonna carry Alaska easily.
Still nothing.
I wonder if there was anything on Prop 2.
Still nothing from Nevada. Arizona is going slow AF. Wisconsin now with 86% of the vote in. Donald Trump is winning the state by 4 points.
Damn.
Michigan, Donald Trump is up 1.7 points with 64% of the ballots in, and with 88% of the ballots in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump has a 2.5% lead in the state.
Well, I mean, if that holds tight, if it holds right around that area, I can at least take just a little bit of solace, Mr. Hounsell, that out of the 3 big blue states here, Michigan will come in lower once again than Wisconsin and Pennsylvania with the total margin.
I tend to agree with you. I think that's what I actually predicted as well. Let me take a double look here. So
2.5.
Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Okay, so 2 down. Okay, so I have Michigan. I do have it in Michigan. Michigan's the lowest margin of victory.
Yep.
My hybrid model shows him winning the state by 2.3. I said he'd win it by 1.2. My model shows he'll win Pennsylvania with 3.64% of the vote. I said 1.7. And then the model shows him winning Wisconsin by 6.75. And I say Trump by 3.2.
Son of a gun.
And by the way, looks like I'm pretty good on all those counts. If this holds, it's going to be crazy. All right. Well, Duke, we've got 9 minutes remaining. Ward, is there any final thoughts, comments, questions, concerns, constructive criticisms?
Not that we haven't already kicked around. I will mention that we're seeing the trickle. I know the House, they're saying, is going to be a close run thing. We're trying to do our part, and with 8% reporting, Alaska's Nick Begich is running 2.5 points ahead of Mary Peltola. John Howe, who is the Alaskan Independence Party candidate, is getting 4.5%. And in the second round, I would expect most of his votes to go to Nick Begich, which would put him over the top. I hope, I'm guessing. It's been an amazing night. This is an election that's going to have historic implications, not just because of the Grover Cleveland angle, but because it's an utter repudiation of everything the Democrats rather arrogantly tried to push on us. It's a repudiation of men on women's sports teams. It's a repudiation of high school boys and girls' locker rooms and showers. It's a repudiation of a wide open border and flying people into the country in the thousands. We don't know who they are, where they came from, where they're going, what they intend to do. Have either of you read Kurt Schlichter's The Attack?
Have not yet.
I've read it. It scared the hell out of me. And at CPAC, I bumped into Kurt and I told him he scared the hell out of me. And he said, good, I intended to. Something like that, and I won't go into the scenario, could very easily happen here. We've set ourselves up for it. And I think people have paid attention. And clearly, if you look at the map, it sure looks like they've had enough. And, you know, just looking at it again, here's Wisconsin. He's up 4% with 86% in. Michigan, he's up 1.6 with 64% in. Pennsylvania, 90% in. He's leading by over 200,000 votes.
Damn.
The fat lady is singing right now. And she's singing "Goodbye, Kamala."
The prediction for the president win chance percentage is now up to 93.8% for Trump on Decision Desk.
Yeah.
So she still has a chance.
6.2%, yes.
Oh my God.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I would not be a bit surprised if she's halfway down a bottle of vodka right now.
I would have said
because she's getting her butt handed to her.
Yeah, this is.
I would have halfway down.
Matter of fact.
Yeah. Sure.
A celebratory snort here.
Well, gents, I'm gonna say goodnight. And
all right. Hey, it was a great pleasure to be on with you guys. I'd love to do it again anytime.
We'll be glad to do it again soon, man. We'll talk soon.
Okay. Take care.
Thanks. All right. Bye-bye. So, Duke, we got 5 minutes remaining on the show. We've done 6 hours on the air. I believe, Duke, this is the longest you and I have done a running show.
No. 2022, buddy.
We went longer than 6 hours?
Yeah, we went 6
I
hours.
thought we only did like 3 or 4.
No. We had to sit there and try to make up excuses how the red wave became a red piddle.
I just want to do a little thing. I know that this is just yeah. I just want to let you know that Stephen Jones loves Hounsell.
You should.
It's right there in the chat. It's right there.
Listen, everybody should love the Hounsell. Okay? That should be a law across the nation. What am I looking at?
I was just showing you the in the chat. It said Stephen Jones says love Hounsell.
Love Hounsell. You should, Stephen.
It is contagious. I am a disease for which there is no cure.
Oh boy.
I'll make you itchy.
Well, I gotta hey, hold on. I gotta give you your props, my friend. You did the homework. You kept the faith. And I am a little bit of a negative Nancy because I think the country is shot. Because I think it's kind of predetermined, predestined to a little bit. But you get all the kudos. You did some fabulous analysis, and you deserve a shit ton of praise, my friend.
I appreciate that, good sir. I'm pretty excited about my map. Like I said, is still intact. Now, granted, this could all come crumbling down.
Oh, absolutely.
As soon as we say goodnight tonight. But
that's what they're waiting for, Scott.
Yeah, they're waiting for me to go to bed so they can bring all the extra ballots in.
He's asleep. Bring in the boxes.
Yes.
That's what we're gonna do. Yep.
Stop looking anymore. So yeah, it looks like with 55% of the vote currently in Arizona, Donald Trump holds an 0.8% lead over Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump currently has a 4.1% lead in the state with 88% of the ballots in. In Michigan, Donald Trump holds a 1.7% lead with 65% of the ballots in. And in Pennsylvania, with 90% of the ballots in, Donald Trump holds a 3.3% lead. Duke, I think that's all she wrote. I think it's a game.
It's amazing. absolutely amazing, and the die-hard in the wool Trump supporters deserve shit ton of credit. They really do. Because if it wasn't for enthusiasm and everything, Trump doesn't do this. End of story.
I think that this is a making of their own. This is their own the dragon that they've created.
Yeah.
And they kind of created it as a means of kind of trying to drive up their own troops. And after a while, they realized that it wasn't a fire-breathing dragon, but a timid little lizard that was sitting on, that it's not as big of a deal as it is. I think that, like I said, I didn't vote for Trump in 2016. I didn't vote for him again. I did vote for him in 2020. And this year I voted for Trump as Wrecking Ball. But it looks like
you were clear from the beginning on that.
Right. That this looks like the Wrecking Ball hit Kamala.
Yep. Yep.
That it's getting to a point now where I don't think that we're getting close right now to calling Pennsylvania. I mean, it's got to be called shortly. Wisconsin is not too far behind. Wisconsin, in my opinion, should have already been called. 88% of the votes in, and he's got a 4-point lead, 4.2% lead in Wisconsin right now. I mean, I
am not worthy to be in the same room as an individual such as yourself doing election analysis and pontificating. How's that?
I mean, my hybrid model showed him winning Wisconsin by 6.75%. And when I told you that that's what the model said, you laughed, and I laughed too. I was like, "There's no way that's going to happen." I halved that in my head and said, Trump's going to win by 3.2. For him to win by 4 points in the state is an utter embarrassment. It's an utter embarrassment to her.
It is. It really is. And I've got nothing to hang my hat on. I'm going to take my hat off when I go to bed, Scott, and I'm not going to hang it anywhere. That's what I'm going to do, my friend.
I want to do a quick thing here as we're wrapping up. I know that we have several people watching. We've got currently 3,766 active viewers on the show. I want to thank everyone for tuning in tonight. I know we did a lot of rambling, and you probably heard some things repeated here and there. But with what we got going on at RedState, I'm really proud of the team we have here and our ability to look at insight and discuss the issues on a level that you're probably not hearing elsewhere, and the rest of it. So the best way to support our work here at RedState is by joining our VIP Platinum program. You get access to all the VIP stuff across all of the town hall sites, which are, Duke, what are the town hall sites?
Oh, geez. Hold on. Let me think here. Town Hall, RedState, PJ Media, Hot Air, Bearing Arms, and Twitchy.
Bingo. Nailed it. And Brad Slager writes at all of them individually.
He does multiple times a day, and he does it either showered or non-showered. It doesn't matter to Brad.
It's I don't think that it I don't think that this is I don't take this lightly. I know what it takes to have to tune in and watch this show for as long as you have. It's very moving to us and everything else. And so the best way to support us is by being VIP Platinum supporters and then tuning into our show every Wednesday night on the VIP Gold Show here on RedState, 8 p.m. on our site. Got to be a subscriber to watch. But we do this and we do so much more. We have a bunch of guests, and it's been a show that's been going on now, what, 4 years, Duke? We're coming up on 5 years.
I'm not screwing
5 years.
Numbers.
5 years in 5 years in February was our first show. I think we did our first show in February of 2020, right before the shutdown.
Okay. All right.
And so it's It's been 4 years, going on 5 soon. We really appreciate it. Duke, where can people find you and your wonderful goodness?
Well, first let me echo everything you just said. And the one thing I take pride in at this site, we are pro-life, and we don't all have the same views on political stuff necessarily, or the way to view things, but we discuss it respectfully. Scott and I get on each other, as he said, every Wednesday night at 8 p.m. We agree 85% of the time, but then when one of us gets out of line, we had fun with it.
And the other 15% of the time, I'm right.
And then our producer, Jimothy, is there, and we pray to the Lord that he's sober. So you can find me on my radio show on Sunday mornings on WAM 1600 AM, 92.7 FM in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And then because I can't do just one show a week, and I got to keep sharp, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at Duke Over America on Facebook. Just go on there, type in Duke Over America, pop on, ask to join, and you will become a member. And we do that show Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time now. And the neighbor, Texas Tom, and his dog Delilah join me most days with that. So, Scott, where can everybody find you in your rhetorical election analysis in between elections?
You're going to be finding me figuratively teabagging half the polling outfits in the country over the course of the next week, because it looks like I was right. They still haven't called anything, but like Pennsylvania's at 91%. Trump's got a 3.3% lead in Pennsylvania.
Oh my
Michigan,
Lord.
Michigan, he's at a 2.1% lead in Michigan with 68% of the vote counted. And in Wisconsin, he's at a 4.2% lead with 88% of the ballots in.
Wow.
Arizona, he's up 0.6 of a point. Arizona with 56% of the ballots in. Nothing showing in Nevada as of yet, but at this point, Duke, I think that's all she wrote.
That is
Excellent,
all
excellent.
she wrote, God.
Well, everyone, it's been real. It's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun. Appreciate everyone tuning in tonight. Thank you so much. Please check out all of our stuff tomorrow with the analysis on the elections and everything else. And until tomorrow evening, when Duke and I are duking it out over how right I was, you can tune into us on the Wednesday Night VIP Gold Show right here on RedState.
No mas.
Until tomorrow night, ladies and gents, a good night and goodbye.
Ta-ta, everybody.